Hello everybody and welcome back to Project Horizon, where we bring you the English coverage of VCT China. I'm Nari Mizuki. I should be a somewhat familiar face to all of you by this point, but I'm joined by yet another fresh face. It feels like every time I'm on the broadcast I'm bringing you new and unfamiliar faces. However, Magnum, while his face might not be familiar, he's been very involved in the production side of things. So how does it feel to be on the other side of the camera this time?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. It's interesting because I suddenly had to pay attention to my background. You know, that was very interesting, and but it's cool to finally, you know, just do a bit of a map in between, because we will have another caster, a proper caster on for map 2 today. But yeah, I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to look at this match because I think this could be a very interesting match today.
Yeah, well, let's get into it. So, of course, our first match of today is going to be EDG taking on Trace. And I think that this is going to be a super exciting match because there's a lot of storyline. There's a lot of history between these two teams. They've played each other a few times. Trace have managed to get a few wins over EDG, but very often when it counts in these kind of elimination playoff scenarios, they tend to come up second best. And it seems to be that EDG often come out on top and on the better half of things, but EDG haven't been looking so hot recently. So how do we think that today's matchup might go?
Yeah, I didn't have the pleasure to watch yesterday's matches, but I've heard a lot of it about it, and people didn't like EDG's comps and the roles and stuff. So I'm very curious how it will go today, especially considering, like, when you look at Trace, they had their weird 2-0 loss stomp that it really didn't look good at versus Tai Lu at the start of the stage. But then they looked very, very solid, and they have a lot of online because they can still, if they win 2 games from now, they're in champs. So, or very likely to be in champs. So it's really like all hands on deck, and they had time to watch EDG yesterday. So I'm very interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I think that, you know, there's a lot on the line here for both of these teams. For EDG, their whole storyline is really like a, it's a little bit of a comeback arc, so to speak. They've had some trouble recently in this stage. And okay, it looks like we might be, so we may have been debated a little bit with our schedule because I've just noticed that all of the graphics are AG versus FPX, so we may have been talking about the wrong game. We'll get that sorted out for you guys, but in the meantime, I mean, AG versus FPX
it is AG FPX.
There you go. And that is also a really, really cool matchup. Sorry about that, guys. So let's pivot to the correct team. Okay,
yes.
This is not EDG bias, although it may feel that way from time to time. Let's talk about our other lower bracket game. And remember, guys, this is elimination. This is potentially end of the line. And I think that this is actually a really good time to maybe talk a little bit about the champs points and how that might affect gamers today. Because taking a look, FPX and all gamers, they still technically have a road to champs here, Magnum.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, AG and FPX, both of them, they can't qualify through points anymore. That's only reserved for ERG, Trace, EDG, you know, Sheila, BLG, and technically well. But AG and FPX, this is, you have to get to 2. You have to get to the finals if you want to go to champs. And I mean, if I discount the final match FPX played, I think it's very doable for them. But AG, they have been going up and up and up. Just got stomped down by Tai Lu to lower bracket, but I think it's fine, you know, like they can still get back to it, learn from their mistakes from yesterday. It's gonna be very interesting because I think both of these teams have the potential to just go to the finals and make champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because, you know, we've been talking throughout the entirety of the stage about how this really does kind of feel like the region of upsets, a region of underdogs, where teams that we're not expecting to do well have been. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't think that all gamers were going to make it all the way to playoffs, and yet here they are defying the odds and showing exactly the caliber of team that they are and making us put a little bit of respect on their names. And for FPX, I mean, I recall, I think it was like day one, Volt had on his phone, he had like fraud PX or something. Like, there was a lot of like uncertainty around this roster, and they've also come in again, kind of showing the haters exactly who they are and what they're capable of. But as mentioned, this is Elimination. This is a really, really important matchup that neither of these teams can afford to lose, and only one will actually be able to take home. And now, taking a look at kind of their past matchups, very recently, in the group stages, all gamers did get the win against FPX, but historically, FPX have been the ones edging out that lead. So, if I could get a bold prediction from you, Magnum, who do you think is going to be taking this matchup?
I think it will be FPX, but I think it'll be 2-1, and one of the maps will have like a 13-11 or no, it's a OT. Because it's just FPX can suddenly just look very shaky on one map. I haven't looked, I haven't prepared for this match because I was stepping in last minute, but yeah, it's just suddenly FPX can look a little bit shaky, and AG have shown that they can, take advantage of that and that weakness.
And obviously, thinking about some of the players that we're seeing on board here, there is a lot of strong players for both of these teams, and we actually saw on the screen a little bit earlier on, they did the kind of head-to-head between the Duelists, Life versus Spitfires, and Spitfires, I'm gonna start there because he's the lower of the stats between the two, but his stats are still absolutely outrageous. We're looking at a 222 ACS. We've got like a KD of 1.13. Like, the dude has incredible statistics just on his own, and yet despite that, Life is edging away in every single sphere, just that little bit better. So do you think that the Duelist head-to-head could have a strong impact here today, or do you think maybe we should be looking more towards supportive lineups and how they're enabling the rest of the team to get results?
Yeah, I'm mostly interested in if we get to see another Autumn on Yoru with like double Duelist. That would be super cool. And I think Spitfires, I don't know, I have a feeling that Spitfires will actually just straight up diff Life today, even though historically that doesn't really make sense. Bold prediction. So, yeah.
Well, it could be a bit of recency bias, because yesterday, I mean, he had an incredible game, and I have it on good authority that he basically carried against Ty Lu. So perhaps, coming into such an important matchup like this, that's where momentum can really play a huge role in, what your performance is going to look like. Knowing that you kind of carry the wind at your back and you have been able to power through a lot of the adversity that you've had to face coming up to this. And perhaps today's the day that they do, in fact, kind of, because having won against FPX once before, anyone could look at that and go, oh, that was a fluke. That was a bad day for FPX. Like, that wasn't really an important match. So for this is really about cementing themselves as the better team, proving that it wasn't just a one-off, it wasn't just a bad day for FPX, but in fact, it was them looking incredible, and that trend hasn't ended. So I'm hoping that we'll see some of that same Spitfire, I suppose, coming through from the team. But what's really going to make a big difference here, I think, is the map veto. And I think that there's a lot of potential for maybe some mind games here. What do you think? What maps might we be seeing today?
Well, I didn't prepare for it, but I'm hoping for Corrode. I think also just Legia as a coach is also what edges me out for today, choosing FPX. He has proven that he can really just turn this team around, because FPX before this stage was a bit more on the downside, the downswing, but Legia really stepped up and brought this team to a top level, and we are not going to see a Corrode. We got a Sunset from AG, and we have Haven for FPX and Icebox as a decider. I mean, I think we're going to the decider, but I hope so, because I think this deserves a 3 map this year.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a possibility here. And I know that, Sunset has been a little bit of a coin flip map for FPX recently, literally sitting on a 50-50 at the moment. So their performances haven't been phenomenal over the last little while. But, you know, it's not that much better for all gamers. They've only played it 3 times. They've won it twice. So you could even call that a little bit of a coin flip as well. And then again, you know, I spoke about how the map veto could be an important factor here. So we dive a little bit further now that we know what our map is. And of course, that's where the composition is going to make a big difference. And for all gamers, I've liked part of the comp that they've been running. I still do not love the deadlock, but it's hard to argue that it has been getting results, and it's worked out for them really well. I love the Viper. I love the Neon. I think that brings a lot of creativity to the table here. But on the other side, I think that I have a strong favoring for FPX's usual comp with the Yoru, the Sova, the Cypher, obviously the double duelist. I think that it brings a lot more explosive power, and when you're coming up against a team that maybe you've got a little bit of a mental block with, having that explosiveness could be the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at what AG played on Sunset, and it hasn't been much at all. They have only played it twice. Once against DRG, where they lost in a close fashion, and then all the way in the first week they got stomped by Shilai, which, you know, isn't the worst thing ever, but they had a weird comp against Shilai as well. They had like a KJ Jets. They had like basically the Ascent, the old Ascent meta comp, and they changed it around for the match after, for the deadlock, as you said. But yeah, it's not looking that promising right now. But we'll see. With these comps, no comp change. Well, the comp itself I like. So the deadlock is an interesting, you know, an interesting wrench thrown in there. But maybe FPX also just watched it already. They saw it from the DRG match. So I'm favoring FPX on this map for sure.
Yeah, I think, you know, just compositionally and stylistically, I think it does favor FPX that little bit more. But again, you know, all gamers have been showing a lot of prowess recently. Their deadlock hasn't looked the worst. Like, recently watching China for the first time, I've started to feel like, okay, maybe deadlock isn't the absolute worst agent imaginable. Still don't love it, but, you know, it feels like there's certainly some possibility for the agent to get results. So maybe this will be where I become a believer. But here we go, folks. We're finally jumping into our first matchup of the day. FPX versus All Gamers. Elimination on the line here. Playoffs at stake. Champs at stake. We'll start things off by a little bit of early mid control here. FPX trying to push back a bit because all gamers themselves are looking to take this control, and they have done that. They've pushed FPX back, forced them out of position. Now they've got a lot of space to work with, but where do we pivot? We pull out of mid, in fact, and instead start moving over towards A.
Yeah, I like this bit of pressure on mid. Just, you know, get everyone antsy on the defender side, and then just slowly contact up on A. You also see that FPX isn't prepared for it, so Yosemite will have to solo this.
Trap wire getting triggered does give over that information, but the deadlock wall stops him from being able to push out as early as he'd like. Spitfires open things up, the player we were talking about, and of course we'll get that first kill here. And with that wall continuing to be a problem, Spike gets planted, and this attempt at a retake is slowed to a standstill. The two sound sensors give FPX pause. They have to figure out what this two-pronged attack is going to look like. We've got 2 players from each direction, but they have to make their way past the sonic sensors, so information is given over. Spitfire with a beautiful crossfire is good for the first shrimp to follow him up, but the contingency from backside have managed to whittle away, brings it down to a 1 versus 2. Autumn now has to go nuclear. The spike is ticking, but he doesn't have the time. Shrimp from on site, a stable anchor, will not allow that ship to sink.
Yeah, very well played from AG. I did like the way that they FPX flooded back onto site with like the double swing, but they just weren't ready for Spitfires in that position, and AG was just ready for everything really. So really well played from AG. We'll see what the next round brings in this anti-eco. But I'm liking what I'm seeing right now.
So now we pivot away from A, and again, FPX going for that mid control. This time around, they've been given a lot of free space. Oh, Puncher is in such a good spot. Okay, no, they don't push it. I was waiting for the spray down. It could still happen. They're still unconvinced about what they want to do. And here we go, that perfect positioning, but doesn't manage to get anything. However, we'll be able to calm that across. Hey guys, they've pushed out through mid, so be aware of that. And you can see AG completely repositioning here, giving themselves some better angles to work with. FPX, of course, thinking better of pushing, realizing that information would have been given over. But unfortunately now, they're heading towards the stack. They're a stack themselves, but with just pistols, it's going to be different. How have you gone and won that? Berlin with one, Spitfire with a 3-person spray down, and for FPX, it's all just about doing a little bit of damage, and damage has been done. All things considered, this is not a bad round for FPX.
Yeah, that I would say FPX should be very happy with this round. 3 kills, 2 guns away out of the hands of AG, but also on the side of AG, Spitfire's got all of those kills, So he is racking up a lot for his ult right there. And that's, yeah, as you can see, is like 1 orb away right now. So he could be using that in the next round, in the bonus round, to try and make something happen here.
I think this is the perfect opportunity for it as well. If they can get that much done on an anti-eco, or an eco themselves, see what they can do when they've got guns in hand and have had to force a bit of a reinvest from all gamers. It's a great opportunity for them. I'm not going for that same mid control this time around with guns in hand. They're going to play a little bit more conservatively. Look to see what information can be gathered. I do like the TP location for the Yoru here for Autumn, but it's gone. And it will not be allowed to be used later. We'll set up another one just in case. This is good. I mean, the rotational ability from Yoru is a huge factor in why you even played this agent in the first time. But to all gamers' credit, they're waiting out a lot of this. So now that utility has been used by Autumn. Not going to have that for the foreseeable future. All gamers have done well here. Now, life on the elevated position instantly shut down. And you would think that that might be the call to push, but no. That's just all gamers poking and prodding. Getting a bit of early information, maybe trying to cause some paranoia as a second kill will come through. And speaking of paranoia, that's exactly what gives them the space here. An easy rotation onto the B site. And yes, there are still 2 players here holding down the line, but they've made it onto the site unhindered. Yosemite's up close and personal in the smoke, but opts not to push, realizes that space is not on his side. A Young gets caught out. Unfortunately, Spitfires continuing to be a thorn in the side. Kira watching for that flank, and it is a flawless round for FPX.
Yeah, as you said in the mid round, they were waiting for all of the utils to just die out. AG really just got down the clock and really kept FPX guessing. And I really just like the way that they executed, they had started on A a bit and then they went and executed onto B. Were able to close that out very cleanly. So this is very good for their economy, of course, but we'll see how FPX can bounce back from this one, because AG is looking pretty good.
It's been a solid kickoff for them. Now back onto an anti-eco, so FPX certainly going to be in a little bit of trouble here. And I love the way that all gamers play this, right? You're sending out your Neon as a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, but knowing that he can rotate away and get to safety. He's all on his own, gets spotted out, and so FPX decide to push him. I mean, he doesn't even need his team. Sure, it's an anti-eco. You're not expecting much, but are you really expecting Spitfires to just 1v3 in mid and create the hugest opening imaginable for all gamers? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, and he gets away scot-free as well. No damage dealt at all. I mean, right as I say that, Yosemite gets a body shot on, but Spitfires is on for the ace if Berlin, gets into his crosshairs. But Yeah, this is very, very well played from Spitfires. I really like it.
This is an absurd start for Spitfires, actually. Bro's on 11-2 and it's round 3. Like,
Yeah, maybe it wasn't such a bold prediction from me.
like I said, maybe a little bit of recency bias. Although, so I don't know if this is throwing you under the bus or not. Oh my god! What? What was that?
That's insane. Holy.
Bro, my Phantom doesn't do that, especially not while I'm sliding. That's some nonsense. Okay. Yeah, so not entirely sure if this is throwing you under the bus or not, but... So you admitted you didn't have time to watch the games yesterday, and fair enough, you're not a caster, so we'll forgive it. But you came into this with that bold prediction, not even knowing that yesterday he had what could be deemed a life game. You made that prediction, you made that call, so we'll give props where it's due. And Spitfire continues to be a problem. Okay, here's where things could get interesting. Life's got an op in hand. He's holding down that mid position, and all gamers have been very dynamic on how they approach these rounds. They're never really doing the same thing twice in a row. So that does make things a bit difficult for Life deciding where to post that up. So you go for a default position, you go for, you know what, mid. Best sightlines, maybe we can find something out. But they've already started to pivot. Despite the fact that all gamers have been known to fake previously, they make a very, very early rotation. It is the right call, but despite that, all gamers already have space on the site here with that Hunter's Fury coming through. It takes down Life, opens up a lot of angles. FPX are keeping this incredibly close, though. Autumn has brought it to a 1 versus 1. Sova versus Yoru. Everything on the line. Spike lost behind enemy lines. And all Autumn has to do is hold on that little bit longer. With the smoke dissipating now, he has to be super paranoid, but he knows exactly where to look. A 3k from him will help FPX survive and finally get one on the board.
Yeah, but even then it was very, very labored for FPX. You know, it came down to a 1v1. Autumn, I believe getting a 3k there. You know, it's not that convincing right now, and I'm starting to worry for my, you know, prediction of FPX getting away with this map, because AG, even in that one round they lose, yeah, it came down to it.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting because, you know, with all the fakes that AG have done, a little bit of poking and prodding, we still see FPX immediately respond, and they're doing the same thing again. They're instantly rotating over the moment a little bit of presence is shown, but this time, AG are not full sending. This time, they're going to play the paranoia game a little bit more to their advantage. But if they hit the brakes too heavily here, then that gives FPX time to get that information. And here you can already see they're starting to kind of spread back. Life is heading back over towards mid to post up with that operator. They've left it a little bit late here. All gamers have decided to circumvent mid entirely. We'll start making moves over towards this A site. But look at that. The timing on that smoke is phenomenal. That's going to force them to have to use the drone, as well as with that smoke coming up, the Viper orb. It means that they deny a lot of early information for all gamers, so they have to really slow down here. Running out the clock a little bit, down to only 30 seconds. Recon bolt. There we go. Finally does land, and that should give away the game ever so slightly. It's going to be this A hit. They've already started to push through. Ultimates have come out. Oh my god, it connects, but not before Autumn gets his. That being said, they'll be able to get him out very, very quickly. There you... Oh no, in fact, he dies to that. No one there to save him, so Spike will get planted, and FPX again have to mount a 4v4 retake on A. They've done this before, and it looked really good, but are they going to be able to get similar results this time? Maybe this time actually take it over the line with so many smokes coming up, denying all of the sidelines in the world. Life with the craziest shot on the other side of the smoke. Berlin to follow up. Hansha just that little bit peeked out into the open, and that's going to allow the defuse to start. Kira, 1 versus 2, and will be denied. Life with the close range operator, managing to get 3 in that round, and the defuse. Phenomenal round from him.
Yeah, what I really liked about the previous round, just about this round that we just played, was again how many question marks AG created, right? Even just the conditioning from the previous rounds made it so that FPX was really, really passive on A, and they didn't really know what was going on, even though there was nobody there for AG until, you know, they were going to A to execute. So I really like that a lot from AG, just the entire game plan we have right now and we're seeing. And it looks like we're seeing a little bit of conditioning again. Or are they just going to... I doubt they will actually execute, to be honest.
AG have tried to kind of keep their style unreadable. You know, changing up their positioning, changing up their execs, changing up their speeds. But despite that, oh, that's a nasty paranoia, but oh, beautiful stun. Denies Berlin from getting any value off of it. So for all gamers, the call here is to back away, and it is, of course, the correct one to make. They even throw down that sonic sensor just in case they have any crazy ideas about following them. The shock dart misses. The trap wire has been removed, but that's okay. They'll eventually deal with it regardless, even though it was a little bit deeper. And now they have a free rotation in towards the site here. Smoke there to deny some sight lines, but Autumn in the perfect position. They don't expect him to be so aggressive. Spitfires, however, will get his back. Life continuing to be a problem with this operator, and with Ayang locking down mid, that's going to leave Shrimp all alone. Post plant enabled, but Shrimp disabled.
Yeah, finally FPX looking a bit more, you know, confident, a bit more. We will take these fights, we will take the space. We will just counter you. Looking much better. Look at Autumn's position. Like this is more what I wanted to see. The more aggressive space taking and capitalizing off of that. Love to see it. This is the FPX I want to see for my prediction to go correctly.
I can't wait for FPX to win so I can laugh at Volt. But you know, we'll wait and see. We didn't actually get to go over talent predictions, and I'll be perfectly honest, I can't even remember who I predicted for this. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that this has been such a difficult region to call across the board. I predicted all gamers. Thank you, Volt. Appreciate you. Okay, well, we'll see if that does actually come to fruition. I've got a lot of faith in how good this team has been looking this season, despite all evidence to the contrary. But FPX certainly seem to have pulled up their socks a little bit here. So this is probably a really good timeout for all gamers. They've lost 3 consecutive rounds. They don't want to let that become a 4th. And this is likely going to be an eco for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think what is being said in this timeout is probably like we need to be more aware of now they're starting to push those extremities a bit more. We need to get back our heads back into the game because it looked a bit, how do I say it? It wasn't fully together, you know? And I think it was more so maybe the comms were a bit messy. Maybe everyone was stressing out a bit more. But we got that coach timeout in to get everyone calmed down. And, you know, Spitfires is still 14-5, but he has been a bit more quiet these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, FPX have certainly identified what one of their win conditions are. That being, of course, deal with Spitfire as quickly as possible. We'll see now if he... Oh my god, never mind. Spitfire Hunter very quickly shut down early on. So that's going to deny a lot of space for this All Gamers roster. They're starting to make their way in, but they get caught in that crossfire. However, Delby and Shrimp will even things out just that little bit more. Not completely even, but they've been stopped in their tracks. Hunter's Fury forces them out. Life is waiting with the operator. As soon as they get flushed out, he can take that kill, and it's all down to Shrimp. One little chalk dart, and that's all she wrote. Another 3K coming through here. A lot of multi-kills this game, but it's FPX with yet another win. And that wasn't the eco for all gamers that I predicted, but this one surely should be.
Yeah, AG, I don't really know what the plan was here because they just said, F it, we'll just go. We'll just go. We'll just push the site, we'll just go B. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really get what the coach timeout was about then. Because it doesn't really seem like much of a plan here, and FPX read that perfectly. And really just denied the space, denied them. They couldn't really get out of sight without getting a fight. And really a nice round from FPX, though.
All gamers have done really well to regulate their economy. I don't know how they've done this. They've lost 4 rounds in a row and they still have rifles. I mean, that in and of itself is pretty impressive. But FPX clearly just don't care. The big game changer here, of course, was Life getting that operator in hand. And he has been incredible with it from the moment that he picked it up right until here, getting this opening frag on the round. It's just been a very one-sided affair. Make it a second one. Yes, he can. And despite the double swing, he's able to very easily get out of dodge. Young to follow up with a kill onto Shrimp. And this attack has been hobbled before it even had a chance to begin. Spike is still making its way to somewhere. There was a lot of space garnered in mid by Kira, but he has to fall back and regroup with his teammates. But with just the 2 of them left alive here, surely this has to be a save call.
Yeah, for sure. FPX really just woke up, I feel like, because in the first couple of rounds, they were, you know, like I said, were a bit scared, but, you know, not as confident. Now they really just figured out what to do. Maybe Legia also gave them a bit of extra stuff of like, okay, be prepared for this or this. Maybe they'll do this. Really, FPX just woke up. And they're showing AG they're here to play on their own map pick. I think on AG's map pick. So yeah, very very interesting and very well played by FPX. Life is on fire now with that up.
I think, you know, I just wanted to come back to your comment about the timeout. Like, I think that one of the big issues that we often overlook is that, yes, all gamers called the timeout, but FPX get to use it as well. And I remember from my coaching days, it's at that point where you go, okay, this is probably what they're saying and what they're going to try to do. So now to respond to that, this is what we're going to do. And a really good coach is able to kind of predict a little bit of that movement. So that could be what was happening there, where FPX just kind of had the number. However, finally, Spitfires back in a little bit of control here in a driving seat of some kind. Gets the kill onto Autumn. They haven't checked Berlin. They had no idea that he could even be there. So a very quick trade-off, and he gets a second and able to get out because he's being covered by his teammate. But Delby will shut down Yosemite. Maybe a little bit too far advanced there. Getting a bit cheeky, but Life doesn't allow Delby to take the space that he wants. However, with all of that happening, that back and forth, A site is completely free and clear. So Spitfire use the overdrive just to ensure that no one stops them. We'll have the Viper's Pit come through as well to ensure that plant to go down. Ayang is still alive though, so they will have drone to clear out the pit. And that could be a big difference maker here. Hunter wasn't able to pick up a rifle either. Well, he wasn't able to pick up an M4, not an M4, a Phantom or an AK. An AK, good lord, what is wrong with me today? I'm mixing up my CS and my Valorant. He wasn't able to pick up a good gun, so he's still stuck on that Bulldog, but in the Viper's Pit, that could be all that he needs. Beautiful shot onto Life. Brings the numbers even, but Spitfire has to constantly reposition. Can't become telegraphed, and he doesn't. Beautiful kill onto Berlin as well. And with time ticking away, Young really doesn't have anything to work with here. He's going to be forced to just back away.
Yeah, I really... Oh my voice is gone already. Well, yeah, I really like the Viper Spit there, the way Spitfires played around it as well, the movement, trying to pick a fight into the Viper Spit and then immediately going outside of it. Coordinated with the Viper Orb as well, pulling it up, having it up when it goes out, as you will see right now, and then dropping it, getting that other kill. Very well played from the duo here, from AG. Yeah, it was a bit tough for FPX with that Viper Spit, but they're doing double up right now, so we'll see how that goes. Yes.
I mean, that could be spicy. We've seen what Life can do, and both of them have you know, both the Jet and the Yoru have a fair amount of untradeability that they can work with. So this could work out really well for them. And I think there's certainly a universe where there's like another rifle tucked away somewhere to swap out if necessary. But for now, nice. Oh, that drone gets everything. Now Ayang can reposition, trying to catch anyone looking to get a bit cheeky, but not to be the case. So all gamers with a bit of a round the world tour here. Oh, Yosemite. Oh, trying to get a bit of a flank on, but does get shut down. Now Autumn in a bit of a tough scenario, because while being scoped in, can't have sightline, gets caught out by the recon dart, has to pull out the ultimate, get a little bit of repositioning here, but this is a great opportunity to get even more information. Are they going to be aware? They're going to have to keep an eye out for him, so that paranoia continues to be a problem. Spike has been planted, post-plant scenario looking pretty good for the moment. Flash to come through, but despite that, Autumn gets shut down, and finally, All Gamers looking like the team that they did in the first 4 rounds. A dominant exec onto this B site, only losing 1 player, and FPX fumbling.
Yeah, the double operator didn't really work out that well as FPX wanted, because most of AG went mid, and that was the only spot where there was no operator. So it was a bit unfortunate on their side, but AG really brought it out everything. They went through mid, they got their space.
Nice try.
Yeah.
他们现在就在中路跟我们打分啊。
Good from AG, very good from AG.
Another timeout here. Again, good timing for it. This time around, of course, it's FPX. It is going to be the last round and a half. So obviously, they're looking to try to get that last round for themselves. Make sure that it goes in on an even footing, because to go in at a deficit when you're about to be coming up against a defensive deadlock, that could cause some issues for you in the later game. So they want to just make sure that they can deny as much of that value as humanly possible. I will say they did really well at adapting to that deadlock as the first half went on. In the first 4 rounds, it really felt like they were getting shut out pretty consistently by that wall. But as things moved on, the wall wasn't really getting as much value. And it actually felt like All Gamers were starting to not use it as effectively as they could. It's kind of a 2-pronged issue there. We head into our final round here of this half. We'll see if FPX continue to make some of that magic off the back of buying the double up in the previous round. The money's not in a great spot here, so in this round they straight up won't have one. Instead, Life's going to be playing with the Judge and the Blade Storm. We're going to pack a massive punch here at close range. Spitfire instead has pulled out an operator. Oh, beautiful use of the drone, but despite that, Life with the jumping shot, a knife straight to the dome. Spitfire taken offline. The raid boss will not be allowed to participate in this game. The paranoia misses! Oh my god, but that's okay because they still managed to catch him in the annihilation, so that's going to give them a lot of room to work with. They cannot save Life. Can they save their own lives as Autumn gets 1 but will get taken out? The site is free and clear. Numbers, no real advantage here, but perhaps a bit of an advantage just in terms of HP. Hunter spots out the lurk, but instead of sticking around, repositions to his team to try to double up. Yosemite shut down Ayang with 2, despite the fact that he gets spotted out, and that brings it to a 1v1. Omen on Omen violence. Berlin and Kira. One of them has to come up victorious, and Berlin, he's just going to stick the plant. Oh, halfway. Gets off. Good timing on that. Now knows exactly where Kira is. And with that, yes, the teleport was used earlier. Knew that there was no moving away and will clutch the round.
I really liked how Autumn played that site, because he realized there was nobody coming his way. They were all going through elbow. He only got 1, but I think he got a lot of stall from that. Look at this shot from Life, by the way. That's insane. Life is trying to make me shut up about the getting diffed parts. So yeah, but again, a really close round to end off the half. We'll see what both teams have prepped for the pistol of the second half. And the switching sides, things can switch up in the game as well. A lot depending on the sides. Sometimes you have one side way more prepared than another, but this could also just keep being a very close match, to be honest. What is being said right now? The main weapon. What is your main weapon? The Vandal or the Phantom? To be honest, I really like my Phantom, but sometimes I just go for the Vandal because I know I'm gonna just body spray and whiff all my shots. So.
God, that's so relatable. I will say if I'm playing smokes, and that happens very seldom,
sure.
then of course you go with the Phantom. If you don't play Phantom on your smoke agent, well, you're kind of trolling. But when I play other agents, it does tend to be a bit of a toss-up, I guess, depending on how I'm feeling on the day. You know, if I'm feeling a little bit crispy, I'll go with the Vandal. That doesn't happen often. So usually I'm a Phantom enjoyer, spray and pray. In fact, if I could just buy Ares for the rest of my life, you know, just go like really lean into the spray and pray meme. That would be me.
I like to spray myself a lot as well. I get a lot of kills through the smoke with a Phantom, so I am also a sprayer enjoyer, but not on Ares though. That's a bit much. But you're seeing here the damage graphic for Spitfires. You know, that 3K, that Ace. All coming in. We'll see if Spitfires can keep this up. He's 18-8 right now. That's insane. So it looks like it's might not be a one-off from yesterday. Oh, and the tech pause. Unlucky.
Yep. It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that. Luckily, we're in the China region, and the tech timeouts never really last long. Knocks on wood. So, yeah, this should be quickly resolved.
I like this. You know what? Just kind of chill for a little bit. Take a breather. You know? Visualize the game and what that next half is going to look like, because it could, of course, become quite the spicy affair. With this going very, very even at the half, I think the pressure is certainly on here for both of our teams. And I think more so for AG, just because it is their map pick. So, you know, they want to be able to come out of this with a pretty solid win so that they feel a bit more comfortable going into their opponent's map pick and knowing that if they do lose it, then they've got that third map to fall back on. But if they don't win this map, I mean, that could very well be the end of the line. So we'll see if they can bring themselves towards themselves a little bit more. You know, it seems that resting a little bit does seem to be the call here for most of our players. Either that, or they're just like, man, this game is too easy. I'm just falling asleep.
Well, Sam, I have a little question for you. Would you be more like, you know, just chilling in your chair, laying back, doing the ass pass? Or would you maybe do something else in your tech timeout? Would you be maybe, you know, spinning your knife or something?
That's a tough one, I'll be honest. Purely because I have situational ADD, you know? But, yeah, it would just depend on how I feel at the time. But what I'm feeling now is that we need to take a look at the second half. Tech pause is over. And FPX doing very similar to what we saw AG doing in the first half, taking some of this aggressive mid control. Oh, Autumn. So many angles to watch. And okay, with all the information garnered, Berlin's just gonna go ahead, swing out, get a kill for himself. Not a care in the world. Finally gets taken down, but not before FPX have full control of the site. The spike has been planted already. Now, they're gonna play a bit further back here. That's an interesting choice. Don't always love this, especially with the changes that came through on Sunset. This used to be the only way that you held a post plant, but now so many more opportunities. The lurk from Yosemite is phenomenal, completely unexpected. And Shrimp now, a million angles to try and check, 3 duels to try and win. Does manage to get the first, but they're playing out the time here. They know that there's no sightline denial available. There's no smokes, there's no wall. There's nothing really that Shrimp can do to clutch this round. And FPX will take the pistol.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Like, FPX took that pretty convincingly, even though Autumn, you know, was caught off guard in mid while trying to lurk, and AG knew from the first 5 seconds where FPX was going, because they pushed onto A and didn't see anything, and they instantly rotated. And still FPX was able to get this one pretty convincingly, I'd say. Yosemite on the flank, securing the round basically for FPX. But we'll see how this anti-eco goes.
Important one from FPX to start trying to build a little bit of momentum here. Pistol round, I always say pistol rounds can be a little bit of a coin flip. But the fact that it came up heads for FPX means that they have that massive advantage here. They can't really allow that to be wasted. That's a great fake. A few footsteps towards the A site and an instant teleport away. And look at it. All gamers have bought it, man. Hook, line, and sinker. They've all moved over towards this B site. The smokes come through as well. It's just the freest rotation for FPX. Now, of course, we've got a shorty here. Spitfire's been having a cracker of a game. Get a little bit of damage done. A little bit of damage, but not the kill, unfortunately. However, rotation's very quick to come through from all gamers, but will there be enough time for anything, really? Spike should get planted with relative ease here. No real pushback as all gamers have split. Now, given the fact that this is a pistol round, I remain unconvinced. And there you go. Kira gets caught on the rotation. They will get a push back, but with just one kill coming through, it's not a great second round for all gamers. Remember, FPX, they managed to get 3 kills on the second round after losing the pistol in the first half. All gamers looking like they're not going to be allowed to replicate that. No guns to be stolen away off of dead bodies. No real reason to save either. Maybe for the utility, I suppose. You want to take that into the next round. Apart from that, I mean, maybe they just died to Spike?
Ooh, maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe Autumn just takes it. That is also a possibility. What I really liked about this round was how FPX used Ayang, the only person that didn't have a gun, to go and search for those kills. Because if Ayang dies, it's not a big deal. He only had a ghost. Again, there you see it as well. He was trying to hunt for Del B, but it didn't really matter because he was just like a little... He was his own Silverdrone, basically, you know? And Autumn was able to refrag there as well, so really nice anti-eco from FPX, really nice plan, but let's see what Delby is planning here. Oh, yeah, and he returns. I was already wondering what he's gonna do about that one.
I think one of the things that might work against all gamers here is they don't have the same kind of aggressive space-taking capability as FPX did. You know, having that Yoru being able to take that B main control pretty easily round after round. They don't really have the same. And in fact, they're very passive at the moment. And we're only like on round 3, so we don't have a good read into how they want to play this particular defensive line. But as it stands currently, very passive. This Aldrone is just being dodged beautifully. Doesn't spot a single thing in towards mid. So now they still have no information. And that's a dangerous position to be in. You're running a double, well, not really a double sentinel. You got like the pseudo sentinel of Viper with the deadlock. You need that info and it gets denied. Finally, however, a little bit of information will be garnered as a bit of a altercation comes through in mid. Despite everything, they're still really angling for this B hit. And with both the Viper and the deadlock here, that's going to make it really difficult to enter. They've gotten market for free, though. They've taken that space. They've already started moving in towards site here, but the grab net makes things very, very difficult. FPX keeping it competitive, but Ayang will be the last one standing on site. And with Spike not planted, all AG have to do is play a bit of time, bait him out, and it's another 3K from Shrimp.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see how much information the Omen on the side of AG got on A. They just knew we can stick to B. Like, you even saw a little bit of hesitation. Should we rotate? Should we check something else? No, all good. We can stay on to B. We can insta-flood. We can hold back side and just instantly shut down FPX on the site executive for, you know, converting that very important bonus at this point.
Keeping things very competitive here. Exactly what we want to see in a playoffs match. How much closer can this go? Life's picked up the up on the attack here. We saw what he was capable of on the defense. Even in these kind of close range, close quarter scenarios, still able to get a lot done. So while I sometimes am not the biggest fan of the attack op. I think in his hands it could still get a lot of value. Good flash there to allow him to take a bit of space, make a bit more of an advanced position. Instant trade to come through. Life not allowed to get a kill for himself, but the fact that he's able to get out with his life is big. Ion getting taken down isn't great though. They no longer have info, but at least that's a problem across the board here. Both teams could struggle from that. Oh. So much space denial here, sightline denial as well. So FPX are just kind of caught out in mid at the moment. A little bit of no man's land. Oh, there we go. Finally, the op is allowed to activate, and with that back-to-back setup, they're able to get 2 kills, open up the pathway over towards this A site. Not entirely. Kira still here. Kira, being a problem, has dropped the spike, and with life now caught in a crossfire, FPX, everything was looking good, but it's fallen apart at the seams. Kira elevated, good for the first, but Autumn has to go nuclear. It's gonna have to be a 4K, and it is denied. Huncher to clutch the round.
The way Kira held down the spawn for his team was incredible. There was so much stall on his side, with being able to just perfectly maneuver around the enemies and make sure that Hanche can come in and help was amazing to see. But I expected a bit more from Life's op there, but you know, it was a bit rough when they just couldn't take any space that wasn't called mid, so can't really do too much with that. It was just really well played from AG, and FPX didn't really have anywhere to go.
And now, unfortunately, back down onto a bit of an eco. You've got the one Guardian there to try and cause some upset. But Yosemite has been having a bit of a rough day. You know, had some aggressive pushes here and there on the defensive side that got punished quite heavily, and hasn't been able to really look on form. So if he doesn't start to activate, that could become a major problem here. Spitfire, all right. I was playing life a little bit here with that operator. And again, anti-eco, you're expecting it to more or less go this way. But FPX doing well to at least keep it somewhat expensive. They've taken the operator out of their hands. Don't know necessarily that they'll be able to keep it that way. Quick TP to the other side of the map, so at least they'll secure some plant money. And he does have the Guardian. But perhaps... Oh, and this is great as well because he's lured them away from the op, so they won't be able to save it. They haven't recovered it, so it won't be used in this retake. So they're forced to reinvest into it. Not necessarily that their money is a major problem, but it could turn out in their favor. And AG, I mean, they realize, yes, the spike is ticking, but with their numbers advantage, they've got a little bit of time to play with here. A tap on the spike. Pros don't fake. You can't really spray with a Guardian, my guy. Oh, if he had a Phantom, there's a world, but it was a Guardian.
Yeah, I don't even know how that one shot on the diffuser didn't hit. It looked like on his head, but I guess just barely misses it. But yeah, that was a bit rough. Spitfires is getting a lot of value with the op right now as well. Like, he was like, Life, I know you did well with an op on the fence, but I can do better. So I'll just take over here. Take the reins. 23 and 13. I mean,
jeez.
That's insane.
You know what? Sometimes somebody's got to get down and dirty and do the tough things. And despite that crazy lead, and despite the fact that Yosemite is having a really rough map, the scoreline is still this close. What you take away from that is entirely up to you. I'm play-by-play today. I don't give insight. I simply call it as it is. And that is certainly a thing that is happening right now. But all gamers have managed to pull back the lead, so they'll be feeling a bit more confident.
X is trying to get into this top mid area again. They haven't found as much success, and again they will just get picked up with smoke. Spitfire's just taking that fight onto A main. Now they use a drone, but like, why is the drone used earlier? I'm a bit confused by the game plan here. They keep going top mid and they keep losing there because it's just a pinch from 3 sides.
they've certainly misunderstood the map, it feels like. Like, mid control is actually not that important on Sunset. And I know, like, a lot of people are going to go, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, mid control. It's really not that important. Especially, like, if you can take market, that's about as much mid control as you actually need. You don't have to be rotating all the way through the defender's spawn. And unfortunately, at a point, especially with what's happening now, as you just pointed out, it hasn't been working. So something's got to give. Changes have to happen. Maybe it's time for another timeout to come through, because all game is
the same.
Yeah, with a 2-round advantage here, hitting double digits. And there it is. There it is. There's that timeout.
Yeah, that timeout was definitely because they were just hitting a brick wall. It feels like, you know, again and again, trying to go top mids. Lagia is he knows, and he's telling the team, like, guys, we can't keep doing this. Let's chill out. We need to do something else. We need to take some map space. We need to take some map control, especially on A. Spitfires is holding down, and if it's not Spitfires, it's someone else. Just has very deep information, which means that AG just has perfect rotates. Go anywhere. So yeah, very good timeout timing, because this was very, very needed.
We're curious to see what the potential adaptations look like, because we had said a bit earlier, like, there were some timeouts that looked like maybe what was discussed wasn't implemented accurately, or maybe, you know, the enemy coach was just that good at reading and countering. But this is an important moment for both of these teams. You know, for FPX to be able to go 1-0, take your opponent's map pick, go onto your own map, and, you know, feel you've got that lead and you can kind of pivot off of that. That in itself is really big. But for all gamers, they come into this as potentially the underdog. I mean, it depends on how seriously you take their results in the second stage as opposed to how they looked in the first stage. But they've got a bit of a point to prove here. And yes, they've beaten FPX once in the group stages, but a second win here would certainly kind of cement that confidence booster for them. This is an important round. That first kill to come through stops life in his tracks. That won't deter FPX. The first kill, they'll push right through it. Ooh, attempt at a spike plot, but the Hunter's Fury denies that for a moment and allows a bit more time for these rotations to come in. What is the spike doing over there? You can't plant up there, buddy. This is a rough position for FPX. And now, okay, the smoke comes through, but with Spitfire getting that kill onto Yosemite, there's no real space here to work with. Spike will get planted off the back of 2 smokes that allow them to get that done. But they're heading away. They're heading towards the front of sight, towards B main. You can't do that. The spike's not planted for you. Now they have to push. The paranoia comes through, but Berlin gets one, but that's not going to be enough. And the defuse comes through as simple as can be.
Oh, that post plant was not nice at all from FPX. It feels a bit like they're running out of ideas or something, because they had... Why are they planting backsides when there's no real positions to keep holding it? Yosemite is getting caught off trying to go to main, but like, why would you want to go to main when it's planted backside? It's very, very strange decision making here. But yeah, AG is playing really well to just realize what's going wrong for FPX and capitalizing off of it.
I mean, it's messy, right? Like, this is not what it should look like. It certainly feels a bit more uncoordinated. And I mentioned how important that round was going to be. Look at FPX's economy now. It is not ideal. Life will have popped the Blade Storm, and again! Bro! That's the second time he's done that onto the op player, and with the Hunter's Fury getting results as well, that gives them so much space to work with. But Shrimp, what a demon. Going 2 for 1 there. Okay, an extra would have been great, but you've given so much room to play with here. Unfortunately, this time around, FPX will plant in the correct spot, and this hold from main is actually a good call. They've already committed the Hunter's Fury, so they can't play too far away and hold that for post-plant, but they know they have numbers advantage here. All gamers can't really afford to wrap around and attempt to create any sort of a lurk. How have you gone and done that, Kira? Beautiful. And the net gives a little bit of time for him to reposition shots through, but Ayang with the headshot shuts him down, denies the clutch, and a much-needed round for FPX.
Ayang absolutely clutching up this round, not just in that final 1v1, but also getting that entry with that Hunter's Fury. I mean, not entry, but, you know, the second kill right there, right as I say it, right on cue. Even though Shrimp really tried his best to hold down the backside, it wasn't enough in the end. Ayang, amazing clutch. Yeah, that's frustration right there. Very much.
And in a round where FPX had a bit of a broken bye, very important for them to come out on top of that one. Moving one step closer. There is certainly a world in which overtime is on the table. Got a couple more rounds to get through before we can realistically call that, though. FPX, they've kind of moved away from trying to take that top mid space, so that certainly does seem to be working in their favor. A lot of this deadlock util has been pulled out very early, so they can just wait out this wall here. They don't even have to shoot it. It's been standing for some time, and there you go. It's just going to dissipate. But with the drone coming through, that should give away the game. That, yes, it is going to be the push in towards the site. Life gets taken down, but Ayang will trade. So that's going to allow that plant to come through, and it does open up the site as well. So all gamers still need to rotate in. And they're all kind of funneled in towards the seat of the defender spawn area. So not a lot of potential for flanks here. Lots of crossfire potential, though. And this is going to be a post-plant on site. So they can take these battles up close and personal. The stun to come through. It's not that cosmetic. Yosemite finally activates. Finally, he's doubled his kills in just this round. The 3K puts him up to 6. And it does confirm another round for FPX here. You know what? He may not have had the greatest start to the map. But when it was needed, he showed up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is probably one of the most crucial rounds to get that 3K to secure the rounds 10 and 11. But also, you know, Yosemite did have that one round closer lurk in the first half. We'll see if Yosemite is truly awake now and can pull up more of those heroics. Like, look at this. That's insane work from Yosemite. Instantly causes a timeout for AG. That is yeah, I'm happy to see Yosemite back, because I was getting a little bit concerned.
Yeah, certainly not looking to his usual standard, which was a little bit upsetting, I suppose. But I think that, I mean, the last 2 rounds, that's a tilter for all gamers. The fact that it happened back-to-back rounds that maybe they felt like they should have been able to win, and that FPX just kind of really stole away from them at the finish line. So this will be an important conversation to be had, especially because with FPX having changed up their approach, I mean, all gamers were shutting down those mid pushes, those, potential wraparound attempts. They were shutting those down basically with their eyes closed. Now with FPX not taking that aggressive map control, it feels like they don't know what to do. You know, a lot of information gets denied early on, so their rotations aren't as informed as they could be. They're not able to rotate as quickly as they want to. And as soon as they get to site, it's too late. Spike's been planted and post-plant's been set up.
Yeah, we'll see if FPX really found their groove. Maybe the coaches have something prepared for us right now. It looks like a way more standard default right now from FPX. But AG instantly wants to take that A main space, pops that Viper spit. And FPX, they want some of it.
Oh, okay. They've identified that the operator is on the B site. And they're not perturbed by this Viper's pit. They're going to push it, pushing it as 3. And, Hunch is good for the first, but does get traded out pretty quickly. So, going to be in a bit of a tough one there. The Viper's pit now offline. The wall's going to come out, instantly gets destroyed. That gives over a little bit of time here, but look at all gamers. They've already started to rotate in. They're not going to be taking any chances here. Ion gets taken down, so any information for FPX is now off board or offline, except for maybe Yosemite, but doesn't have that camera available, so not a lot to be garnered as they attempt to push in on towards the site here. The drone, I think it spots at least 2 there just as that paranoia comes through. So Shrimp's going to be able to get the kill onto Autumn, which means that it's just these last 2 players pushing in through Elbow. A teleport to reposition to the default position. They're going to try to get that. No, they're pushing. They're not going for the spike plant. Why are you pushing this? Spitfire gets the kill onto the spike carrier. So now it's all down to that final moment, and it is denied. 12 rounds for all gamers. FPX, they're floundering in the final moments.
Yeah, and I think they had like a pretty good read at the start, like pushing into that Viper's Pit, 3 people, only getting a 1-for-1. You know, that's great for the attack side. You know, as an attacker, you always appreciate a 4v4, but AG just, you know, they just clean up, basically, and they are so ready to close out their map pick of Sunset. But is FPX ready to stop? That's the big question. They're trying mid again, but, you know, not in the same way as I criticized, so they're faking that pressure. I really like that start because, you know, they conditions AG to be very heavy on mid. And now they're just with that pure TP. Oh, Spitfires still gets 1. Very nice, but Anshe realizes there isn't much here.
Good little bit of poking and prodding there. I was talking about taking aggressive B main control, and the fact that they didn't have someone like a second duelist to do that. They send out Spitfire to do it, and sure, he does trade off, but now you no longer have him on the board, and he has been the raid boss for this team. 28 and 16 at the moment. Hunter, beautiful, in a little bit of an advanced position himself, will shut down Yosemite. Yosemite is not having a good day, guys. He has really struggled to get value on this map, and unfortunately it has been a suffering point for FPX. So now, that was potentially a lurk setup scenario. But with only 20 seconds left, they now have to commit. Paranoia doesn't connect, so they're not going to be able to play off of that. Hunter with yet another kill. Shuts down Berlin. Spike not to be planted. Maybe. There we go. Oh, it does start to come through, but oh no! The Hunter's Fury stops it in its tracks. He's been forced off. The Spike's not going to get planted. Not like this. And that's how all gamers do it. They win their map pick. They saved those ultimates. They denied the Spike from even being planted. What a performance from our quote-unquote underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, AG, they have really impressed me this stage in the group stage, and even though I wasn't able to watch yesterday, you know, today I am, again, impressed. Like, they're playing these rounds very smartly. They're saying, okay, like, we have basically the round-winning... The map winning round in our pockets with all these ults. We are going to invest them to secure this map. And really, really well played from AG here. I loved what I was seeing. It was still very close, but in the end, that bonus that they converted at the start, that probably helped them out a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to hop on at players that are having a rough day, but I think that if you did like a comparison, and yes, it's 2 very different roles, 2 very different play styles, it is quite different, but if you had to look like Spitfire versus Yosemite, and you've got one player who's having a barn burner of a day, just absolutely untouchable in a lot of these scenarios, and that's your frontliner, that's the person who should be consistently in danger. And you compare that with your lurk player, someone who's meant to be catching timings, someone who's not necessarily meant to be in, you know, those high pressure scenarios, who's not necessarily meant to be taking these frontline battles, and has been consistently really shut down and hasn't been able to get a lot of value. And I mean, even with the utility, we weren't really seeing that Cypher utility make massive waves throughout this map. So unfortunately, that has been a key factor here for FPX. However, sometimes people just struggle on a map. That is a fact of life. So I'm hoping that as we head over, into the rest of the series, maybe we'll see him start to come alive a little bit more. Maybe we'll start to see him kind of pick up and show a bit more prowess, because this is definitely not what we expect from this player. And we're going to have our team comms now.
来一起拉，3、2、1。我加这里。
没大烽烟了，小心摆中路。
你们先别往上走，别往上走，
我再加，我加超射。
你不加 B 通吗？德比。
B 通你加了，小沙，他箱子在左边，箱子在这里好吗？可以 B。
中路一个说啊。
他们等会儿肯定要踢。
F
烽烟了，
我不要，跑不跑？我们再加一会儿。
加油加油！
我对，别漏。
别漏。nice 峰哥，我加烟你。nice。
我们回一波。
先加会儿，小心 A 呀。
都来
B 桶，一起来 B 桶就完事儿了，好吗
？B 通吗？
对。
哦，那来 B 通。
还有飞机，我们就一波 B 就完事儿了。对，喊着回来看我们屁股。
对，喊着断屁股就行了。
等会儿我们跟飞机一起，向左在左边经典。nice。
给我5杀！
来，我跟你，跟我。
去找。
先自由。
我带屁股。
我加市长。我去半路这拉吧。来吧。
玩时间。
你们走。
要不去拉吧，要不要点住？
对，来吧。
中路没看到，小心屁股。
打不到啊。
逼通，给他逼通。
逼通吧。
我逼通来。
没有。哦，来。
有。龙哥。
喷火了，兄弟，喷火了。
That was a sick ace, not gonna lie. And it is a great way for us to segue into our MVP Spitfires with a 344 AC. I'm going to say that again. 344 ACS. 8 multi-kills. 219 damage per round. Okay? In a no armor round, that's 2 kills per round. Like, that is insane. And this is what we were talking about, right? We spoke about how Spitfire could just diff life, and it does kind of feel like that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, at least that one was my correct prediction. I mean, Spitfires was just actually a different beast this map. Apparently, he was also a different beast yesterday on Icebox, on Jet. So maybe map 3, maybe we'll see it. We'll see it again. But yeah, Spitfires is actually just unreal and so much value for this AG squad here. It's really impressive what we're seeing here.
We did get a little bit of insight into some of those comms. So one of the comms was, go bait for him, Delby. And I love that that's actually a strat. You know, a lot of teams, at least in my ranked games, they get really upset when you bait. But this is my proof that in pro games, it is a strat, guys, okay? I am just trying to help the team win. And of course, Spitfire did just that. But Life, yes, he was a little bit far behind, but he was still the top player for FPX in that matchup. So it's not like he disappeared. He still had an incredibly strong performance. Look at those opening kills as well. Like, all gamers just really dominated this map so often in so many different ways. They just had an incredibly impressive performance across the board here. And the question now becomes, can they carry that through to the second map? Can they keep that momentum going and push us through to 2-0 victory over FPX, their second victory over them? Who knows? We will find out after a very short break. But before we throw it, I just want to say a huge thank you to Magnum for stepping in for one of our maps here. As I mentioned a bit earlier, he's very often on the other side of the camera, making sure that we look good. So it was really cool to have you here joining me on this broadcast. But we will say goodbye.
I enjoyed it a lot.
After the break, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I'm glad that I got to be the one to cast with you for your first foray into VCT China.
There you go.
But when we return, we'll have Medante on the mic. So guys, don't go too far. Refill those drinks and we'll see you in just a few minutes. And welcome back, everyone. I'm on the opposite side of the screen now. This is Project Horizon, where we bring you the English coverage of VCT China. And as mentioned, we've got Vidante. Welcome back. He's had a bit of a stressful morning, guys. So be nice.
I think the hair and everything, it shows UK internet is the only words we need to say, and then we move on from that. But UK internet's the only thing. But yes, I've had a stressful morning, and to be fair, so have AG. And so have Trace. It's been a big morning for them. It was sunset, and while it worked out for AG, it was a bit shakier than maybe I would have expected for them personally. And yeah, after moving on from that, I mean, Sunset's a map that I've always kind of said AG have looked pretty damn comfortable on. This wasn't exactly the case.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, FPX took Sheila to overtime on it. So you would think that they... And that being said, I mean, FPX looked really shaky in a lot of these scenarios. So the fact that it actually did get that close, and with Yosemite having a bit of a rougher time on it, like, I must say I am impressed with FPX's tenacity and their ability to just kind of keep throwing punches despite everything. But we move over onto map number 2. This, of course, being FPX's map pick. And this being a map that all gamers have played twice and lost twice this year. They have not had a good showing on Haven.
It's rough. The underdogs not having a good performance on Haven, and I think Sam, you actually said the underdogs, and to be honest, at that point, you are right to say all gamers have just done enough work at this point that maybe we just have to accept that things have changed, and we can't say that, okay, yeah, AG are the roster that we used to know, but having this struggle on Haven when it seems to be, I think it's VCT's, I think it's third most played map at the very least. It's at the very least top 3. I don't know exactly where it sits in that standing, but yeah, AG is gonna be struggling to say the least. And with a mirror comp on Haven, which we don't actually see too often, usually there's 1 or 2 slight changes. Like someone will put something a little bit just to kind of throw that in, the comps will be there. And yeah, having a full mirror for AG,
Well, I mean, what's interesting for me is, like, FPX have actually made a change. The last 2 times they played this, they were playing with Vise, and for the entire year, they've never played a Killjoy on this map. So this is the first time that they're coming into this map with a Killjoy and looking to see how that does actually work out for them.
We'll have to see. I'm hesitant, but that's why I'm here and not on the stage. That's the rule. That's the rule. It's always very much a, okay, there is a bit of a change up, and it's interesting to see. But again, that's why they're on the big stage, and we're sitting here dealing with UK internet service providers. But anyway, that is exactly how it goes through, and it's a very tentative start from FPX, and that doesn't surprise me at all. They have been wanting to play Haven so passively right from the start. We've been seeing a very aggressive setups from the beginning from a lot of the VCT China teams. FPX has always broken that mold.
I'm feeling the nerves here, you know. This is, I mean, AG lost this 13-5 to FPX the last time they played.
Oh my days, they're just throwing, oh my days, the snake bite is getting pulled out, and Life and Autumn with the bag. That is the cleanest walk into A site we maybe have seen in quite some time at the very least. FPX using all the time in the world. 20 seconds left. The spike has been planted. No concerns at all. The positions, the setup, everything is clean. You even see the delayed Yosemite is making sure that no one comes through on that flank. Not something you have to worry about. Of course, you've got the Killjoy turret on long, and yeah, it's Hansha and LB, and they've done some incredible stuff beforehand. I think this is just a reach too far.
I mean, the way that they did that as well was fantastic. You know, on a pistol round, you know, you want to get a little bit more up close and personal. So that close right angle as you come into A main, instantly molly that off to flush that player out. And once they did that, well, it was a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump, and life continues to be a problem for the AG roster. Finally does get put down, but doesn't really matter because that is the round going in favor of FPX. And of course, they're 2 for 1 in pistols at the moment. And this is exactly the springboard that they need. And coming into this with a change up in their composition, the big thing for me is obviously they're not going to have that flash now that the Vise does allow them, but it's not... It shouldn't be that much of a detriment, right? You've still got that paranoia. You've still got a little bit of explosive ability to get in onto the site, but it certainly is a more slow and steady composition because you've changed over onto that Killjoy. So you're going to have to play... You're either playing hyper aggressive off of very early Sova info, or you are playing like really like snail slow.
It's a very different pacing, and it's wild to say that Vise has dictated that, but with how confident some teams have started to get with her, it is that level of kind of proactivity, that proactiveness in terms of what you want to choose to do with the setup for the Arc Rose, because it has been something that's such an... Maybe underrated is not the term because it has been given the respect it deserves, but even still, the Arc Rose is very much just a strong piece of utility, and the setup for those flashes is massive, as you said. They're not working with it anymore, and they need to just play the pure aggression off of it, especially swings from like Nova. Here we go. There it is. Exactly. That is exactly what you want to see if you don't have the Arc Rose online, if you don't have the flashes to work with. And FPX have just walked onto the site twice now as if it's their own.
Honestly, my heart goes out to Hansha there. The stun came out and he dodges the stun, but then he still gets paranoid and is like, well, what do I even do here? Pistol in hand. And of course, that was the seaside anchor. That's somebody who's going to be playing relatively alone towards that site. So, yeah, that was kind of all she wrote for that round, unfortunately. Now, for all gamers, maybe a couple of exits would be quite nice. Yeah, you want to try and keep this round expensive, but also not to your own detriment. You don't want to give over free ult orbs. You don't want to, give over anything unnecessarily. But it doesn't look like FPX are going to allow any of those exits to happen. Everyone dies to the bomb. Correct call to make in a round like that. Now we look towards round number 3. All gamers will be able to buy up. No, it's not going to be a pricey reinvest for FPX, but they are playing against the full bonus, so it won't be like, oh, we lost someone, we can just buy a rifle now and be cheeky. It'll be the same setup as before, so there is that slight advantage to try and work with, but Yosemite's bought an outlaw, so, there's a world.
Yeah, I was about to... The AG in particular, I think it's always been Yosemite as well. There's always seems to be the kind of pivot outlaw to just shut down any light shields, or more importantly, just with the aggression that FPX have had, it's always... and there it is. Oh my days. I'm sure we'll get to see that in the replay. That is a phenomenal shot. FPX are usually happy with getting some damage ticked through, and then of course that's when the outlaw really shines. It does function as an op at that stage, and either that or Yosemite just pops heads and doesn't need any additional damage.
And FPX are doing a lot of poking and prodding here. They get their first kill towards Longboot. They know that Delby is so deep. Oh, they do trade him, but now they've got so much space to work with. This is going to have to be a very quick plant.
It is, and unfortunately, it's currently life with the plant as well. It's being played very tentatively. Okay, the Viper Orb does go down. The tap, just to prod anything, as you said, very much kind of a prodding game that FPX have been playing, and they're making sure they're not getting prodded themselves. Absolutely comfortable, and now they are ready for the flank. It's 2 members, Spitfire and Hansha, but all members of FPX do seem ready for this. It's only, of course, Kira on that defender side. Everyone else is on that flank, and they're playing it to perfection. FPX have pushed both members all the way out. In fact, they seem to be, yeah, they're already happy. That is the call, just for them to say, okay, we can't take this. We can't really get the position. We can't do anything with it. We're happy just to save, but FPX, I'm sure, are far happier.
Smoking off the turret in a moment like this. That is hilarious to me. We're not going to deal with the turret. We don't want them to know we're hunting. They know. They know. Unfortunately, there's not going to be too much gathered off the tail end of that hunt, but that is a big round for FPX. That could have gone horribly. And I was saying, you know, you've got to either be super explosive or you've got to be kind of snail slow. But the poke and prod that they did across the map really opened up a lot for them, despite the fact that we had good reactions from all gamers, taking space where it was given up, trying to really kind of get in their faces a bit more and make them uncomfortable. But FPX did a really good job of just consistently playing off of one another and using that space that was garnered to their advantage, pulling those rotations and really just being a thorn in the side. That's one of my favorite darts. I'm really glad to see that that gets used quite a lot. Doesn't pick up anything this time around, but doesn't mean much.
It's always... I swear, like, I know it's been 5 years since the game has came out, but I'd give it another, like, 2 and you'll see, like, Sova darts that do just straight, like, rely on the orbital pull of these maps. To do something absolutely ridiculous. 100% it will be coming through. And speaking of coming through, never mind. Life was trying to, and Shrimp has absolutely said that B site is shut down, has no concerns. The teleport comes through. Berlin manages to get the pick, and meanwhile, Yosemite's managed to pick up that other frag just as the swing through the smoke does happen, and the spike's been planted. And if anything, that is as clinical of a B push as you could ask for.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. A lot of teams like to go for the B hits when they're on like an eco, which to me is crazy.
Yes.
So doing it on what... It's not a full anti-eco. AG still came into this with a little bit, but you know, there was a clear advantage here. So the barriers to entry are a lot lower and your post plant is going to be a lot easier because you have a solid gun advantage. And especially given the fact that AG... they're looking to save again because their money is in such a dire scenario that they can't really afford to lose these weapons, particularly because they did reinvest a little bit into this round when maybe, oh no, you know what, he had a sheriff when he went to save the gun. So it was a high risk, high reward, and unfortunately no reward.
It hasn't paid off, and for anyone that watched the I believe it was the XLG map where the spike just did not play ball, and it didn't end up killing the member. Yeah, it's a fickle thing it is, and Delby unfortunately is now seeing the other side of it where the spike is very bloodthirsty and happy to take him down for it. But FPX, honestly it's no surprise with how AG struggle on Haven, and it's just the micros. It's very much the micro, it's very much that macro stuff where it's just, even when it is working out for them or it seems to be they make the right decisions, other teams just look that confident and they look that solid. And speaking of, this is what you want to see as an execute onto the C site.
This is outrageous. I mean, they've done so much to garner the space here. Spitfire with an uncharacteristic missed shot. The molly is landing perfectly to just kind of flush Hunter out of his position. Ayang just runs onto the site and gets a multi-frag, and then they still have utility left over to deny any attempt at a retake. I mean, this is clinical. This is fantastic. Where was this on Sunset? That is clearly a map that is very uncomfortable for FPX, but now on their home territory, they look untouchable. 5 rounds in a row, and AG it's looked like they haven't been able to touch them. This is their 3rd save in a row. I mean, I'm glad to see that they're saving. Sometimes in this region, you tend to see some teams don't actually do that, and instead they opt to just kind of be like hyper aggressive or whatever. But the fact that it's happened 3 times in a row, that the round has become unsalvageable and they've been forced to try and hold on to the dregs of what they brought into the round, that's very impressive from FPX.
It's a confidence game. It's a confidence game, and that's what's going to be happening now. FPX are so happy that AG are willing to kind of save as much as they are, because let's face it, I've always kind of said that there is a point where, like, okay, yes, you've saved the guns, but the guns aren't what's saving you. At that point where the gun advantage or having like the Vandals, having the Phantoms, that's not what's making the situation better. Like, you're struggling with that full buy, so that is the change. And I appreciate the aggression. They wanted to try and do something, but Autumn has got that red. The book has been pulled out, and Autumn has seen the script that Spitfires is going to push up mid on their own, and there's a lot of A control for the side of AG, but I think we've seen it before, and Sam, you pointed out, you know, whenever you're dealing with that anti-eco, whenever you're dealing with even arguably a full buy, that's whenever the B site push comes through, and there is no one there to prevent this.
Yeah, I must admit, the Spitfire push was interesting. I was expecting maybe like a 5-person push, but they're attempting a pincer towards mid here. So we've got crazy aggression out of A main, and there's positioning in garage doors. Maybe they can get a little bit of economic damage done.
A little bit. I mean, Hansha at least picks up one, but for the most part, that is FPX on the kill feed. Shrimp is trying to pick up the gun, and the recon dart being pulled out there just to try and get any sort of information, but nah, it's not going to be enough time. The only information you have is that you are absolutely sent to the next round, and with a 6-0 for FPX, I'm pretty certain at this point you're going to be needing to call that timeout.
Yeah, I think a little bit of damage was certainly the key word there. Only getting 1 kill off the back of that. I had some hopes for that attempt where you were kind of encircling from the different directions, and maybe you could set up some strong crossfires and finally, you know, get a little bit of damage done, but completely denied. And I actually think that maybe this is a bit late in the day for this timeout to come through, you know? After, I think round 5 would have been the best time, you know, at the end of round 4, because that's when you should, but this is the thing, right? So round 5 is usually when you're going to come through with a full buy, but because of how those rounds had gone and they'd been doing this like weird saving thing, and so their economy had been doing like some really weird waves where they hadn't actually been able to come through with a full gun round since round 3. Round 3 was the first time, was the only time, in fact, that they had a proper gun round. And the rest of it has just been these like weird, janky half buys and ecos. So I think that's maybe why this timeout is coming through here, because if my understanding of how the economy works isn't completely out the window, they should actually have rifles into this round. And there you go, full loss streak bonus, an operator in hand. Like, this is the best opportunity. So maybe that's why they waited for this timeout, but that timeout has to net results, and it has to happen now.
Depending, I mean, yeah, here we see the smoke come through. Depending on the Spitfire's shot, as you said, we've seen an uncharacteristic miss. Whether that comes through again or not, or if it was, as we've said, uncharacteristic, and Spitfires is happy to make it work, that remains to be seen. But again, all members of AG, they've let this C site go through. It's always just been down to Hansha, and we see that Spitfires, he can't quite get the wall bang through. The spike has been put down, and you already see FPX, they're not even really concerned about getting onto the site anymore. They're playing the post, they're setting up for the post plan so proactively, so quickly, and I mean, can you really blame them? It's been pretty smooth. Kira at least is able to finally pick up one. Spitfires finds the shot as well. Autumn trades out, but for the first time, it looks like AG, they're finally able to get themselves back onto the site. And with only one member left at Ayang, yes, the Hunter's Fury goes through, but let's face it, that's going to kill 3 people. And Delby shuts it down, and finally, the timeout seems to have worked out. AG put themselves on the board.
And this was a good adaptation from them. The coaches clearly said, stop playing on site. Stop dying early.
Start now. Stop it.
Yeah. And this was great from them. As soon as that smoke came down, they realized, okay, there's likely going to be a push because it's a top long smoke.
Yes.
So that allows them a walk up. So they're like, all right, cool. It's likely going to be a B hit. Let's back off site. Let's not allow them. They'll throw out that util. They'll try and flush us out. So let them use that util early, and then we'll go for retake. And with the operator in hand, Spitfires get so much done. The rest of the team backing him up perfectly. And finally, all gamers get around on the board. And I will just say, Yosemite has stepped up from that first map. He's been a key proponent here. But if all gamers can keep this momentum going and keep playing this more retakey style and drawing out that utility early on, they know that FPX isn't running a composition that allows them a lot of information. So if they back off and retake, they're in a much stronger position.
I mean, if anything, Haven and Lotus are very much the just kind of retake maps where that it genuinely does put into question your capacity to retake, how comfortable you are just to sit back, let the utility get used to let the opponents on the site, and then play against them with that lower utility. I mean, we see the snake bite gets put down to stop the defender side coming through, and we see the lockdown. Autumn is tentatively playing with it. Not going down just yet, but of course it does kill. There it is, it kills 12 seconds, and that's a big factor. That's essentially a quarter of the spike timer going through. But speaking of what's going through, Life tries to run through the smoke and Kira punishes for it. Berlin at least gets the trade, and the timer goes down as the lockdown has initiated, and now all gamers with the retake.
4 versus 4 here, but somehow they're managing to keep numbers relatively even, but they're running out of time. Yosemite has activated, and Spitfires is going to be forced to have to hold on to that operator. And this was a great round from FPX, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. It's about the conditioning. So they know that they have From the Shadows online. So what do? They smoke top long towards C. They smoke the top box as well. They teleport into the smoke. The same thing that they do every single time they hit C. They smoke backside. So they've kind of cut off all of these information points, and they've made it look like it's going to be another C hit. So what do all gamers do? They all completely start to rotate over. Now, at first you're thinking, well, that's not the end of the world because they're playing retake anyway, but it's the lockdown that clinches the deal for them and makes that retake impossible. It was expensive, but ultimately they could not win that round, and now all gamers are back down onto a janky buy, and things are just not looking good. That was cinema from FPX.
Yeah, and yet again, phones off, ladies and gentlemen, because the show is in progress, the screening is in progress, and Shrimp at the very least is causing a little bit of havoc in that specific cinema, but it will be the only kill that comes through. FPX, yet again, they know that buy favors them. They know the AG are not going to be operating off of the best, and fittingly enough, speaking of operating, that is the only true big gun that Spitfires has. And I mean, AG have had to save a few times beforehand, and now that is going to be even more pivotal to them. And FPX are going to run with it. If you want to save those guns, they're not currently what's saving you. So we're happy with it. They're of course going to hunt, and Life, despite the fact they have overdrive on point, they really are looking, and they still find it. Hunch was meant to deal with it. It's a gorgeous shot from Spitfires at the very least, but let's face it, they only bring that operator into the next round, and FPX are now going to be fully aware of it.
This really does feel like FPX's home turf, man. They just cannot be pushed off of their momentum. They lose one round, and instantly an adaptation. What was that face? He knows, bro. He knows what he did.
He knows exactly what he did.
Oh my god, bro. The confidence here from FPX. I love to see it. And it does look like we are going to go the full distance to map number 3. Because at an 8-1 scoreline, the chances at recovery for all gamers are kind of dwindling away. And it does make one start to think this compositional change-up, we had some question marks about it, but FPX, they're making it work even on the attack side. I shudder to think what that defense is going to look like.
I mean, that's the thing. We shudder in the casting desk. AG need to be concerned about it, because as you've said, it's been working so much for FPX on the attack side, and this is right. This scoreline would not dictate it. This is Haven that's coming through. And speaking of, Shrimp at least trying to get something out of that Hunter's Fury. The call does come through. That is a very aggressive site towards Garden, but FPX have darted around that absolutely beautifully. Not a single tick of damage, and because of that, Shrimp now lost the Hunter's Fury. That will likely be the only time we see the Hunter's Fury during this half, unless there is unless we see another ace, if it happens. whether that does come through. But the lockdown and the Viper's Pet are on live for AG. They just need to. There's no proactivity. I would genuinely say Kira, I think, needs to just run onto a site and call it. Yes, you might not fight on that site, but at the least it dwindles FPX's options.
All right, there we go. They've actually triggered the alarm bot, so now we'll start to see rotations. But again, it could just be too little, too late already. That spike to get planted, but lockdown has come out. It hasn't denied the plant though, and unfortunately, that's not going to buy them the time that they want. Nobody getting caught out. The Viper's Pit does come through, so they've got a bit of space to play with. A tap on the spike here, trying to draw anyone out into the open, trying to pull them into their sightlines. They're managing to keep things fairly even here, getting these trades. But are they going to be allowed to touch the spike? They have a numbers disadvantage here. They have to keep playing off of one another. And do they know where these last two players are? Yet another tap on the spike. And it's the overdrive from Life. Makes it a 3K on the round and secures yet another round for FPX.
Cooked to perfection with the overdrive. We've been seeing, honestly, and this is VCT China is the only region that makes me, when you pop overdrive, I get concerned for the neon. Like, genuinely, there have been times where like it gets popped and then like just the most clinical shot does happen. This time though, no. Life not being added to that scoreboard of unsuccessful overdrives, completely comfortable with it, no timeout pulled, and with AG they're going for this aggressive C site, but as quickly as it begins, it does end. Delvey at least is able to get a consolation prize, but that is 3 members for the price of 1. FPX have that C site for free. The anchor from Hansha is put down to the A site instead, and this, yeah, as you've mentioned, Nari, this is FPX's map.
Mm-hmm. I will say, like, the overdrive is a little bit like the showstopper, you know? Here comes the... How many times?
I've heard it from a couple times where Breach does it as well, where you hear the "Let's go."
Yep. Unlucky.
Yep. So it's very much, I would say, a hit or miss, but right now it's all hits for FPX and AG. Yeah, again, there's only 2 sheriffs. Yeah, they don't want to give up the ult orbs, but at this point they would really just kind of like to take a fight. I think even just for their confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think confidence is shot. You know, they did win that one round, and maybe they were feeling a little bit better about how that wait. Oh, there we go. There we go.
There you go. Do that again. Do that 5 more times, and you've got a round. Just do that. Just do that 5 more times, and you're done.
Oh, that face, bro. They know what they did. I will say, like, I liked the aggressive C push. Could we get more of that, please? Because we capitulate map control without any effort on FPX's part. I mean, FPX just walk up and they're like, oh look, we have a free walk up, we have a free site, so this is easy peasy. The one round where they actually do get a bit aggressive and try to take space is on a pistol. Like, do that on your gun round. But unfortunately now it's the last round in the half. There is not a lot of wiggle room here. We're staring down the barrel of an 11-1. Now they've shut down the C walk-up potential, and they've taken aggressive positioning, and Shrimp's been shut down. This could be the beginning of the end.
It's pretty likely. Yosemite, as you said, Yosemite was not really there for the Sunset map. They were struggling. This time, though, more than happy, more than setting up. And Hanche, decision making there, maybe and all that seemed so much of kind of a Hail Mary play, and unfortunately, she'll be meeting Mary herself up there, just put into the afterlife very quickly. And as you said, beginning of the end, FPX, they have got the frags in their position. There's no real ultimates you have to worry about. Yes, Spitfires does have that overdrive, but that's only a concern, really, if the Neon has been having a fire game. That's when you start to worry about the overdrive, and currently Spitfire's not really been the case. And for once, actually, FPX, they're happy with the positional control to just rotate out.
I like Kira's position here, but he's all alone. No, knife out, no information. He had nothing to inform his rotation, so he just ran into an enemy team, and now the spike's going to get planted for free, and there is nothing that AG are going to be able to do to stop this, to shut it down. The overdrive does come out, but Yosemite is ready and waiting, and with those little bit of lightning coming through, knows that his opponent is on the way. Spitfires will be good for 1, though. 2 versus 2. Is this recoverable?
I mean, if it is at the to climb a mountain, you need to put your first step up it. But there is a tall order. Even if AG managed to get this defuse, and with the setup from Autumn here, they tap the spike. The molly doesn't quite go down the swing, and it's as quickly a swing as it is a miss. A unfortunate go through for AG. And look, I'm gonna say this. Maybe a perma ban on Havens on the cards.
Perhaps. I mean, normally they ban Ascent, and it does bring to mind how bad is their Ascent if that's been their perma ban. It's rough out here, guys. It's important to have a deep map pool, and a lot of teams suffer from that, where they only have like 3 or 4 maps. Or I say 3 or 4, like 2 or 3 maps where they're really good. And unfortunately, you can get absolutely screwed in the veto if you don't have a deep enough pool.
I mean, there's deep pools, and then there's drowning in that pool, and that is exactly what is happening right now. To go from Sunset, it was close fought, but you could see kind of where it was going. All gamers were confident on it, and yeah, if there were 2 map bans possible, Ascent and Haven seems to be the case for it. You would have to make a good argument for any of the other maps, because right now it seems so confident for them. It seems so brutal for them at the moment. Just, it's all going down, and we can discuss the sprays right now in terms of the discussion, what you would rather have, looking at the daily store or looking at friend ranks. Nari, what do you do? Because I'm curious.
I don't do any of these, bro. I just play the game.
You know what? I do the exact same. I really respect it. That's the first. Yeah, I'm too busy sitting on ranked getting molding, like just getting mad at my. I'm too busy on ranked molding at my teammates or me. Yeah, I'm completely with you on that one. Neither is a good choice of my time when I have elo to lose. And speaking of having, well, it's not exactly elo, but speaking of having something to lose, it's 11-1.
Things are not looking good at the... I will say, I went to go check. So the one time that all gamers played Ascent this year was in Stage 1 versus Shilai, and it was a 13-3 loss. So, you know... But I mean, the last time they played this against FPX, it was a 13-3 loss. So again, we come back to... not a lot of options, and that does make things very, very difficult. And we said 13-3. This is looking like it could be a 13-1. Perhaps if they can nab a pistol here, they can, at the very least, match their previous scoreline. But how much more they're going to be able to get done here, I remain uncertain.
I'm certain that if AG can mount a comeback, it will be as ceremonial, if not more, than Fnatic. And for anyone that knows that scoreline, I hope you do. But yeah, that was absolutely gone down in history as the biggest moment towards that side of the regions, that side of VCT. And if it can be matched, then AG have suddenly went from Haven is their hell to Haven is their heaven, and if they can do it, it would be phenomenal to see as this pistol round comes through. And unfortunately, the shots don't go Kira's way. It doesn't go the way of Autumn either, though at least that is a trade in the position, the control. It has been a beautiful sell from AG, and yes, Spitfires does fall for it, but that is a free C site with 3 members pretty confidently there for the setup for the post plant.
3v4 though, this is going to be a very difficult hold, and on a pistol round where utility is limited across the board here. Now that being said, FPX don't have much left. They do have a smoke, which could net them a lot, but look at this aggressive hold from All Gamers. They don't really want to allow any sort of success. Shots through the smoke. It's a double. Hunter gets his 3rd, and now Ayang is the last one left alive. And honestly, I don't think there's a way back into this for them. AG confirmed themselves a very, very needed pistol. But the question here for me is, does FPX force in the next round, right? Do they get cheeky with this round 2, match the guns, but with the confidence that they can actually win it, or do they play safe and try to shut things down as quickly as possible? And I'll be honest, if I'm FPX, I'm going for the gamble, because the way that first half went, it doesn't feel like much of a gamble.
It's very much if you bet on black at the roulette table and 99% of the numbers are black. That's the vibe right now, as you said. It's not much of a gamble. It is very confident. It has been so dominating. The thing is, honestly, if they don't actually go for it. I was going to say if they do and it goes wrong, then you'll see probably the world's fastest timeout. The fastest timeout in the East is probably the best way to say it. And yeah, the Marshall is absolutely living up to that idea of the West versus East. But unfortunately, yeah. Oh my days, oh my God, Spitfires opens the C site. Yes, of course it is a save. It is, and that was a right click. Spitfires was full HP. That's terrifying.
I mean,
that's terrifying. It's a free gun. It's a free gun.
One shot straight to the dome is all it takes sometimes. Ooh, Huncher, gonna give away a free gun here? Yes, you are. Yoink.
Yeah.
Take those.
Dibs. I called it. It's mine. It's mine now, and it's a commiseration gun at the very least. But our AG. Are they attack Haven merchants? Is that been the problem? Are they able to make this work? Because so far the control is there. You can see the positioning. Delby has kind of went back to his spawn. He wants to go back home. He's very comfortable and safe there. And while the spike ticks down, Shrimp is actually the one to get the kill onto Berlin. It doesn't seem like much, but that's one extra ult point for the Hunter's Fury. That could be massive.
Yeah, for denying a retake later on, that could be exactly what they need. So, pistol in conversion means that they, at the very least, match their previous scoreline on this map against FPX. But here's the thing. They cannot afford to make a single misstep here.
No.
It's going to have to be 9 rounds back-to-back of pure perfection just to, get themselves just onto that series, or rather that map point. There's so much more to do. Now, with guns in hand, they are facing off against FPX's rifles. Losing this round, I mean, that's it, right? That's the end of the line, theoretically.
Yeah, I mean, it really... and that could be the beginning. That could be the beginning of the end of the line, as you've said. Oh my days. Life... Spitfires had one good push, and it wasn't an eco, and very much Life has came back and said, you want to see Neon? This is what you want to see, a Neon on the kill feed. And yeah, it's been phenomenal double shot, and Berlin looking to add himself to it so far. AG not been able to do a single thing. 3 frags in the form of for the side of FPX, and if Hansha and Shrimp do this, if they make this round come back, as again, you'll probably see one of the world's fastest timeouts.
Oh no. Don't even worry about it, bro. Ayang holds it down, locks them out, and that site is just untouchable. And, we're seeing a lot of playing for picks.
Facial expression, I'm sorry.
Bro, it's on point. It's so on point.
Yeah, the face card is so played well.
But this is the thing. So what makes this so terrifying, I think, is the fact that, again, there was this massive lead for FPX, and unfortunately, AG are playing a very kind of pokey style. And with this composition, the fact that you lack a lot of, you don't lack information per se, but you lack explosive capabilities.
Yes.
So you are going to play that little bit more pokey unless you're playing what FPX were doing, where they just run at sight, throw their utility at every little nook and cranny where someone could be hiding. And I'll be honest, it felt to me like FPX, because some of these are fairly telegraphed positions to be playing in, but you've still got options, and there isn't enough utility to cover every single option. So it felt to me like FPX came into this map somewhat prepared, knowing where AG like to hold and where they like to stand and how they like to run their defensive line. For AG, on the other hand, it's feeling like they can't get that same advantage. They're unsure of where they need to be throwing things down. And yes, okay, this was the first rifle round. This was the first round where they would need to show that kind of prowess, but they went for a slower approach. And the fact that the scoreline was so skewed at the half means that they don't have a lot of wiggle room. They had to make the right call in that round. They had to know exactly what was going to be the right execute plan, and unfortunately they chose the wrong one, and FPX now are on map point.
As you said, like, FPX have came prepared, and that is the best way to describe it, because we've been seeing what the snake bites have been coming through, like, on the attack side. When FPX were there, Yosemite was putting the snake bite on that right corner for A long. I think he put it down precisely once, and that was exactly the time that AG were playing that angle, and then all of a sudden it shut down. Speaking of playing the angle, FPX want this done. They want this dusted. They do not want to give all gamers any sort of time to make the play, to strategize, and with that full push up towards the B mid, towards that garden, you can already see that all gamers, with that frag not going their way, they are so tentative, they are so concerned about their options. And you mentioned it, Nari, I don't think they have many left. Oh,
Okay.
okay,
That's
prove me
a
wrong.
good.
Prove me wrong.
We'll make things contestable. Oh my god! It's so back and forth. How are they doing this? How are they making the space? What is happening? It's a 1 versus 1. It's all on Shrimp.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury's alive. It's not, of course, going to get popped right now, but he does have it. There's no one else to pick up this defuse. If it starts getting tapped, if Autumn hits this spike, the Hunter's Fury can go down. Shrimp is not going to be there. The shot is just phenomenal, and a 13-3 set up towards that is it's a phenomenal showing. It really has to be said. And yeah, AG, there is a reason that win rate has not been their side for Haven, and unfortunately that is another point against them for it.
That is heartbreaking. Shrimp did so much in that round to keep things as close as humanly possible. But deja vu all over again. Another 13-3 goes in favor of FPX. And yeah, there you go. Map 3 will be confirmed. And honestly, it feels like there isn't a lot of takeaways for this map, at least for all gamers. For FPX, the fact that they came into this with a relatively... Look, it's not a brand new composition. They haven't reinvented the wheel. They swapped out the Vice for the Killjoy. And sure, there is some difference in how you play those two agents. Their kind of role silos are a little bit different, but it's not like you've changed the entire composition. And thematically, Sentinels, they're going to have some similarity there. So what really changes is having that lockdown, and the lockdown didn't make the biggest difference, but it certainly helped. So for FPX, for them to have come in with a slightly changed composition and still had such a dominant showing, that's the big takeaway for them. And I think also the fact that they weren't massively put down by their performance on map 1. They were still able to come through with some semblance of confidence and still have some control into this. But for all gamers, there aren't a ton of takeaways. They come into it with confidence from map 1, but we know that this is a rough map for them. And unfortunately, well, I suppose the takeaway is they haven't worked on this map enough, and they haven't made the necessary improvements.
I'm late to the turret, bro. A 就有的进，他只能叫狙来 A 了。
小心喷子，小心喷子，我觉得
别的。
等吧，等着烟，等着烟，别
make
漏。
noise,
Don't make
noise.
noise， just hold，don't make noise，just hold。一个 George，I need to
给烟加剑，我能正左边一条。
OK， 来，准备。
来，
烟，这个烟，
人控。射大的，可以不用进了，退。
哎，中了呀！我觉得他可能狙在 A， 他这把没得 A 的烟。He break my alarm。他可能狙在 A， 有飞机吗？
有飞机，我们去打。
来一台的飞机吧，有狙的话我们直接不打 A 好吧？来一台的飞机，如果有狙的话我们直接不打 A， 我们去打 B 或者。
车库又输烟了，OK， 来，
来，你可以带包。我是扣。二吗？Take spy to Sova。If OPA, we go B or C。
没看到。
Let's go。
小心小躲，小心。
A 爆弹。
完全。
就打，不用管他那个剑。
来吧，马可。
过了。来做设位置。我们俩走一下。Get my tire back. Clear left. Can't flank.
准备爆弹。
Let's shoot first. 打车。
先拿一下，马可。来这个。
好嘞。推了。来，
道具留着。
我用剑了。
下包了。
开忘宝。
小屁股。
小心玻璃。
Oh fuck, I'm gonna get ulted, bro.
我这屁股有。我 TP 有去人，自己玩。
I got ulted. I can molly bomb soon.
帮你到了。
开枪
I'm only seen. That's why. I'm only. No. 右边。No.
78
大没了。
我 turret 凯州78
Wait a second.
Pick up your left.
Yeah, pick up me.
A 大，
去内龙
2A 大。
Push it on.
吐，
可以 slide
又大，
有滑铲
又大，你可以把大抬了来扶。
And if there's one I was going to say kind of there's one question answered there. It's not really a question. Life was doing so phenomenal in the setup, so phenomenal in the executed. You said there was no takeaway. I absolutely disagree. There is one takeaway, and that's take this map away. Take this map away. Take this map away from us. Just take it out of the pool. That is the takeaway right there for AG. And genuinely, they have to make a big decision whether it's Ascent or Haven that's their workaround. And let's face it, Ascent is a bit more tried and true. It's also just a bit more kind of fundamentals. It's been there. Maybe they replaced the Ascent with the Haven because it just looked like it was FPX's home turf, and AG were trying to book tickets to come visit, but they were not exactly welcome.
And I love that Life is the one that snags the MVP here, because in the previous map it was Spitfires, and that was kind of one of the storylines about the duelists and how they kind of go head to head a little bit here. Interestingly, it was actually Shrimp for AG that snags their like MVP slot and not Spitfires this time. And I have to agree with that. I think that Shrimp played a really, really solid game here. The top fragging aside, just the utility usage that he brought to the table, the clutch moments where he really came up big. Unfortunately for all gamers, there weren't a lot of opportunities for any of these players to really shine, but it did feel like Shrimp was a huge proponent in those rounds that they did win, and in some of the rounds that they kept a little bit closer. So I love to see that one of our more supportive agents is getting love as well. But the big question mark here is what on earth is going to happen on map number 3? Our first map was very, very close. Our second map was a stomp and a half. Map 3 is just question marks for me.
It's a big thing. FPX have usually traditionally done incredibly well on Icebox, or the very least, even whenever they've lost, they've put up a hell of a fight. So that, yeah, as you said, it is a bit of a question mark. All gamers, they don't need this. I'm sorry, because I think, at least I still kind of force them as the proponent of the underdog, and I think that's been put to rest. I think at this point now, like, all gamers have very much just kind of shown their mettle. They've shown their mentality, but at the same time, I don't know, there's still a little bit of that underdog, and who knows, maybe that can come through and shine. Maybe that's exactly what they need. But we will find that out in just a moment. We will be cutting to a very short break. Just let everyone get themselves sorted out. I know I need myself a water, because I'm sure that getting into this map, while it is Icebox, I'm sure it will be anything but a cold watch. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to Project Horizon, where we bring you the English coverage of VCT China. And boy, oh boy, has China delivered today. We are just in the midst of our first series, that first map. If you are just joining us, and if you are, where on earth have you been? It's been a day. First map, incredibly close. All gamers just sneaking out the win on their map pick. But map 2, FPX dominated on their pick of Haven. Now we go to Icebox. Now another mirror matchup awaits us. One of the most classic compositions. I say classic. The Omen is a little less classic. But that's kind of become huge in recent times on this map. But we were saying there's a lot of question marks for this map because it looks like neither one of these two teams have looked particularly good on Icebox over the last 7 months.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that, like, all gamers have at least kind of made it, like, they fought, and they fought hard, but it's not been exactly the most decisive fighting. It's quite like when a toddler fights with their dad. Like that's the vibe that it kind of gives me, where you're just kind of the arm is on you, and you're just holding them by the head, and they're trying to swing, and they can't reach because the arms are short. That's very much the vibe that is coming through. The mirror matchup is interesting. Icebox is usually probably the biggest proponent of someone changes something. They have this idea what they want to try and make work. This time though, as you said, the full mirror matchup, the Omen not as common. I'm still opting genuinely for a Clove at this point just because of the tighter angles, but that's neither here nor there. That is exactly what's moving on, and Shrimp is neither here nor there from this pistol round.
I will just say that, so these guys have played this map before, and it went into overtime. It was 6-6 in the first half, 6-6 in the second half, and all gamers won it in OT. 2 back-to-back OT rounds that all gamers snaked out. So I genuinely don't know how to call this one. It could go either way, but FPX have certainly given themselves a leg up in this pistol. Why have you turned back? Why are you fighting this? Okay, it's fine, they won the fight. Dear God, man, just go sight.
Look, if there is one, as you said, they've given us a set 2 maps. You know, they've given us an absolute story so far. And yeah, if anything, that is VCT China in a nutshell. Oh, three people are behind us. The site's free. Take the fight. Take the fight. Do nothing. We can plant the spike after everyone is dead. And it was a bit shaky, but it has at the very least worked out for FPX, and Hansha is now trying to clear every angle that he can. Life and Berlin are just kind of looking at each other, and the crossfire is absolutely pivotal. A solid pistol round, very much in the way of FPX.
Brother. that was
There's really
way
not
more
much
stressful.
else to be said, is there? There's really not.
It was just way more stressful than it needed to be. FPX will be feeling glad that they did win out those trades. It was definitely an unnecessary pullback, but there you go. They'll take that in the bag, and it's another pistol round for FPX. I believe they're now, I think it's 3-3 in pistols.
I think it's evened up. Yeah, they've been doing really well.
And this is okay. 2 bulldogs, a vandal, 1 person still on the USP. Listen to me, the ghost.
You're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself.
Yeah. I was like, can you tell that I've been casting a lot of other attack FPSs?
No. USPs in my Valorant. Yeah, of course. No, it's been USPs in my Valorant, and unfortunately, it will be USPs for the side of Ayang. It will be an unfortunate selling point. Yeah, I made it work. I made that acronym work. An unfortunate selling point for Ayang as he does fall in AG. They want to make this work. They need to make this work. And even with the lower buy, the initial frag coming through, but all members showing up underneath Tube. Kira reading Yosemite. It's another headshot from the classic. And the fight, Hancha has been trying to anchor down these sides. It didn't work out much in Haven, and he put up a bit of more of a fight this time, but it still is going to be the space controlled for FPX.
I still definitely have a gun advantage, so it shouldn't be too much of a trivial or an upsetting matter, I suppose, to try and hold down this post plant. But for all gamers, they are trying to kind of double up a little bit here. No, Berlin getting a little bit too eager has certainly made things that bit more difficult. Hands over a free gun. Is someone going to recover it? Doesn't seem that way. Still have the pistols on board, but Autumn managing to keep this that bit more contestable. Nice shots through the cloud are landing meaningfully. Spike not getting tapped. Autumn is so cheeky. Life is even cheekier, snagging that very last kill, but there was nothing that AG could do there.
For anyone that's been following Project Horizon for like quite a bit, first of all, thank you, love you. Second of all, and there we go. Kira's kind of showing. Oh my days, the shots. Kira's been showing this. What I've said. Smokes are a suggestion in VCT. Smokes are a suggestion in VCT China. There is a lot of capacity just for these frags, just for the kind of the smoke bangs. They've came through so much, and well, if you've been watching any other tac shooters, it does happen a bit less often. And yeah, VCT China, though, they have no concern. Smokes are merely a suggestion. They will see through that, it seems like, every single time. So maybe just not running controllers, the option for this region.
I mean, actually, that's valid. You know, they've been running a lot of double senties. Who needs smokes, really? Although, you know, Omen doesn't have that paranoia. Yeah, that's true. But Omen has that paranoia, so that makes things, you know... So we've already denied stuns, because stuns are cosmetic, and smokes don't matter. So maybe we just start running 5 duelists. I think that should just be the new meta.
You know what? It's that bell curve meme where it's like the complete angry person, 5 duelists is met, and like the bell curve's like, no, actually all this, and then like the monk is 5 duelists. And speaking of, there's one less duelist for the side of life. Spitfire's taking that duel very comfortably, happy to rotate away, and this is what I like to see. AG are usually very good at it. They're arguably one of the best teams to do it. They get a frag and they leave. There's no overcommitment, there's no burning it through. And speaking of burning it through, the Omens meet each other and Berlin walks away, but the kills are very much leading the way of AG. I say that as the pinstripe kill feed comes through, but the numbers advantage still there for AG.
And they'll just confirm that advantage that little bit more fruitfully. However, a nice little from the shadows will allow the plant. So they'll at least have that going for them. But with 11 HP and a dream here, Spike not necessary. Okay, the reposition, he could get up into rafters, so he could still have a... Where are we going, guys? What are we doing?
And we're going for a turret. We're going for a complete... Oh my days. He's actually... The pace is actually pretty good.
There's a turret. He's doomed.
Is he?
Oh my god!
Is he? Oh! You mentioned the turret, and I thought, okay, sure, but oh my days, that might have been that. I may or may not have made people deaf if that went the way. That was phenomenally played. It's just it was a touch too far.
I can't believe that nearly worked, bro. Like, I check him running knife out, and I'm like, what is happening right now? What are we doing? And it was just crazy enough to work, but unfortunately, Spitfires manages to dodge a lot of what's happening and can re-swing and win that duel. And if that isn't just like pure Spitfires moment, I don't know what is. That very nearly went their way, but it gets snatched away at the last second. But look at all of that economic damage that was done. All of that guns stolen away from them, and now AG still, despite that round win, come into this at a severe disadvantage.
He's right behind me, isn't he? Yes, he is. And oh my days, Kira is right behind the members of FPX. You've got to clear yellow. You've got to commit all the utility in the world. Yellow is a pain for any team. new or ancient as far as I'm concerned, and Kira is showing exactly why that's the case and why B site is so difficult to hold. If you've got the guns, if you've got the position, if you've got the shots to land it, then you struggle with that yellow position so much of the time. And at least FPX have taken A site pretty heftily. They've got the plant down pretty comfortably, and as the rotate comes through, you can see Hanch is just kind of looking, just kind of waiting. Oh, it's nice of you to join me. And this anchor has been struggling a little bit, but with the rest of his team, we'll see how it goes. Jumping. I love jumping right quick. It never gets old. And it seems to be off the back of that with Kira's frag. It's very comfortably All Gamers retake. And as you said, the last time they played, it was 6-6. And the scoreline evened up very quickly. We might see a repeat.
Good heavens. I mean, the fact that they... Can we just take a moment to remember that they came into that round with pistols and one gun?
No.
That and a blade storm. That was all they had.
No,
we don't want to think about that. Is that too traumatic? Okay, fair enough. Trauma response. That was a bit of a rough round, it felt like, for FPX. They had everything going for them. And despite that, All Gamers definitely keeping them on their toes. And now the Uno reverse card. It's FPX who come through with a slew of sheriffs and one guardian. And it looks like this could even be where All Gamers flip the script, take that lead. And yeah, as you said, we could be seeing another 6-6 here. It's very early to tell. It's only round 5. But if it continues to be this back and forth, it really does feel like it could be anyone's game.
Geometry is we've said smoke is a suggestion. Life though taking the headshot from Hansha. Even so, it seems that geometry is a suggestion, but the retake pivot here, I do like it from AG. I like the, okay, you know what, we have the gun advantage, we have the positional advantage in Spitfires. Yes, okay, the Outlaw is an operator if you land the body shot. If you land the headshot though, who even cares? And the retake, as I said, it was coming through pretty flawlessly. The swing, the spike is only actually tapped. It's now being stuck. And while that's probably not going to be a difference, still losing that time, Autumn picks up a gun and the Outlaw from Spitfires to shut it down. So clean. The retake, the call to make a retake was absolutely perfection and played to perfection.
Autumn getting a couple of kills there. You'd like to call them consolations, especially in a round where they came into it with pretty much nothing. But it does mark a stark contrast that All Gamers could thrifty, and in the very next round, FPX could not replicate. And, you know, it is a bit of a herder thing to say, because on an eco round, you shouldn't be thriftying, but the fact that it happened back-to-back like that, unfortunately, it does put a bit of a fine point on it. But we get into this next round, and there are guns available for both sides, and very important to note, operators for both of our teams. And we know that Spitfires has had a phenomenal day, at least on the first map, with those ops. So perhaps we can see some replication here. Life was having a little bit more of a struggle and opted for a bit more lean into the rifles, particularly on Haven on attack. I mean, it just made sense, but perhaps now on Icebox we can see some of those results come through.
I mean, it's the op versus the op. And in fact, that looks to be exactly what's about to happen here. Oh, but the feet, the toes are seen. And Spitfires, that's all he needs to make it work. At the very least, Berlin able to make a trade for it. But the operator is now set up very comfortably towards this nest side. They have to swing a little bit awkwardly. Oh my days, from the shadows, not going to save Berlin. And I was actually expecting, honestly, just off the back of that shot, for the trigger to be pulled. And if it had, there would have been another frag for the side of Spitfires, but this time now the spike is just going to go down very comfortably. The post plant scenario, but it is that 4 versus 3, and a lot of utility was actually used by FPX to get the control through. They burn the lockdown to kill as much time as they can.
And Berlin actually dies to the timing of that smoke dropping at just the wrong moment, getting caught out in the open. That could have been a collat, but it was denied. But Hunter is there to keep things close, to keep it contestable. All gamers now have the advantage. Hunter's repositioned, but doesn't account for the drop from the Killjoy. Now Autumn has so much to do. The molly comes out, but unfortunately, it's being stuck. There's enough time, and that spike will be defused, despite the fact that the Molotov does what it's intended to do, at least for the kill. It cannot help them confirm the round.
Well, if you've ever wanted to see what happens in a Viper's pit, the mosh pit goes down, the boogieing that happens as they succumb to that Molotov is something. And yeah, as you said, it was nearly a collat there. The very proactive Viper's pit, I love to see it. We've talked a lot about before in terms of gaining the ult points, getting those ult orbs and making use out of it, especially for the side of, I want to say, AG. They have struggled before with the Viper's pit does sit there for a bit, or those 9 ult point ultimates are very hit and miss for a lot of teams because they're so scared to you. What if you waste the 9-point ultimate? That means you're probably not going to get a second one for the half, but if you use it early enough, you might do, and it may be enough to cause a commotion, as exactly we've seen just there.
Good timeout to come through here as well. I think for FPX, you know, a 4-round loss streak is probably the best, you know, when you're early game. Losing 4 rounds, because that's usually like there's a variety of different buys that you bring to the table and something like that, and you can see a variety of different approaches from your opponent. But
yes,
they're now at that 2-round deficit, so at least they've got a little bit of wiggle room here. So having taken the timeout, this could be that perfect moment for it. Unfortunately, this is I'm not loving the force, I'll be honest. I think that well, I suppose they have kept some cash in the back pocket, but I remain unconvinced.
Ooh, the Hunter's Fury, the very proactive one. That's honestly what I'm not as convinced about, with no information on A site especially. There's just so many positions that you can sit and you don't have to worry at all about it. At the same time though, FPX, they are making it work. They try and get some space through. Shrimp shuts it down, and actually I say they're making it work. That is a complete lie, spreading misinformation over the internet, ladies and gentlemen. The shot does not come through from Spitfires. The trade at least will go through, and FPX understand that this isn't their place to live. It's just Yosemite with 1 stinger and a dream to try and get this B site. If the rotate is fast enough, at the very least you can do a post plant with a stinger, which isn't as much a gun in a dream as much as a gun in a nightmare.
I mean, I will say the early Hunter's Fury is a fairly standard, like, zoning ultimate.
Yes, it does come through, but it always scares me in A site.
But this is the thing, right? Like, so it can create a bit of space, but it creates space in one very specific area and doesn't really account for anything else on the map. You need more to clear that as well. And for FPX, I mean, sure, they make this janky buy work to an extent. Realistically, there wasn't really too much more that they were going to be able to get done with that, and I'm impressed that they were able to do that much damage, you know, in and of itself. But winning the round was always going to be a bit of a tall ask. And I mean, even I love that Yosemite plants a spike and then runs away. It's like, they're going to defuse anyway. Why should I die for that? Well, I'll get the plant money and then I'll steal a gun and everything will be fine for the next round. But again, they had just taken that time out. This should have been maybe not a win per se, but you wanted to see a little bit more from it. However, with that weird half buy, maybe the spike plant was the ultimate goal here, because they're still able to eke something out. And of course, Life will be able to pop the Blade Storm, so they've got something to fall back on. But if something doesn't happen now, we may not see that 6-6. This may just be all gamers running away with the first half.
And I mean, that's exactly what they would want. That is exactly what they would want. They could not have asked for a better scoreline to start it off so far. But if there's one thing we kind of know about FPX, they do not let this go quietly. They simply do not. The oil drones are about to meet. Maybe a little bit of a smooch. No smooch. No smooch from the oil drones up at the top there. But a decent bit of information gathered as the dive comes through. And FPX again able to take this A site pretty convincingly, but we've seen how confident AG are with the retake. It's going to be a bit harder with the Viper's Pit. It's going to be a bit harder with the positions and all. So set up, so confident this was not the side that FPX done, and they push through. Life falls to Shrimp. He's standing on that banister. That is such an awkward angle, and he does fall for it, and because of that now, the flank coming through from the side of Kira, but of course there is the alarm bot and such set up as this post plant now gets squarely into position.
Okay, FPX are keeping this very expensive. The Viper's Pit making it that bit more doable. The tap is already through. The half has come out. Shrimp somehow gets a shot with a shorty. What is happening? 1 versus 1 yet, but no. With no HP, caught in the Viper's Pit. A stray bullet was all it took. FPX, maybe that timeout did come to fruition, but that was a disgustingly close round. They need to be a bit more convincing in their rounds, but at least they've given themselves a moment to breathe.
I mean, it's difficult to breathe when you're inhaling all that smoke, but they've gotten a little bit more, and yeah, you can see that shorty kill from Shrimp was bang. Oh my days, Yosemite didn't even fully see Shrimp. He had that feel and he had that shot, and it comes through. You can see the stress. You can see the concern that's coming through from Legia. It's a big thing. I mean, this is the last map. Of course, everything does rest on this shoulders, and the mid engagement now coming through. Not a single member of AG wanting to take that fight. There's no turret either. We are usually happy to see that turret on Boiler, but you've got 2 members of AG leaning towards that mid side, and it's actually more of a commit towards the B side. It's only really Spitfires on that operator trying to hold down this A site, which, to be fair, if anything, you mentioned it, it's an we've seen one uncharacteristic miss. The rest of it has been on point.
All right, FPX now still angling for this A hit. Oh my god, the timing on that is disgusting! Follows it up with the second as well. A site is locked down. You shall not pass, Spitfires. Well, there's your uncharacteristic nothing. Okay, he can't make it land onto the third. Has made a little bit of space for his team. Shrimp to follow up. Life trying to imitate. Life imitates Arc. Does it imitate Spitfires? Yes, it does. Brings it down to a 1 versus 2. Now, Life, no! It melts in the Molotov! Not like this, bro!
Oh, the snake bites, ladies and gentlemen. The snake bites. A phenomenally placed molly.
Oh, buddy. Bro, I feel you.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, man, but no, we got... Look at the setup there. Spitfires, no concern. As soon as you say, of course, the caster curse, the uncharacteristic miss into a very unfortunate. And yeah, let's see. Just no clue. The volley lands perfect. Like center mass, may as well have smacked him in the face with the molly itself as the timeout comes through. And the only suggestion you really have, don't get hit by mollies.
Oh, and do you know what? Okay, there is poetry in this, and I'm gonna be the bad guy, but it was Life who was making all of the smug facial expressions on Haven.
Yeah.
Karma's a bee. That's all I gotta say about that one, chat. Oh man. Like, that is... What a way for that round to end. He did so well to keep that contestable, and even in a 1 versus 2 with an operator, his chances were already low. But the fact that it's the snake bite that does him in the end, I don't know how you mentally recover from that.
You hope you can, and you move on, because if you look at the scoreline quickly, it's been 5 defuses and then 1 elimination round. AG are so happy with these retakes, so happy with the positional advantage that's been given, and Icebox is a nightmare to attack on, as I believe everyone who has played, even just in ranked, they know. And Life, unfortunately, not imitating his own words, in fact, more the opposite. That is a massive frag coming through from All Gamers, coming through from Del B, and now The patience is coming through. The momentum has just slowed to a crawl. FPX, if they can get one more, I think it's comfortable for them, but they cannot recreate, they cannot replicate what happened the last time these two met on this map.
All right, there we go. Nice little bit of early utility being used, and that's more to bait out some opposition util. Try to garner a bit of space here, but AG very quick to fill in those gaps. Mid relatively left unchecked now, and FPX doing some damage, but unfortunately with the broken buy that they had at their disposal, there was very little to expect out of that round, and now the repeat of the previous time they met on this map is not possible. All gamers have confirmed themselves a lead at the half, but how much further can they extend this lead? With FPX having forced into that round, there are some serious questions about what the next round buy is going to look like.
It's not going to look great. That's while we're not exactly sure what it's going to look like, it's not going to look great. That is a pretty definitive statement, and as you've said, now leading the half for AG, they're so comfortable with it. If FPX can put, I'd say if they can put at least one round on the board, if they can make this an 8-4 half, it's still winnable. Icebox is brutal on attack, but they've got to make that work. They've got to at least get that through. If they can make it 7-5, then I think they are absolutely over the moon for it. And it'll depend exactly as you said. The buy actually looking pretty solid for FPX. It is mostly a full buy. There's a bit of regen shields, there's a bit of half shields, but there is no half measures when it comes. Life is already on site, and he does get fragged, but at the very least it sets up the space. But Hansha fires back with 2. Autumn shutting that down. The sonar dart comes through, and it's now a 2 versus 2. The spike still needs to go down.
The devastating way for this to kick off. All right, a lot of util being thrown onto the default position, so they've managed to bait out a lot of that and avoid a lot of the util as well. So that at least puts them in with a shot. Recon dart is available now. They keep kind of faking out that tap, waiting to see if somebody peeks out, but finally they will be able to get that plant down. Recon dart doesn't actually hit anything, so they've at least got that on their side. Fear of the unknown spots ahead, but it's Kira to get the shot, and now Yosemite has to somehow 1v3, hold the line, play the time. Getting a little bit eager there, but utility being used beautifully to try and shut down some sightlines. Destroys the op, gets the second, but can't stop the third. Of course, it's Shrimp, MVP of map 2, and continuing to be a problem on map 3.
I mean, if anything, you replace that E with a 3, and you get the greatest 3K Yosemite could have ever had, and it was close. It was oh so close, but as you said, Shrimp just taking it away at the end. That angle from Hansha there, getting that double was absolutely pivotal. That's what you wanted to see. That is what opened up this map, and yet again, it's all down. AG's retakes have been phenomenal, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to do on Icebox, so it does just go to show how confident they are, how comfortable they are with their positions, with their calls. Speaking of, very aggressive position coming through from Spitfires.
Do like this. Gonna shut down this aggression as quickly as possible. And there you go. Life already off the board. That doesn't bode well. And it's right before the lockdown comes through, so they already have the advantage. Can't connect the second, though. Ayang will shut Spitfires down, and with the lockdown being taken out, it means AG can hold the space, but FPX will push.
And they're coming through now. They've won that position. The lockdown isn't a concern anymore. And yet again, AG have been so comfortable on the retake, but finally, there seems to be a falter. There finally seems to be a little bit of a stumble. But Hansha trying his best. He wants at least to make a statement, but now Kira has to walk through a little bit late. What they doing over there? But he's found Berlin. Berlin is stuck in that corner. The ultimate comes through. More than happy with the shadow step, with the from the shadows just to get out, and it's phenomenally played. Kira very tentative about this positioning, but he has to deal with mollies, he has to deal with the post-plant lineup, he has to deal with just 2 members in Berlin, and Autumn working off of a beautiful cross frag. And as The spike takes down, the tap comes through, but it's not a hold, and the molly is there. It looks very comfortably like it is actually going to be FPX's round, as there is no time left. The only thing you can get are frags at this point, but you are not even bringing those into this next half.
Well, it's a standout round for FPX on this attacking half, and it does mean that they go into the half with a little bit more than maybe they had expected given how it started. It is still only 4. It's still not by any means a strong, solid position for them to be in, and this is going to have to be an immaculate second half, and it's going to have to start with this pistol. They're going to have to take the lead in the pistol matchup, and I'm nervous. I think that not winning the pistol here is definitely the downhill slope to not only losing the map, but losing the series, being knocked out of playoffs, and most importantly, being knocked out of any chance of going to champs. I mean, these next few rounds are crucial for both of these teams if they want any hope of making it to champs at the end of the year. So I mean, the fact that you're putting that much pressure on a pistol round, can FPX deal with that kind of pressure?
FPX have very much, they remind me of my favorite dessert, which is an apple crumble. Depending on it, and emphasis on the crumble, especially for some of these pistol rounds, for some of those high stakes situations, as you've said, it can be a touch too far for them at times, and we'll have to see if that's the case as we get down 7 seconds left from this halftime. It's a 4-8. It's definitely possible. I'm not writing this out just yet. Beautiful Jet cosplay. Okay. And a beautiful design, actually. That is really nice. But getting back to it, as you've said, Nari, we've got one pistol round to decide the factor, and it could literally be the decider between champs or not.
I think there's so much going through the minds at the moment. But here we go. They've had just mere moments to gather themselves for what could be the final arena on this map. Overtime, perhaps on the cards, but right now, it's a twinkling light in the distance, much like the one we just saw. That's what they're aiming for right now. FPX hoping and praying. And as mentioned, it all comes down to this pistol. They've gambled A. It's not A, guys. We're gonna have to go retake B.
It's, yeah, you've got to try and get that to fight as much as possible. Unfortunately, the call wasn't really there. Do like the pivot towards the flank, but if anything, I'm sure AG will be ready. You can see, actually, look at how much control they have. They didn't want to plant the spike immediately. A lot of nest was cleared out. They wanted to make sure that they were safe about it as the post plant goes down. And Kira actually is the first one to follow at the flank. Been going okay. Berlin gets the headshot, but he's not ready for Shrimp. And in fact, he's all on his own. The rotate towards mid has came through, and because of it, that has been a free kill for what could have been an easy retrade. And now with the post plant scenario, 4 versus 4, the paranoia online, but this spike already down and has ticked down considerably.
Okay, we're keeping things close here. Spitfire getting 2 for himself, but Yosemite will bite back. 2 versus 3 now, and unfortunately... okay, life. Carry on. Go off, King. Unfortunately, time not on his side, so not going to be able to deny. And as mentioned, a very, very important pistol round, and it does not go FPX's way. AG will take themselves up to 9. The next round should put them on double digits. And at that point, I mean, if FPX aren't already sweating, that will be the moment when it starts to really pour.
I mean, at the very least, it's a cold map. At the very least, it's a cold map. That's the only... Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I deserve that. I completely deserve that. At the very least, that's the only thing. But as you said, yeah, we're getting double digits. We're getting concerned. There have been thrifties online before, and speaking of, oh my days, Autumn is already in your spawn. He's picked up the Phantom because of it. If he can get this frag, no, the timing. Shrimp swings off of Spitfire's presence perfectly. That is a start, but as quickly as it began, it seems to have fallen apart. The mid control very much there, at least looking for FPX as Hansha is trying to get this rotate, only has a ghost to work with, but he's managed to do it. Spike's not down just yet. In fact, AG are sitting in that initial position, but Hansha, all he needs is a ghost.
Yeah, you know what? I saw the vision. I'll be honest. I definitely saw what the attempt was there, but unfortunately, you know, on a round like this where you don't really have much to work with, just getting that one in and of itself is massive. And they go ahead and they get a second one, and they'll be happy with that, I suppose. But we're in that territory where economic damage is a little too late at this point. They need to be winning rounds, and again, it sounds very herder to say, but double digits. Now we'll have guns in hand. Now this is a pivotal round because this is where they actually have an opportunity. They will have an advantage in weaponry because second round is never full rifles, even after winning the pistol. And there is going to be a relative reinvest into this. And yeah, I mean, there's a huge advantage here in weaponry for FPX, but they have to push that. Now, they have made the right call. They've heavily reinforced the A site, and this is where AG are pushing. We've taken a little bit more of an aggressive hold as well. This opening kill will be the potential pivoter.
It will be. It's all down to this. And that's the thing. As much as the herder statements exist, they're still accurate. They're still completely reasonable just to say. They are incredibly valid just to point out. And that's what we're seeing right now. And you can see how much AG do not want this to like kind of fall out of their favor. You can see, though, FPX, they are not really aggressively swinging. They are trying to hold the angles as much as possible. They do not want to give this away. They know, as you said, that there is that shot at champs, and it all but eliminates depending on how this round goes. And now Yosemite with the position towards yellow. The dash comes through from Spitfires. He's vulnerable. It doesn't matter with that headshot. It's very damn clean. Yosemite picks one up. Now he pivots away. Trying to get, yeah, he's happy with it. He's got the frag. They're now concerned, AG. Very worried about yellow, but that is a long gone dream as Spike does go down. But it is a retake for the side of FPX, and with the man advantage and with Autumn adding to it, it could at least go their way, finally.
I was waiting for Hunter to activate, but he's so far away, he's not going to be given the chance to, and instead, it's just going to be the fight on site, and the fight on site is immaculate. 3 versus 2 now, and okay, Hunter did get the chance to activate. Magic gets played out before our eyes. FPX now with 2 players left alive, not able to get onto that spike. Finally, they'll get on. They should be able to get it to half. Footsies get spotted out. The spray is good, and now we stick, but he's gonna live. He's gonna get the defuse. The Hunter's Fury is too late. They've waited out just enough time. And despite everything, finally a round comes through.
It's finally a round for FPX. Say that 4 times fast, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see exactly how that goes down. But yes, it is their round. And Hansha, you mentioned it, you know, maybe a bit late, but that mid lurk was absolutely phenomenal. It just wasn't quite really what they needed, and the frags came through. Shrimp, that footsies had been played. And the Hunter's Fury, though not going to be enough, can be easily face tanked. And again, Autumn is trying the exact same thing, and this time AG will not fall for it. There is a refrag for the side of Yosemite. It's a big refrag as well. He's still swinging this. That is a... confident is too polite a word.
It's a borderline BM at this point. I'll call a spade a spade.
That's more that's oh.
All right, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, the spade that life has pulled out to dig the grave of Del V and to dig the grave of Shrimp as well. A follow-up. The chef is in the kitchen. The knives have been sharpened. The spike is down. And Hansha and Kira just kind of look at each other. Very much the John Travolta shrug. What is going on over there? And yeah, there's a lot going on over there. And it's one guy in the name of life.
Finally, we might actually see an eco round come through from FPX. They haven't really had thrifties so far. In fact, we were talking about the juxtaposition, the 2 back-to-back ecos, and when AG won it and FPX couldn't do the same. Well, finally, it looks like they are going to have the opportunity to get a thrifty of their own, showing us that they are down, but they're certainly not out, and continuing to fight tooth and nail. Now, I think what's really important here is that they deny guns from being picked up. And there you go, right? Recover that Vandal. If they pick up an Outlaw, that's not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. And in fact, they're not even going to get the opportunity to collect that gun or that gun, Kira. Okay, keeping things spicy here. Picking up those alt orbs as well, a little bit of extra cash in the bank, and not allowing any free guns, forcing a full investment into the next round. For FPX, this is a huge pivot point for them, and potentially this could be the springboard that gets them close to that OT. That twinkling light in the distance is getting a little bit closer.
It's very, it's a shooting star. Oh, it's an asteroid. Oh, it's coming right for planet. it's coming right for planet AG, because right now FPX, that could be the difference. That could be the moneymaker for them. And again, confidence is everything for it. Even just those additional shots, those knives landing the way they did is such a big deal, is so key. Yes, of course, the frags are there, but for the confidence to make sure that you're telling yourself that, okay, we can still win these gunfights, that we can still play this position, and that, okay, yes, while they do have the round advantage, AG are not guaranteed to be the better team. They are not, you know, given this for free. They are not walking away with this without a fight. And FPX now, they need to emphasize that F in FPX if they want to give sure. They want to hand all gamers that F at the end of this if they so wish. There's 4 rounds yet to tie it up, but this is a start.
Bro, my brain is so different. You're like, emphasize the F in FPX. It's like, emphasize the fun?
Well, actually, see, fun was kind of, that's the thing. I was more going for either hand them the F or hand them the... And now I've moved to, I forgot what even I was going for at that point. I cooked too hard. Anyway,
yeah,
but that
a little bit overcooked there. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah, I respect you. Look, if anything, that's why we're here. We keep each other in check. That's fine. If there's, you have to call it out. You have to call it, as you said, a spade, and that will be the case. As now, right now, Life just on top of that yellow has been pushed through. Has been pushed off of it, and he's got a lot of angles to cover. We can see the walls, we can see the X-ray, but AG playing this very tentatively, very passively.
I must admit, caster vision, we take it for granted, man. When I can't see the X-ray,
totally.
I get anxious on their behalf. Thankfully, I can look at the minimap and that'll give up some information. Speaking of information, Hansha, free walk up into kitchen and 3 kills off the back of it. Eventually does get traded out, but how has he done that? How has he just walked into the kitchen, cooked up a meal, and nobody even noticed? The ghost chef has arrived.
This is the equivalent now. The only thing that has happened is FPX. They have very much smelled the aroma, and they've done that thing in cartoons where the characters like lift off their feet and have been dragged towards the smell, but they've been dragged towards their death. As it turns out, 1 man left, Yosemite. He's done miracles before, but I think even this is a bit beyond divine intervention. It is a full 4-man retake with the positions coming through. Kira is ducked away at the very least, so it's technically a 3-man, but look at AG's positioning here. They do not want to give even a sliver of hope for FPX.
And I think this is extra devastating because FPX was starting to show signs of life. It was really starting to look like they were mounting somewhat of a comeback, but it could just be that cosmetic comeback that is an absolute heartbreaker.
I mean, when you're looking at shots like that, when you're looking at shots like that, I mean, you mentioned it, but we didn't really see from Hansha's perspective, but those shots are so clean. I mean, that is... that is very much taking the F out of FPX. They are having no fun right now.
And of course, back down onto pistols now with 1 hero Phantom. See if that rifle can net some results here. But this is looking like a foregone conclusion. AG realistically win this round. I mean, they don't even have the Blade Storm like they did in the previous eco where they managed to actually make miracles happen. This time around, it is just the Sheriff. So this should be AG going to 12. That's map and series points. And FPX will have money in the next round, but it will be 6 consecutive rounds needed to take us into overtime. Like, the stakes have never been so high for this FPX squad. And I'll be honest, I'm starting to think maybe Volt had it right in week 1. Things just do not look good for FPX this season.
Shoutouts. The man himself is keeping us sounding beautiful and the feed for you, so shoutouts to him. He's been doing a phenomenal job, and right now, as you said, and as we kind of backed up, it is very much a wing and a prayer. 6 consecutive rounds. Right now, I am very much biased for FPX. I want to see them do this comeback. I want to see it get to... I was about to say get to overtime, because, as you said, it's foregone conclusion near enough. Unless this timing, but life has been spotted out and there is a firing squad waiting to meet him. The lockdown comes through as well, and Berlin is just trying. No, don't you dare. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, I mean the utility was there and the frags are all free for all gamers, but that was a concern and a half. Yosemite fights back with 2, but Kira shuts it down, and map series point as discussed.
Shrimp getting 2 with the shorty is a little bit unfair. It's a little bit rude. It's a bit cheeky, but we do like a cheeky shorty from time to time. Unfortunately, right? Map and series point. Potentially the end of the line for FPX here today. It's gonna take not just a miracle. I think that, you know, hoping for a miracle here is not the play. You've got to dig deep. Ooh, timeout not taken. Okay, no discussion to be had here. We are going to roar this one and hope to God that we can make the miracle happen. Don't wait for it to happen. Make it happen. Not as aggressive as a hold this time around. We're going to play a little bit further back, but this opening kill, this could be the decider for them. Can they get that first shot? They cannot. They lose the opener. Delby to get to an AG with a solid chance of ending things.
The Nightmare himself. The From the Shadows comes through, but it's a beautiful sign of life. It does get shut down a little bit as Shrimp gets the retrade, but it's a nice setup. It's enough from what was such a confident position, from what was such a solid setup from Delby. Spike gets tapped, the Hunter's Fury online. He's only got 21 HP, but he's not checked. He's not looked at all as Yosemite falls. Berlin fights back, and there is a decent bit of utility. Berlin jumps off, but this is an unwinnable situation. We've seen dancing, but dancing in and out of the spike, it has to be a clutch shot. The smoke does come through. The angle's not there, actually. Berlin's opting to stick it, but the shock darts to shut it down. There will be no hope. And AG take it 13-6.
They've broken that curse. And I said they had beaten FPX once before in the group stages, but people could look at that and go, it was a fluke. It was a one-off. It was, you know, FPX were having a bad day because FPX usually beat AG. But today, they have staked their claim. They have confirmed themselves the better team of the 2 in stage 2. No one can take that away from them. And FPX now, they look at them. They know their hopes of going to champs have been dashed against the rocks. Meanwhile, all gamers, while they still have an incredible uphill battle ahead of them, champs is still a possibility. Heartbreak and devastation in the FPX camp. I'm getting a little choked up on their behalf. It's a tough road that they have walked, and they've worked incredibly hard to make it thus far. We say goodbye to a staple of VCT CN in stage 2, but we look forward to their triumphant return, a phoenix from the ashes, and hopefully they will have that moment when next we see them.
I think it's guaranteed. You can see the love. Like it's the nicest part to see, just the respect there, and you can see how much Ayang, like, you can see the difference. There are some smiles in FPX as kind of a commiseration, but Ayang is choked up, and it's understandable why it was hard fought, but all gamers really, they seemed so confident in that icebox, and when it went the way, it's harder to say it because Haven was so dominant, and I believe there was so much confidence there that if anything, it makes this loss even harder to swallow.
And I must say, like, I think that because there's a very like subdued response from AG, and I think that as much as you are over the moon that you have won this game, you take a step forward in playoffs and you're one step closer to your champ's dream. Seeing the faces of your friends, you know, people that you've played against, people that you've played with, as much as in the server your enemies and you fight to the death, to see that devastation, to have felt that previously and to know what that feels like, there's certainly an amount of sadness that you feel on their behalf, and I think that really shines through. But they can walk out of this with their heads high, focusing on what that next match is going to look like, because while they're a step closer, they're still not there, and there are still some incredibly strong teams on the horizon on that road to champs. It's not over just yet, and they'll have to keep this form, they'll have to keep their heads high, keep that confidence, and keep rolling with the momentum if they want to secure that spot.
If they want to secure that spot, indeed. And if they want to secure that spot, just practice ascent a bit more and start banning Haven. Anyway, I'm not the coach, but it seems to be the biggest thing. I mean, 13-3 was the standard, and that's, you know, we've seen time and time again. I've talked about usually how whenever teams kind of play this close, we do say it goes like half and half. So you see a dominant map 1, dominant map 2 for the opposite, and then it's close. This wasn't the case, and I'm sure we're about to hear the team comms to highlight that.
开不击。A 开始走 ，A 开始走 ，A 开始走。
哎，可以踢，我觉得可以踢，可以踢。
我去站 PK 位，
还在断后，还在断后。
我站 PK 位，我知道。
我切黑了，切黑了。拿8点钟好吗？我给阳台。
往下连着，往下连着。
go。来，一起。
Banger。
我给关键请加烟。
二楼死了。
玩爆！
CT 有个脚步。我屁股能来哦，屁股能来。
啊。
二楼一个。
完了。
屁股来，
有大，对，
大招，小小大，
哪个德比？
要不
哪帮？
小小大招。
你去玩大，我去玩前面。
还有剑，
开了，
大，
没拆，
开不了，nice，
别急，
去上楼，
别大德币，大，
大，
我没到，我没去打
啊，一半没拆，
没拆一半。
有尖剑。电击剑。攻击闪。
Listen to it. Listen to the hype. Listen to the excitement. And he made it beforehand. He was the SVP in Haven. He really fought it, and this time he showed up with no concerns at all. Usually the one that is being cooked, but this time Shrimp is the chef himself.
Yeah, I mean, we really highlighted the duelists coming into today, and then on the second map, sure, it was a devastating defeat for all gamers, but he was still the MVP for the team in that map, even if they didn't actually win it out and he wasn't overall. And then to come through onto the last map, and I was talking about it, you know, frags aside, there's also the sheer amount of utility and you know, being a supportive proponent for the roster really had made a massive difference. So to see Shrimp grabbing that MVP, love to see that. You know, relatively new player on the roster as well, showing his mettle, showing his worth here, and keeping AG's hopes and dreams alive. I've been blown away. I mean, I did predict that they were going to win today, and you could call that a bit of like recency bias, maybe a bit of confirmation bias, but they've proved me right, and they've proved a few of our casters right today. Unfortunately, FPX just could not respond, could not hold under the pressure, and yeah, that's us saying goodbye to them, you know. Heartbreak and devastation across the board there, but for all gamers, if this is the level that they're at already with some of their roster changes and some of the adaptations that they've had to make, I think that their trajectory is certainly got quite an uphill slope ahead of them.
It's all kind of sunshine and rainbows for AG right now. No, in terms of, as you said, they have a lot of competition on the horizon. It's not exactly the easiest thing to do at all. This is not by all means said and done. You've seen the stats very quickly there. The post-plant situation, which is difficult on Icebox, they seem so confident about. They seem so happy about it. And we get to look at the map's veto there. 13-10, that was all gamers' picks. It was close. And then Haven was an absolute dominating fest, but the last time, you pointed out, Nari, the last time that they played, it was a lot closer. 13-6 is nowhere near an overtime.
I think that the real thing here was when we came through that second map, it almost felt like map 3 was going to be a foregone conclusion, because if it was so close on AG's map pick and so dominant on FPX's map pick, what could we realistically expect from Icebox? But despite the fact that the last time they played on it, it went into overtime and all gamers ran away with it, this time around, all gamers with a strong, dominant win. And now, of course, we can take a look at those predictions. And well, a whole 3 of us believed in the all gamers rise to victory. I see all of you over there thinking that FPX were going to win this. Yeah, put your head in your hands.
Yeah,
feel the shame.
I have been an AG believer, and this was the time my faith had faltered, and I have been punished for it. I am embarrassed, and I will hold my head in absolute shame. But if anything, being proven wrong just means I've got some stuff to learn, and thankfully, and for a little bit the first time, it at the very least looks like AG are the ones teaching us what went wrong, and that's a bit rare.
All right, let's throw things over to our translator, Beat Us, for the interview.
我觉得就放平心态，正常打吧。
放平心态，其实还是没有什么不一样的地方。那方 Plus 其实也是一支非常依赖于明居的队伍，同时今天他们在比赛里也展现了极强的韧性。可能在日落之城最后几分，他们也是一直在。
So how did you catch like FPX's habits on the last few rounds of Sunset?
如何去处理抓取对方的习惯去破局的呢？
就是。
Yeah, and then it's like we communicated very well, trusted each other, and told everyone to like not to over rotate.
之类的，就是相信队友自己守好自己的点那种。
打得更加谨慎一点。今天的比赛也是连续2天背靠背的比赛了，从昨天的0-2到今天顺利赢下比赛的胜利，感觉你们短时间内的调整是非常迅速的。具体都做了哪些方面的改变呢？
昨天输了，然后之后就自己状态不好嘛，然后回去。
Yeah, he's like actually they were like pretty stressed today.
昨天输有点难受，然后今天上来打压力挺大的，但还好赢了，我觉得。
一开始压力还很大，因为第2张地图其实确实也是当时可能这是你们胜率比较低的一张地图，同时
and like how like kind of difficult is on even.
那面对这样的情况，会不会觉得有一些棘手难以处理的部分？
其实图2前面几场打完，然后我们知道我们今天准备的内容有问题，然后
the things that like FPX didn't play them, and they're like, oh, we're just like not gonna really like care too much about this map.
差不多这样。
那面对
Yeah, and we just play.
就 BO1 被那整半只能干了呀。
放开手脚继续去打，但最后还好是赢下了比赛的胜利。因为今年过去的成绩，可能对于 AG 来说会有很多的不甘，还有遗憾。
And what are you looking forward in Chongqing?
全新的面貌统治了赛场，还想问一下你之后对于重庆有什么样的期待呢？
回到重庆。
Yeah, he's like I'm happy like returning to his hometown.
回到了自己的家乡，真的到时候要造起来。
Yeah, and that's it for the interview.
对吧？OK。 那再一次感谢小火龙接受我们的采访。
Hometown buff? Hometown buff? Question mark? They don't really need it, but hometown buff?
You know what? They might. Remember, there's some seriously strong competition that comes through. So, you know, you never can quite tell.
I've been converted. That's the point. I've been converted, and now I have all the hope in the world for them after I've been proved so devastatingly wrong in that prediction.
Medante is now a believer. You know what? I was a believer. I wasn't a believer in week 1, I'll be honest. But I was swayed, and I now recognize their game. I'm now familiar with it, and I look forward to seeing what they do in the rest of playoffs. But I believe that is us done and dusted for the first series of the day. Coming up next, we'll have our second matchup. It's going to be Trace taking on EDG. Similarly, an elimination map here, and a very important one for EDG if they want to have another chance at being the world champions. Find out what happens after this short break when a new set of lovely casters will take you through our second game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT CN Playoff Stage 2. It's EDG versus Trace in an elimination game in round 1. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kets, me outside, and oh my god, Kets, what have we just stumbled into?
I don't know, Angel, because look, okay, Trace came into this on the lower bracket, so they kind of, you know, they got a little bit of an uphill battle going on here, but EDG just lost to DRG 2-0, and they're now, again, in an elimination game. There may be a world where EDG don't make it to champs. The historical powerhouse of China, the old guard, may be felled here today by the new kids on the block of Trace Esports. I don't know what's gonna happen. I honestly don't.
Listen, if you would have told me that this entire thing were to happen, that Trace only made playoffs because of the win they got over EDG in the group stage, and now we're sitting here in that 8th place match, I think I would be losing my mind 4 weeks ago. But this is the reality. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some of these predictions, because we did have to go on the record and talk about this. And we're split down the middle. We're split. You and I both are on the Trace train. EDG is being picked up by we've got Sam, Crafty, Volt, Zobi on the other side of things. I said, but behind the scenes, I feel like just picking anything. I think being on the record and making a prediction is wrong. That's the only wrong option. And that just happens to be every option. So
I mean, that's been the story of VCT China so far. It's been the region of upsets where the team that you think has no chance is the team that apparently has the best chance of winning any given matchup. But look, coming into this one, I don't think this is a game that has a lot of upset potential, because honestly, it's 50-50. Both of these teams are incredibly good, and even historically in the recent past, they've kind of traded wins a little bit. In kickoff, they were 1-1 against each other. And yeah, Trace just beat them in the group stages a couple of weeks ago. But, I mean, look at Kong Kong. He might be ready for some revenge.
that's true. And Kong Kong has been a player that we've been watching throughout this stage be very hot and cold in terms of performance. And that's going to be something to look at here when we talk about this match, because on the side of Trace, it's been a team effort, right? We've seen games where it's Luo King taking over, where it's Kai, where it's Martin. And on EDG's side, you've had Kong Kong in games where they've looked really good. And then in games where it gets a bit closer, that's when maybe you start looking at Nobody for some sort of a step up in performance. Chi-Chu has had bright flashes, but there hasn't really been that takeover level of performance like we've seen from some of these other guys. And we're going to talk about that head-to-head very specifically between Kai and Kong Kong. And let's talk about the kind of duelist differences. We've seen Kong Kong start to gravitate more towards the Neon in recent time. Kai still sticking with what we would consider the traditional duelist in the Jet, playing the Yoru when it's needed for some of Trace's more interesting comps. How do we feel about the kind of agent pools of these two duelists?
I like Kai's agent pool. I like the Jet, and I especially like the Yoru. We're in Yoru world, man, and he's the best duelist in the game. But I don't like Kai's Yoru very much. I mean, he has a lot of room for improvement. He hasn't really found a lot of success, especially not just by himself, but Trace as a whole haven't really found a lot of success building around that Yoru and really enabling that Yoru, or even using that Yoru to enable other second duelists or anything like that. So if Trace have gone back and prepared something more convincing for playoffs, we could be seeing an amazing Yoru out of Kai. But if he's playing like he played against Titan in that last match of group stages, it's not going to be as convincing, especially against someone like Kong Kong, who we know is going to fry on any duelist that you put him on, really.
Right. But that's the thing for Trace, is when they use that Kai Yoru, typically means they're running something crazy. Like we've seen the double Sentinel comps out from Trace. We know that they're a big fan of it, and that has served to be a bit of a problem for EDG. And on the other side of things, when we're talking about EDG, right, Kong Kong on this Neon hasn't really been the highest degree of performance. so far, at least not consistently throughout this stage. On the other side of things, you know, we've been seeing a very big step up from, you know, guys like Nobody, like Smoggy to kind of fill that gap, especially on that smokes role. We've really seen Smoggy start to kind of become a true secondary star on this EDG team. But I'm just kind of interested from your eyes. Obviously, the Kai Kong head-to-head is going to be important. Do you think there's another one that kind of jumps to mind as like, yeah, we should kind of look into this and watch some of these guys as they're playing across their roles?
I mean, if you look at someone like Martin or even Lau King for the side of Trace, but on the EDG side, you mentioned Nobody. Look, Nobody and Chichu have both struggled to put up the same level of performance they did when they won champs. But if they can find that spark once again, I mean, this team still, even with the loss of their great initiator player, will still look essentially on paper like one of the, if not the best team in China overall, if they can find that form again. But look, if Trace want to win this, it's gonna have to go to map 3, because Trace have never won a first map this stage.
Yeah,
every game they won has been a 2-1.
Well, and it's interesting too, because when you look at it, right, everything they've won has been a 2-1, right? They've always had to fight it out in those very, you know, brief moments. But when you look at those 2-1s, they're not really that close. Obviously, you had those first 2 maps against EDG, which were really close, but they're strong 2-1s. They're very, very decisive, right? Like when you talk about Icebox, when Trace beat EDG into perma-banning Icebox again after it was like a 13-3 on that map. You know, you talk about
PTSD.
You talk about back-to-back 13-4s trading maps with JDG. You know, this is always a team where either they have the game plan and they're locked and the calling from Bianc looks amazing, or they just have no clue what they're doing and they're just hoping that someone can find their way to like 13 aces in a row. And that's been the way that Trace have found themselves into playoffs in the first place. And so we talk about like map depth and the ability to expand your map pool. This is where it's going to come into play, right? That kind of short break you had in between the last week of groups and playoffs, using that to your advantage and, you know, kind of holding your ground here, proving that you're not the worst team in the playoffs, proving that you're not going to get last place. And in order to do that, you have to go through arguably the most prestigious organization in all of VCT China.
Yeah, I think probably the most prestigious, at least in terms of financial success in the entire world as well. So this is a team that, I mean, even beyond that, has been together for a long time. Yes, they have one new player. I mean, he's relatively new to the stage, obviously, but the rest, the core of this EDG team is very old in terms of Valorant. They've been here for years, since the start of franchising. But I mean, you mentioned maps real quick, so let's just quickly go over what we think we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see Icebox. You mentioned it. They lost to Trace Esports last time, 13-3, and they've banned Icebox immediately every single time. So as we see the walkouts coming on, let's say that we don't get Icebox. What do you want to see? What do you think we'll see?
I think, I don't know if we're going to see it. I feel like it might get banned out very early by Trace, but I would love to see a corrode between these two teams. I think that it would be a very, very interesting map, because even though we would favor EDG in theory, I still think Trace has some fight to put up on that map. I don't know if we're going to see Bind. I feel like Bind or Corrode is one of those two maps that Trace is going to ban out first, and I don't know which it's going to be, because both times for Trace, it's been a kind of struggle on both of those maps. I don't know if this is where they want to end up, but we're talking about EDG and some of like the confidence issues they've had throughout the split and the performance things. It looks to me like they know that there's pressure on the line, and you can see some of those more experienced players, they've been here before, they've been in these positions, but eyes are going to be on, you talk about ZJC, you talk about some of these, you know, some of the less experienced, less tenured EDG players, you know, Jenny being one of those players. I don't know how he's going to hold up.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you can't really know for sure, but look, I think, yeah, you're right. I don't think we're gonna get a Corrode. I would love to see a Corrode. I mean, even if Trace don't ban it, I think EDG might. They just lost on Corona to BLG. I'm not sure how confident they're feeling on that map, so there might be a second ban for EDG, but I mean, I want to see Lotus. I want to see Haven. I love my 3-side maps. I know you're an Icebox, but I'm in the warm weather here. I'm having a good time. I'm ready to welcome them into my home.
Well, I think Lotus is definitely possible. I feel like Haven might be slightly more likely because Trace, you know, they love playing that double Sentinel Haven comp. It feels to be their bread and butter, and Lotus has just been a bit more of a struggle for them, at least off of some of the games they had in that group stage. So for EDG, my question is, where do we think they're going to try and push this series? Like, where do they end up taking things on in their first pick? Is it they opt for the bind, which has been a kind of weak spot for Trace, and we think that Trace is going to go ahead and ban out the corrode, or do they try and opt for kind of a surprise pick? Do they end up taking us to Haven or Lotus?
I mean, I would imagine that they go for that bind if Trace don't ban it. They want to be up a map ahead so that they can go into that second map feeling a bit more secure and a bit less nervous, because again, this is an elimination game. If whichever team goes down a map is going into that second map thinking, oh my god, if we lose this, that's it for our entire year. That's not it for our tournament, that's it for our entire year of Valorant. This is the final game that one of these two teams will play. So I think both of these two teams will and probably should go for their comfort picks on that first map so that they can get a leg up early on in the series, although that has proven quite difficult for Trace historically. They're gonna try and get a leg up early on so that they can go into that second map feeling way more secure.
Well, and something else as well, especially when you're talking about the first map, is that just as a little stat line, so far this stage, Trace has never lost a map 3. So if you win map 1 as Trace, it doesn't really matter what map 2 goes to. You could lose map 2 and be totally fine. You can go to map 3 and win map 3 just fine, at least historically speaking. Now, will EDG get us to that point? We're about to find out, because map picks are going to be in over the next couple minutes as we see the teams huddle up here. And we're gonna get some interesting little thoughts here, because the bans, I feel like, are going to surprise us more than the actual map picks themselves. So here it is. EDG does ban the Icebox and Trace with the corrode. Bind will not be in this series. It's going to be Trace taking us to Lotus, and EDG opting for the Sunset. They've seen something from the Trace Sunset in the last time they played that's given them some sort of an idea as to how to spin this, with Ascent being that decider if we need it. I saw your face was pleasantly surprised that Trace has brought us to Lotus at map 1, but how do we feel about the rest of this series?
I mean, I like Sunset. I think it's an interesting map, and I also like Ascent, although Ascent is not as interesting of a map. It's a bit of a solved map, but I do love Lotus, and going from Lotus to Sunset is great. I'm a bit surprised that EDG went ahead and banned Bind. They must not feel very comfortable on it because, I mean, like you said, Trace not the best team on Bind, so banning 4 Trace is a bit of an interesting decision from EDG. I guess they must also not feel very good on it. But yeah, we got that Icebox ban, we got that corrode ban. I think both of these teams, they're not taking any risks, Angel. They don't want to be going home today. They don't want their year ending with neither of these teams making it into a single international event, really. Except I think EDG made it into Bangkok, I believe. But regardless, they don't want it to end here. So they're not taking any risks. They want to be as safe as possible, and they're going for whatever they can. And starting out on Lotus, I mean, look, you said it, if Trace don't win map 1, they can still win map 3, but I don't know. Look, if they break the curse on the map 1, they might break their blessing on map 3.
Maybe, but they've won map 1 before, and they have been able to take the series. It only happened once, but they were able to do it. It was against Billy, where they lost the first map, or not against Billy, it was against EDG, where they won that first map and then proceeded to win the series in 3. So if history can repeat itself, then it's possible. But let's talk about some of these comps, because this is already interesting coming out from Trace. It's a switch up on the Lotus comp. They're running Kai on the Sentinel, and Feng is going to go ahead and be the duelist, the Raze player for this team. I'm at a loss. Out of anything we could have expected, this was not it. The double duelist for EDG, whatever. We've seen it a million times before. But Kai is going to Killjoy.
I don't really know. We were just talking extensively about how both of these teams are going to try and play it safe to try and maximize their chances of not going home. But then putting your star duelist, who pretty much exclusively plays duelist, on a Killjoy is not exactly playing it safe, is it?
I have no clue. We're just clueless. We're going into this with as much mystery and as much intrigue as EDG, because remember that this is an elimination game for last place in playoffs. It's Trace versus EDG, map 1 of Lotus.
We're gonna start off with a little bit of exploration towards B here and as towards C, as the spike makes its way down Mound. Not a lot of people at C to defend this, but there is some reinforcements coming in through the form of that duelist on Sentinel Kai. Hanging out in Waterfall. Martin wants to get a few shots through the smoke. He doesn't quite make it work. The utility does come in as well as the execution. And it's Chichu with the first kill. Martin goes down.
Nobody's already in the
site now. Plant can come down very easily.
Yeah, the site's already taken over. They've got the plant, they've got the numbers. EDG, unless Kai can get something here in Waterfall, it's going to be a very easy post plant for them.
I bet he wishes he had some satchels right there, as nobody. And Jenny sitting inside the smoke. It's nobody with the final kill, and it's a clean pistol round from EDG. Just one person taken out.
And this has been something as well to watch throughout the split, is when nobody's playing this Yoru, it's a lot of sacrifice being made to try and give a performance boost to the rest of the team. So to see nobody with a huge dominant pistol where he's able to get 2 and start things off hot, that's going to be huge for EDG, especially when you're coming down throughout the rest of this series. So they get that opener, you can get some really good momentum going in on nobody, on Smoggy. Things can just only look up from there, hopefully.
He's holding that outlaw. We know how good he is with the op. He doesn't quite make it work though, as Fang gets a double headshot to take out Kankan. There is a bit of a trade coming through from Jenny though, leaving us equalized in terms of numbers. What a kill from Jenny. What a kill from Fang.
Now it's this really awkward position for EDG where they've lost that gun, they've lost that player. Jenny was able to grab that outlaw, but still, you're going into a C site that's completely blind and is actually stacked 3 players here.
Buddy, the head of the spear, the tip, he gets the first kill, and as Chichu gets a second one, the site once again claimed by EDG, but they're not gonna let this happen though. Nope, it doesn't matter. Kai quickly taken by a nobody. He looks so sharp today. There's not a lot that Trace can do. It's almost a flawless again. 4 members left alive.
And really, the only gun you lost was a ghost, so gotta respect that. And the other thing as well for EDG that's huge out of this round is the fact that, you know, you only lost some armor, right? It's not like you have to rebuy a lot. Maybe you're just gonna be forcing up to some heavy armor. That's some good aura right there. Just the bird call.
Yeah, getting the hype out early.
Oh yeah.
Rallying his troops. A bit faster now with that bonus buy, the weaker weaponry now on the side of EDG as they refuse to buy up. Rightfully so. Gonna head towards C once again. This has been the 3rd round in a row that they've gone C. But waiting for them is Martin with a rifle in hand. Kai also a rifle in hand.
And a quiet start for Martin here. Or actually all of Trace. Only 1 kill across all 5 players. Granted, now they do have the rifles. But this hold over towards Rubble, this crossfire between Feng and Luo King, this is going to decide everything.
Fang Fang does manage to get rid of the Prowler, but look at Kong Kong. He's already past him, but it's Loking that gets the first one. Nobody does trade him out, but Fang Fang holding out. He doesn't intend to back off here. He doesn't want to take too many fights. But look at this fight from Martin. A quick snap to the head. It's Chichu taken out. The spike is towards A, but there's two people waiting for them.
Yeah, and the big thing now is you can try and maybe last minute rotate over to the B site, but you only have 10 seconds. Jenny has the spike. Even if you get the bomb or the site, you don't have the plant. It's just a game to delay. 8 seconds left. It has to be the run in now. They'll just barely get the plant. Maybe a 10th of a second remain. Oh my, EDG.
Do it. But this is such an important fight, and it's Fang Fang that comes out on top. Jenny gets the first one. He doesn't quite get the second one. Kai closes it out with the first round for the side of Trace.
And while it was closer than you'd probably like, if you are a Trace fan, at the very least, it's a round across the board, right? It's expensive, EDG make it scrappy, but that double push out of Mound to clear out that position, get that numbers advantage back in the hands of Trace, that is huge, and that's what ended up deciding this round towards the tail end, was just Trace playing the numbers, getting the trades that they needed, hitting the shots when it mattered, and now it's those full rifles across the board. Martin will make the concession with the light shields. Bianc gonna have to fall down to that Guardian. IGL taking the hit for the team, but there's still a very good shot in this for Trace.
Fang Fang is one away from that ultimate, that showstopper from coming out, and he's gonna try and push out and get a kill so he can use it. As Trace take a lot of map control, nobody does manage to sneak his way into trees here. Lao King gets the first kill, he gets the second one as well. Chichu's taken out. Nobody on site alongside Jenny. They have to get one here. They do. Bianc taken out. Smoggy facing two of them. He's being surrounded. Kai on the flank, and Fang Fang in front of them, and Lao King gets a third kill as well. It's a clean round from Trace.
And that is an example of what Trace has been so good at. It's when a lot of these Chinese teams, they love to try and create chaos in these moments, right? You saw it with the dimensional drift and the From the Shadows, both going out at the same time. It's trying to cause the chaos. Luo King locks in towards Rubble, gets that double, and then that gives Kai the opportunity to push out C, go on the super long flank, and get that kill into the back of nobody, completely disrupts the round.
Oh my god. He just jumps out, gets a clean headshot, pre-firing the angle, and getting nobody taken out. Kai pushing out towards Mount here. This might be an over push, to be honest, as Shishu takes him out and picks up and has the opportunity to pick up that rifle. Ooh. A risky play.
Right, it gives Chichu so much more freedom to work with now, especially being this lurker. On the other side of things, Feng, left as this anchor towards A main, has to hold all of this space for the team. EDG still looking to regroup. It does end up being towards the C site, and that means that Martin's going to be tested yet again. And on these holds, this is where Martin started to struggle. So we'll have to see if the come in of help from Bianc, the rotation will help, or it's just another round where EDG can sneak away with a sight hit.
Got two people here on this side though, and that combination does prevent Marty from seeing anything, but it doesn't matter. Kang Kang drops right in front of him and he takes him out. Martin wants to get even more than that. He is taken out, but Bianc is there for the trades. Jenny down to just 1 HP per team to be exact, and it's Lao King who takes him out in the end. Okay, they're back. They're so back.
It was just a pistol. Just a pistol. We don't need pistols. We need rifle rounds, and Trace proves that perfectly. A great opener from Feng Feng. Sure, you can try and get these trades back, but again, when the numbers are in your favor, and you just have Bianc hitting spray downs like that, nothing else matters. It's a beautiful round, and it gives Trace the lead for the first time. You can see the money starting to flow, and EDG backs against the wall economically now. Everyone's buying down to bits and pieces. You do have the Steel Guardian to work with, but on the other side, a showstopper available from Feng Feng means that EDG, they're going to start to feel a little cornered in this round.
Very cornered. They're all stacking towards B, even though they do have rifles, leaving a lot of space to be desired as Martin takes all of it. Chishu does spot him out in the end, and Martin is forced to retreat. A clever and smart decision by him to not force the issue there.
Forces out so much utility from EDG, but the showstopper goes in from Trace, and it was a perfectly timed blind. No kills found off that showstopper from Feng Feng. But again, 40 seconds have passed. EDG have no map control. They still have yet to explore A. And Luo King's been sitting here this entire time, watching the cross, ever so patient. Question is, did he fall asleep at the wheel?
Surely not. Look at the concentration on his face. He's so locked in. He's so ready for EDG to peek here, but he has to get one as Martin is ready on the other side as well. He does pop them out though. He doesn't quite get the kills. He's gonna back off. He's gonna hold the side by himself. Look at EDG. They're going through door. He gets the first one. He's been so good. Bianc does get taken out by Kong here in that rubble hobbit area rather. Steel Garden comes in from the side of EDG that leaves looking completely alone on site with just a pistol in hand. If they don't go fast enough, he's gonna get his gun back though. And that's not gonna change much for them at all. As Feng Feng, look at this.
Up on that double stack. Golden. It's a 4-on-4 retake here, so as Kai starts to join in the fray, Martin will be able to rotate over as well. There's still, EDG still going to be concerned about this baby door, this hobbit area, but the site take's already going in and Luo King's already tapped.
Oh, it's a disaster from the side of EDG. Not a single duel won, even in advantageous positions. Completely unfortunate, and it's another round given over to the side of Trace with very minimal effort from them.
And this is a game where there's so much riding on it, not just for these two teams, but also for teams that aren't even in the playoffs. Wolves. If Wolves can watch Trace lose today, then their hopes for champs are still alive. But for Trace, this is their opportunity to be that fourth team, to make it to champs. It rests through the gatekeepers of EDG. And it seems like they're doing just miracle work right now, up 4-2.
Yeah, TMW is just watching, praying that Trace don't make it through this day. But it doesn't look like his prayers are going to come true because Trace look so good. I mean, look, we can discount pistol rounds, right? Pistol rounds are kind of 50-50s anyway. They're kind of just, you know, up in the air. But if you look at these gun rounds, it's not looking close, Angel.
No, not at all. I mean, sure, you'll have moments where it's 1v1s, 2v2s. But if you can't get those across the line at all, did you really deserve the round? And EDG, it's a timeout to reset. You can see there's a lot of strain going on mentally for these players.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about it. I'm not really sure what they're discussing at this point because it's 4 rounds in a row for Trace, and if EDG don't stop that train from continuing to roll, they might be giving that Trace the fabled first map win.
What led them to victory in that last time they faced off. Icebox was all but a non-factor.
Yeah, hanging out outside C here, though. I mean, it certainly must be a C as the utility comes in, as does the execution, and Kanka sends out a showstopper, gets Kai, Smoggy on the other side, gets Martin as well. The side, once again, is fully on the side of EDG, and he's caught out locking. He's caught him out in a TP. Where are you going, buddy? Nowhere. Because I've just killed you. And now, it's 2 against 5. This is an incredibly difficult retake for the side of Trace, and with Kang spotting out Bianc as well. Dare I say impossible?
I wouldn't disagree. I think Trace, they know the numbers are against them in a 2v5 retake, so opt to save these rifles, try and manage what they can, but Kong's still on a tear. Kong's still trying to rip as much away from this Trace team as possible. They won 4 in a row. Economy booming. On the other side of things, EDG, they need as much help as they can get, but Feng's still looking to take down some of these players. Smoggy will be the next to fall, and now here's that duel. Feng versus Kong, but caught unaware. It does give a little bit of hope to this EDG team. They finally get that round. Granted, it was a thrifty, but they get it across the line. It gives them that opportunity to get some full buys into the next round. It's these huge kills from Smoggy, from Kong Kong on that opener. And then it's just some hunting at the very end. But these ultimates are still going to be incredibly stacked up right now. We were in the middle of like a rebuild situation there for Trace, but you can see Viper's Pit, Nightfall, both online, very crucial ultimates when it comes to retakes and site holds.
An early fight in Rubble here as both sides want to take control of this. It's Jenny with the first kill of the Lao King. But as the Nightfall does come through, it's Martin with 2 kills. He gets a third before Bian gets his first. And as nobody, the only person remaining on the side of EDG takes tree control. There's 3 people still left on the side of Trace. He has to take them one at a time. He spots the first one. He doesn't quite get any damage done. He's going to use that clone to try and get something done. But the flash is good from Bianc as Kai trades him out for the win. They've stabilized once again.
Yeah, and this is a Trace that's not afraid to get gritty, right? The addition of Bianc into this team, the calling that he brings and the style of play, just bringing that ability to on the fly, commit that Nightfall, go for the fight. Martin gets to farm up with that Phantom from range because of the decay that the Nightfall deals. And now you still have the Viper's Pit in the back pocket. You have a lockdown available for Kai that you can now use for a retake. And EDG, they're in, again, another back foot. They don't have the economy to help them out. They don't have any ultimates. After these rifles, they're going to be in a really tough spot.
They've gone for that Rubble control yet again, and this time they are given it pretty freely. Trace instead opting to push out of C and B to catch any lurkers and to catch any rotations, and they might just be able to do that unless Chichu can stop them, and he does get the first one. Doesn't quite given the opportunity by Kai to get a second one, but look at this fight in minute. Biang, who gets taken out, and Fong Fong is next in line. 2 people left on the side of Trace. It's fallen apart.
It has, but you have to hope that Kai can find some huge value here, but with 3 people ready to take the site, one of them jumping over Heaven, nobody's got that, and locked it in. Luo King, best you could hope for is maybe a couple exits as you save. You will be able to get nobody, and Kong Kong would be the next on the fate of the smoke, but no, it's the Phantom Spray to get it done. And EDG, finally, their first proper gun round.
That's a big round to win. As you mentioned, they were gonna be heading into a save round if they didn't win it. So, look, they wanna bring this half back. They don't wanna end this half the way that it started.
And you can see from the EDG players, it's just a little bit of confidence to keep them going. And remember, despite the kind of dominance that we've seen from Trace throughout all these gun rounds, it's still only a 1-round game because of that pistol and that thrifty, right? So it's not like Trace are going to be, you know, on the back foot, so to speak. It's just, it's a momentum shifter, and that's what EDG needs to work with right now. So this timeout from Trace, just to address some things, it's to make sure that they don't lose their heads, because in that last round, that was Trace just going, yeah, what if we just run at them? And evidently, just running at them does not work. At least not at this level. Maybe in ranked games, it's okay, but...
Or if you're
talking about... That's true, but that's like a whole different region, so...
That's true.
If you're Trace, you gotta recollect, you gotta figure out more carefully how you're gonna go about playing throughout these last couple of rounds, because, you know, with the recovery that you had after that pistol, you want to end this half as dominantly as possible going into that side swap.
You know what? I think there's another team in this region that works when you run it down. That's BLG. Those guys run it down all the time. But I guess Trace are not BLG, so they gotta come up with their own way and their own path to winning this map and being 1 map up. But it's EDG that wants this Rubble control bad, but this time Trace, just like a couple of rounds ago, they want to contest for it. They don't want to be giving it up for free. But look at EDG, they've already left, they've already flooding towards C, and they're gonna be greeted with a pretty practically empty site.
Yeah, there's no one here. There's just a lockdown from Kai to try and deny the site, and it will be committed. There is potential for a nade to do serious damage, though, as it does destroy the lockdown, but Kai still sneaks away with a kill. Still gonna be that retake, though.
It's a difficult retake, especially with Vice alive, and as Kong and Smoggy get kills of their own, it went from difficult to just that much harder, and Chichu is ready for Laukin to come out here. Martin does get a kill onto Jenny, though that does help a little bit, but Laukin has to get the kill onto Chichu. Kong, the showstopper, doesn't quite hit. He does a lot of damage, but not quite enough. Martin does get killed, and then Chichu killing Lauking as well, leaving one person alive with just 27 HP. He's gonna go and save. He's gonna try, but Chichu will not allow it.
No, and that is EDG going back to a dominant performance. This is what we expected when we're talking about this team. And you can see from Trace, right? There's a hesitancy to commit some of these ults to these holds. You want to save a lot for retake. But now, in a position where we're tied up 5-5, Viper's Pit still yet to be used. Has to be considered. And finally, for the first time this half, Trace, money's broken. It's a force out from Martin, out from Luo King. Everyone else, though, Sheriffs.
Jenny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a good position, especially knowing that Trace love to push out a C, as they've done repeatedly.
But not this time. Not when Trace doesn't have the money to do it. Without the confidence of the Vandals. Doesn't want them to push out C alone. Instead, it's going to be that triple crawl up towards A main.
Incredibly uncharacteristic start of a round for EDG, as they are still in spawn. A minute left on the clock.
Yeah, we've seen things similar to this where they try and do some small pokes here and there, but the big thing this time is they didn't waste any utility to get to this point. So Dimensional Drift going to go out from nobody to clear out the space. It does seem like the A site will end up being the final target, as nobody has all this space towards stairs. That means that Luo has to do so much. Oh.
He doesn't get a lot done, and he's taken out by Smoggy as he comes out of that tree position to try and get someone with the short. He doesn't quite pan out for him, though, as look at Fang Fang. He wants to get something done from heaven, but he's smoked off. He can't really drop, because if he does, he dies, and then Jenny gets a kill onto Bianc as well. Trace are in a tough position. They don't have the firepower, and they don't have the positioning, but Kai is making something happen, though only momentarily, as Kong puts him down as well.
Kong goes into the smoke alongside Jenny, and there's that kill on Martin. Fung Fung, anything would have been nice, but it doesn't come to be. Only loss in the round is Smoggy, and EDG, despite the low and slow start with the rifles, they've finally gotten things back on track, and they're back to a lead.
And I mean, if EDG end up winning this half, yeah, they won the pistol, but then they had such a tough time in the gun rounds. But as they come back into this, if they actually do manage to win this half, I'm gonna feel really confident going into the next one.
Yeah, especially with all the momentum, right? Winning the last 4 in a row. If you're Trace, this is the opportunity that you need to take to try and tie things up. Viper's Pit finally to be committed in round number 12 over towards C. The only question is it too late? Have EDG brainstormed a way to counter this?
Well, so far, their brainstorming has led to the conclusion that they should just go somewhere else. And that seems to be what they're gonna end up doing here, as they try to explore, poke and prod a little bit with D.
It is that, again, this triple crawl with Kong, Smoggy, and Jenny all over towards B main. Bianc here alongside a turret from Kai.
Massive fight brewing just over the horizon here, as Kong tries to spot out anybody, any amount of flesh for him to bite down on. And he does spot a foot here for a moment. We know how good he is, and he's showing it again and again. Just the edge of a shoulder is all it takes for him to take you out. And Bianc learns that the hard way, a lesson he should have learned many, many years ago in this region. And then Smoggy prepares the Nightfall. Lao King might just be in a little bit of trouble. Fang wants to save his teammate and get a few kills. But he launches a showstopper, only gets Jenny before getting taken out by his very victim. 10 seconds left on the clock. Chichu does manage to get the plant down. 3 people still left on the side of EDG. Trace just have 2. The perennial duelist on Sentinel and Martin.
One of them's the op on Kong, right? And that's the problem. Trying to push into that, it's impossible. But when you get a timing, this is your opportunity. But Martin has to 1v3 in order to get this done. A steel garden goes out. Martin now just pushed down to a pistol. With time ever looming, the clock ticks away. More utility being used. And now it's just a crossfire to be held, and Chichu will get the kill. EDG lead the half 7-5.
A great recovery from them. Again, yes, they won the pistol, so that did help quite a bit. Otherwise, they would be significantly worse off in the little bit of a run that Trace had. But still, a great recovery, and this kill from Jenny was everything. Not just killing Fang, but drawing his attention, because otherwise that showstopper hits like 2 other people, and that's a double kill for Fang. And this round could have gone very, very different.
But instead, we find ourselves in a position where EDG have seized the opportunity that they were given towards the tail end of the first half. They respond strong. They've silenced Trace a bit, right? Despite the impressive kills they were putting up throughout the first quarter of this game, it really hasn't continued towards the tail end of that half. But it is going to be the side switch now, right? Trace will be on that attack, and we know what they're able to do. Again, if someone's firing on all cylinders, right? If you have Fang or you have Kai that's able to shoot and able to hit those shots, it gives you a huge opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely do know what Trace are able to do on this attack half, but we know what they're able to do when Kai is their duelist. But we don't know how this attack half is gonna look with this new change-up that they've got, where they've, swapped Kai and Fang. So this could be a new style that they're going for that will have noticeable differences. On the other hand, look, EDG have double duelist, and maybe on paper that does look worse for defense and looks better on attack. But I think on a 3-side map like Lotus, having a Yoru and a Raze kind of makes you really good at defense, especially getting that A rubble control.
Yeah, and part of that has to do with, not only rubble control, but how much pressure you're putting on Mound, right? Because the more pressure you put on Mound, the more resources your opponent has to take towards defending it. So see as Rubble will be the focus of the pistol. 4 players here on both sides to start. Rotations soon to be made otherwise.
Whoa. EDG are rotating out of A prematurely. I think they think that they are already left, but they haven't. They're still going A. Trace, 4 people still on the side of A with just 1 person heading towards C, and Kai is gonna take this fight against nobody, and they do about the same amount of damage to each other as the rest of Trace are just free to take A.
Just a couple more picks, but there's the run on to A. Martin takes out Chichu, and immediately the plant will go over. Now 4v5. Still have Kai to worry about in A main. Kong not looking at first, but there's the crossfire. Luo King shots miss at first, but eventually it's the headhunter to go down onto Kong. And Kai still has to deal with nobody. It is the fight going in favor of EDG. And now for those 3 remaining players, it's just about pushing it across. Luo King here with the paranoia just to try and delay for a little bit longer. Tucks in towards the spike. Smoggy and Jenny to run out, soon to be joined by nobody, but that's the shot from Martin. Luo King as well, looking to finish things off, and it's the knife kill just to bait. Trace, despite their woes in the first half, the pistol goes their way this time.
1 for 1 on the pistols, and kind of on the back of a unfortunate rather, call from the side of EDG to rotate out of A right after that early rubble fight. I'm not really sure whether it was a missed read, or just bad information, but that opened up that A side completely for the side of Trace to just walk in, just blunt. Take it. Bit more.
An immediate opener. Kai gets the kill onto nobody again over towards Rubble.
Play from Martin. He does spot him out, but not quite connecting. He is in fact heavy. As Jenny pushes out of tree by himself, a bit of a bold decision that ends in punishment for him as Kong. Oh my goodness. I want to see that shot. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it, but I imagine it was really, really good. But Bianc on the B side, ready for the push out from Chichu, and C side. Look at Kai. He's in C side.
Yep.
He's in spawn. He's trying to head into spawn.
That's one of those comms to the team where it's like, guys, I think I might have the site. Just maybe. Maybe I've got it on lock. So, you know, only losing Martin in this round for Trace, presumably, unless Kong hits some more crazy shots as some exits. You know,
Big
like that one
from
onto
Kong.
Young.
There you go. You asked and Kong delivered. He's done the
hold on.
third. Hang on a minute. How's he allowed to get more than one? Well, he's not. Looking, and Kai do clean up that round. It's 7-7. 1 for 1 on the pistols. 1 for 1 on that second round of the half. This is as even as the game can get.
Yeah, I think the most important thing about this round is the fact that you keep the 2 most expensive weapons in round to round, right? So the Phantom for Luo King is still gonna be there. That fade away on the Marshall is ridiculous, and Kong just continues to show us why he's one of the best aimers in the world. But it's the fact that you keep the Phantom from Luo King, you keep the Bulldog from Martin, and you can see that for Trace, they want to go for this. It's going to be a brawl out towards Mound, and they've already started with one onto nobody.
Kai is down to just 10 HP, but it doesn't matter as long as he's alive. He can keep using his utility as Chichu now struggles to hold the side, pushed off. No choice but to let Trace have it. Smokey does do a little bit of shooting through smokes. He gets traced back in return as Kai kills Smokey. Gianni does manage to kill off the Martin. It's a 3v3. Kai is down to just 10 HP. Plan does go down. There's a retake coming in for the side of EDG, but they have a lot to do. A lot of utility to get through, especially with Kai still alive on 10 HP, but nonetheless. Utility is utility. Oh, did Kong spot him out? He doesn't quite. Okay, switching up. A gun barrel spotted. A kill found. A showstopper unleashed. Another kill found. It's Bianc. It's Kai.
One-on-one.
He's down to 10 HP. It's a one-on-one. He spots the head. He can start defusing. Kai so far away. But Kai's using this timing perfectly. He might be too far away.
Seconds. Got it halved.
Gets the half.
No, there's just no time. It
Gets the
doesn't
kill.
matter.
There might
Despite it
be.
all,
There isn't.
Trace and Kai gets it done. In the bonus. Trace have got it done, and the lead is back in their hands. And EDG just
clawed this back.
Yeah. And that was just a scrappy round all in all. It was kills going every which way. The barrel of Luo King ends up being his downfall, but it's this timer play from Kai running all the way back to attacker spawn. And that's one of those rounds where if you're EDG, I think the fact that you're not soul crushed is a win in and of itself.
Another early fight towards Mount here. He doesn't quite get out. Nobody. You can't teleport that fast when you're a Yoru. That's something you have to know. If you're playing Yoru at the highest level of Valorant, it just does not work that fast. And look at Martin. He's ready. He's ready for Gianni to make one wrong step. But on the other hand, Gianni, patient as ever, waiting for Trace to walk into his trap. Spots him out immediately with the Prowler, and Jenny is in great trouble. Does get the first kill. He gets one somehow.
Lucky Enjoyers rise up. That's a great kill for Jenny to be able to just sneak away with, right? You talk about damage, you talk about chances. Well, that potential of a showstopper off the board in this round, you still have quite a bit to work with in terms of just Chichu Sheriff, and that alone can be a death sentence for some, like Kai.
I mean, terrible news for Kai, because what a shot that was from Chichu, and as they move into his side, he doesn't have a lot to do. He's surrounded on all sides. And as Trace managed to get the site yet again, EDG are left with just 2 people, both with mediocre guns, except for Gaga, who has a Stinger, which, if you don't know, is the best gun in the game. But not against... Okay, I thought he was gonna get the second one. Okay, Smoggy.
Yeah.
Smoggy. Can't quite close it out as Trace get a 9th round on the board.
Smoggy, I know we've been calling you like the co-star alongside Kong Kong, but I was not expecting this. So, you know, keep things within a sense of normalcy, right? Despite the fact that Trace won the bonus round last round, this round they do win with the weapons to their side. They get to extend their lead to 2 rounds, up 9-7. Now peaking at a chance for double digits, and ultimates heavily in their favor, right? Both Feng and Bianc with those power ultimates, Showstopper and Nightfall.
Early fight, nobody wants to do a lot here, but he doesn't quite get anybody as the door closes on him. And he doesn't, and he's forced to hold sight with his teammate. Spike is still heading towards A though, so it does seem like Trace want to end up here. With that Nightfall coming in, it's doubly so. The execution following close behind. Martin gets the first kill. Look at Fang. He's launched himself into the air. He doesn't quite get anybody with that Showstopper, but his team does manage to get a lot of space towards staircase here. Fang going all the way around. He wants to get a kill, but he's blinded. Nobody. He's going around by himself as well. He might catch Fang here. He does, but Loking does trade him out. Smoggy now alone on side. 3 people left on the side of EDG. Chichu wants to hold B side. He doesn't want to be giving it up. He gets taken out by Kai. At B side, lost, and that's the round lost as well as the kills come flooding in.
I've seen enough. The Kai role change is valid, okay? That was beautifully timed by Kai and by Trace as a whole, right? They decide to pivot over to B at the last minute. You have 2 players for EDG holding, but Kai swings out at the perfect moment. So just as you're expecting all of these players to be rushing out from the breakable door, the A-Link, nope. There's Kai from main, gets that first shot, and then the second onto Jenny was just a consolation prize, and now that's the lockdown available. Martin only 1 off from the Viper's Pit as well, and Chichu, you're in a whole world of hurt, my friend. It might be time to pack your things and go.
Sheriff in hand. We know how good these players, just in general players from China, can be with these Sheriffs and Guardians, but Chichu has a whole mountain of Trace players to climb. Gonna have to start it with a nice clean headshot, but as the lockdown comes in from Kai, again the duelist player, and Martin gets a kill towards B as well. The door can open, and it's 2 kills from Chichu and Jenny. That's all it is. Bian gets a kill and a second one, and Fang is playing around a bit too much. He's playing around a bit too much. He's having fun. He's having fun.
Yeah, fun. Oh, Bianc still will be able to get the plant as Martin just sprays Kong Kong down through the Toxic Orb. And it gives them an opportunity at now double digits, up 10-7, to take the first map in this series. Would mean so much.
Up 11-7 even.
Yeah, reminder, if Trace can claim their own pick, it gives them such a huge opportunity.
Let's go!
To take us to map 3 at the very least, which we know they've had a history of success on. So this is a crucial timeout from EDG. You need to figure something out. It needs to be a bit more proactivity without a lot of the commitment. We've seen EDG love to stall out the timer. And Trace started to realize
one more
that.
round for Trace, and yeah, it's one more round for Trace, and that's map point. And hey, they might break the curse again. Maybe EDG is the only team that they can win a first map against. New superstition unlocked.
After that, Trace just can't win like any map 1s. They're just gonna win maps 2 and 3. Like they.
Yeah, they can only win map 1 against EDG, and they'll lose map 2, and then they'll win map 3, 30-3. That's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be like that for like the rest of time.
Well, and the thing that I find so interesting about this Trace team, right, is like, yeah, you can say they're the last seed, but the 3 wins that they did get were all against, like, the 3 top teams out of the, well, 2 of the 3 top teams out of the group. They did not win against Tyloo, but They got a win against Billy and EDG. Both of those wins feel very much earned and very impressive. So it feels weird to say that they're, oh, just the 4th seed, you know?
Oh, I mean, absolutely true. Because if you look at Group Alpha, all the people that made it into playoffs were 3 and 2. It's just head-to-heads that resulted in Trace being the 4th seed. So a bit unlucky as Trace get B-side, use the Viper Spit to keep B-side while also losing B-side. But they've gotten it back again using that Viper Spit. There's a lot of fighting going on as Chichu takes care of Kai and hanging around with Smoggy. And Smoggy's taken out by Biang. Martin takes out Jenny with a Molly as well. The snake bite takes him out and Chichu. Okay, how are these kills coming through? I don't see them, and I don't think these players from Trace are seeing them either. These are just spams, and they've all fallen to spams. Nobody, the last one left, and a gun barrel is spotted out. Where are you looking, Fangfang? You saw him. You know you saw him.
You thought it was a clone? Maybe?
Maybe he did think he was a clone, or maybe he thought he teleported away, but either way, nobody. Forced now to save the rifle in hand because the rest of his team, it's another save. And it's a save where Trace are on map point.
And Trace win that round, not with their eyes, but with their ears, right? When you pop down that Viper's Pit and you force your opponents to spam you out, you get that ability to counter spam based on the tracers from Vandals, the sound from the Phantoms. That's what led to this round being so dominant for Trace, was just playing in the pit as a team, using that counter spam, and also consistently moving around the pit, right? Not staying in one place for too long. Gives them that opportunity. Of course, lucky shots. Always gotta help and thank the luck gods for how you got to this point, but for EDG, it's a heartbreaking way to lose that round, to go down, give your opponent map point.
I mean, it is a bit of luck, but I've seen too many people in this region have perfect accuracy through smokes that I think it's just a skill at this point, as Fangfang sends out pain shells and gets a kill, sends himself out and gets killed. Lauking and Kai gets a kill of their own, and Lauking knows exactly where Smoggy is. He has nowhere to go. He's blinded up, he's trapped in a corner, and he's taken out by Kai. Just one person left standing between Trace and their first map in the bag, and it's Chichu. How much can you do? It doesn't seem like you have a lot to do. He gets the first one. Kai, he's down. 3 more left. He still has the HP. He still has the bullets. He still has the will and desperation to make this work. He's still afraid that there's someone in trees, even though there isn't. He clears it out, but they know exactly where he is. Now, he spots the first one. He gets the one through the wall. It's Biang taken out. There's only 2 members remaining, but time's ticking away. The bomb doesn't want to wait for him to dilly-dally and figure out where the members of Trace are. He gets the third one. He doesn't quite get the fourth one. He gets a headshot.
Time.
But there's no time remaining.
And Trace take map 1, their own pick of Lotus against EDG, the reigning champions of Valorant champions. There is a chance we don't see them on the stage this year, as Trace have now put EDG on the back foot. They need to win the next 2 maps in a row to keep their chances alive. But let's just talk about it. This map from Trace was an absolute masterclass.
There were a couple of rounds in the middle where it looked like EDG may have a way back in, but if you look at the map as a whole, it was strong, it was solid. Trace were in control pretty much the entire time. They had a little bit of a skidding issue in the middle where they were on a bit of black ice on the road, and they was kind of skidding around a little bit, but then they grabbed the wheel, they turned into the skid, and then they figured it out. They came back strong, and I mean, honestly, in the second half, it didn't look like EDG stood a chance.
No, I mean, after that string of rounds that they put together at the end of the first half, they didn't win a single round when they were on defense. It was the flawless attack half from Trace, and again, you want to give credit to guys like Martin, to guys like Kai. I'm actually kind of curious to see who the MVP of this map will be. But we do have some team comms from Trace before that, so we'll be able to jump into that in the next couple of seconds here. But overall, like you mentioned, a very dominant performance from Trace.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can look at the team comms now to see how they did it.
B的废的 B 的废的，大连没人过没人过，
看到我了，我感觉 C 要压了，兄弟们。
助理一个，助理是腰住。楼梯，别急别急，他们 A 是人少的，往前摸往前摸，跟手上举一样，可以吗？可以，
谁挂单枪烟了？谁挂单枪烟了？谁没压？
我小烟没。这把摆的 BC， 今天都是坏人开到了，3、2、1，还是一样，帮我听着左手，我看右手。
你们打不了，
楼梯一个，楼梯一个，楼梯死了吗？楼梯。跑点后，跑点后，还有两个，还有两个。等你们查，我有黑，我有黑，不行可以转，往下，往下转，转点，
两个，
转点，一吧，可以转，可以转，走，我在下楼梯，跑点通道一个，跑点还有一个，来，走，
来 B， 我加入 CB 连了，
欧楼一个，两个 B， 还有3、2、1，来，
So it's Martin to pick up the MVP for this game on the Viper. 6 multi-kills on a guy that's just meant to sit at the C site alone for that entire defense half. And we talked about him coming into the first half, right? Where, you know, he was struggling towards that C site. He wasn't able to find a lot of those kills early on in the half, but it was these push out moments where he's taking the fight to EDG that he was really able to thrive. And yeah, I think it's a very well-deserved MVP.
I mean, look at the amount of awareness that he has in all of the fights that he's taking. He's so clean with it. I don't think any of these kills have been, except for that one, maybe been anything but a headshot, except for the last 2. They've all just been so clean, and he's killing people through smokes again and again and again, just off of awareness. And not just being, you know, seeing someone and then clicking their head, but just incredible performance from a Viper player of all people. And he was so instrumental, honestly more important on the attack half than he was on the defense half for somehow. And yep, Kong, look, he showed up a little bit here today, and he did put up a respectable performance, but unfortunately it's Trace that came out on top, and you can see why, as the amount of rounds won perfectly matched the first kill rate.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Because of how flawless that second half was, that attack half was for Trace, not only did they get the bomb down every single round, they protected it. The EDG never got a defuse in that second half. And so, again, has to be mentioned, right? That role swap. If we continue to see that throughout this series, it's going to be very interesting to see what Trace looks like for the rest of playoffs. But that was only map 1. And map 2 could be a completely different look for us. So don't go anywhere, because you are not going to want to miss it. Map number 2 of Sunset will be up right after this. Welcome back to VCT China, more specifically the Project Horizon Costream, the English community stream for Stage 2 playoffs of VCT China. It's EDG versus Trace, a rematch of both of the teams to make it to Bangkok at the start of the year, now playing to not get eliminated in last place. And Trace just took their own map pick of Lotus, 13-7, a completely dominant, flawless attacking second half. But now we move to EDG's own pick of Sunset. Kets, what is there to talk about coming out of Lotus?
I mean, look, I think it's a little bit difficult to say that EDG looked good on Lotus, especially that second half when they were on defense. And on the other hand, it's hard to say that Trace looked bad. Trace looked so much more synergized, and they looked like they actually knew what they were doing a lot more than EDG did. But going into Sunset, look, that was Trace's map pick, so it's possible that they had a lot more practice, that they had a lot more ideas on that map. And EDG were, willing to give it a go, but were confident that they can bring it back on their own map pick of Sunset. Now, we're probably gonna get a Neon Kong, and that's probably gonna be the win con for this team on this map, whether he's gonna be able to do that well. And I think more than Kong, that's gonna rest on the rest of the team.
Yeah, and you can see the rules changing up yet again. This time Kai goes to that Neon over on the side of Trace. They're running that double sentinel comp between Feng Feng and Martin. On the other side of things for EDG, no more double duelist, nobody. Back on a more comfortable role in the form of the Sova. Gianni off of smokes leaves that job to Smoggy. I feel like these roles are more comfortable, but for both sides. And that's going to be the interesting thing to look at throughout this map is, okay, well, you should, in theory, see a performance boost for Kai, for Feng Feng, for Martin, but do you see that same thing for Gianni, for Nobody, and for Smoggy?
I'm not too sure if this EDG comp is going to be that great starting out on attack, especially. I think it's going to come down to how good Kong and Gianni are able to play off of each other, because when you have a breach and you have a dive duelist like Neon and you combine those two well, it's basically impossible to really counter. But if you don't combine them well, then they just become these two agents are so much less than the sum of their parts, so they need to be together to be good, or they're just not going to be very good. I do want to point out though that EDG have a 33% win rate on this map with this comp.
Yeah.
Whereas Trace have a 50% win rate on this map with this comp. That's kind of scary.
And one of those wins for Trace was against EDG, right? And then the other side of things, for Nobody, it's a swap specifically to the Sova over the Fade. Have to hope that either, you're really hoping for some brilliant plays with the Hunter's Fury, or just some overall good dart lineups. Otherwise, gonna be in the world of hurt.
Early fight towards A main here as Trace want to dig. They want to take a lot of space early on.
Hit Kong as well. You talked about a lot of space. Has all of that mid pressure. You have to hope that your teammates over at A main can provide some sort of value. If not, you have to join them. You give up that mid space, but it's still a fight. Ready to take.
It's a terrifying fight for the side of Trace, as their utility is absolutely mistimed, and Lao King is taken out as punishment for that. And it does seem like Kai will be next, but Bianc follows closely behind into the realm of the dead. Kong wants to get another kill. Feng Feng on the backside here. He's spotted out. They know exactly where he is. It's Gianni with the flash and the dumping peak. And that's Feng Feng taking out Martin. The only one left. It's a clean pistol for EDG.
Clean is an understatement. Martin, at the very least, can get one. Make it not so flawless. It's a nice secondary kill. Hold on, Martin. You made me scared for a moment. But EDG, it takes a couple lives getting thrown into the face of Martin, but you still convert that pistol, and yet again, attackers are 3 for 3 on pistols.
They are indeed 3 for 3, and EDG starting off this map exactly how they did the previous one of Lotus with a near perfect piss around. I guess the Lotus one was perfect. This one, Martin tried his best to make it not so, but still a rough start for Trace, but didn't stop them last map.
Nope. Got Losing again. Pressure out A. Good shock dart to do some damage, but Trace, you don't have the weaponry. You kind of have to play for retake, play inside some of these smokes.
An early fight from Lauking. He wants to take a fight. He's already his way onto side. He gets a dink, but doesn't quite convert that into a kill as Kankan peeks out of elbow and takes care of him. And now he wants to get even more. He's hungry. He's yearning for more. And nobody gets one. Kankan gets his second one, and Jenny spotted out Bianc. Kankan gets a kill, but okay, Kankan can do that while sliding again. So there you go.
All right, Kankan. This is where you need to start to get warmed up, and so seeing kills like that, okay, you're gonna slowly rebuild my trust in your Neon throughout this game, because coming into things wasn't the greatest level of performances for you historically. But if you and the rest of EDG can start to warm up into this series, go for it. It's now Trace, full buy across the board, a couple light shields as concessions being made. Martin going to be one of those light shields. Phantom in hand.
This is a big round for both sides here. Trace do not want to be losing this bonus because that would put them in a very precarious situation as EDG make their way through mid, being given a lot more space, and I think Trace should be comfortable giving up.
The drone dodged by EDG. Still doesn't mean that Trace are willing to call it clear just yet. Yonk has to go searching and does get Kong Kong.
That's all he gets. There's still so many more players that they need to kill. Fang Fang gets a kill as well. He spots one out, but it's Kai who actually spams him through that cage. And look at Fang Fang taking his perfect timing, but he's killed out by Jenny, who gets another one. Lauking is somehow the last one left. How has this happened? A disaster for the side of Trace.
And it comes off the back of the Jenny Stinger. Now resulted in a 1v2.
The best gun in the game!
Yeah, it is. Jenny's proving it for a reason. A 1v2 has to smoke off the spike. Looks to just tap, bait out a swing. But Chichu's got it on lock and key. EDG win that bonus round, and they do not look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
No, not at all. EDG are here to make a statement. You're on our map now. It's not Lotus anymore. This is where we shine, and they are doing incredible work out here. Jenny with that stinger getting 2 kills, and it's a bonus round converted for the side of EDG, and that's a devastating way to start this map for Trace.
Here we are, and oh no, an opener in B main, a disaster as nobody's fallen yet again. It's a good trade though. Putting them in that 4v4, it forces Trace to really reconsider how they're clearing out space, and look at the A site completely open.
Oh, damage coming through. It's Smoggy with 3 kills. Fang Fang gets 1, but it's not enough. Kai remaining 30 HP, and Kang Kang spotted him out, but not before Kai spots him out though.
Okay. There was a panic fast lane. Kai does sneak away with a Vandal now, but 1 HP. I mean, this is the craziest game of Valorant Manhunt I've ever seen. That's what's going on right now.
He's 1 HP! He has 1!
I have to respect it from Smoggy though, right? Like, yeah, just he's 1 HP. Surely one of the bullets will hit, right?
Well, I guess not. Not surely.
I'm still in a world where this could be dangerous. You know, admittedly, not really looking to win the round at this point, but you know, you get a couple more kills, maybe force someone to play closer to the spike like Chichu or Kong Kong and have them lose another Vandal. I mean, that'd be nice. You know, time is up, so at this point you're just jumping around to have fun, and you'll be able to get the kill on Kong Kong.
Kong Kong showing a little bit of a concern on his face there as he realized the round got a little weird towards the end there, but it doesn't really matter too much at the end because look at these kills from Smoggy. He's so snappy. He's so snappy. He's so snappy that you can almost forgive that last one.
Yeah, Kong Kong trying to get that kill and then also live to tell the tale. Doesn't happen, does fall to the spike, and so Trace takes a timeout, and this is not at all like the start we saw on Lotus at all, because Trace haven't gotten a single round yet. EDG have continued to stack their economy, get their money through the roof, and this will now be the second full gun buy out for Trace, and if you lose this, well then the round is really going to start to snowball away from you, and that's when you start talking about like, okay, is a 9-3 half doable?
Well, they have, I mean, honestly, the way that it's going, even 3 rounds seems a little not certain at this point for Trace, but hopefully this timeout here is where they talk about what they need to do to rectify the situation, and hopefully they don't give EDG too many opportunities to come up with their own stuff to rectify the rectification. You're in 4.
Doing a lot of rectificating. I don't know if that's a word, but
I'm not sure.
You know what? We're going with it that it is. And so Kai has brought out the op for the first time in this series over towards the A site, which should be interesting. But unfortunately for Trace, it's a B site execute off of the Rolling Thunder.
The one-way does help, but Kong Kong's all alone. He's caught up to the trip, and that's a quick first kill for the side of Trace. He's gonna be able to get another one. The trip is still there. Guys, the trip's not gonna go anywhere. They changed it. They buffed him. Martin gets a kill as well. Chichu, the only one on the side of EDG to find one. And look at Martin. He's turned the blind, and it's Bianc who's there playing anti-flash, ready. He's even spotted Jenny out and slouking. And that's a great way for Trace to pick up their first round right off the back of an incredible timeout.
And it is the heroics from Feng Feng, right? Being able to isolate that first kill on to Kong Kong with that setup, right? That double sentinel setup, it gives the Cypher so much flexibility into how they want to play on the site. And you can see that kill trip just perfectly set up, then to dive into the smoke to take out Smoggy. That second kill is what secured the round. And by the time it was just a 1v4, just have 4 people swinging all at the same time. Why not? Take things your way. It's a huge opening round for Trace to win, and now this is the Kai op really to be tested, and Kong Kong falls first yet again.
Bit of a mistake, unfortunately, from Lauking, though, giving up himself as a trade for, I mean, seemingly unnecessarily. As Kai is pushed back a little bit towards his own CT area. He's gonna re-aggress here. He wants to get another kill. He has the up in hand. It's the right decision to make, but he has to not whiff. He has to hit this next shot, or their entire team is in a world of trouble as EDG seem paralyzed.
They have to wait for this deadlock utility for that barrier mesh to drop. Martin and Feng Feng both lurking out towards mid, trying to re-clear the space. Chichu does see that. At least pins Martin to one side of the map for the time being. Still 3 players the better over on this A site, holding these tiny angles.
They've spotted out, they've pinged out the op, they know he's there, but they don't really have a reliable way of getting him off this angle so that they can actually push out, unless he just doesn't hit the shot, and Jenny gets a snappy headshot, but it's Bianc, it's Feng Feng, it's Bianc again. Jenny's the last one left. He's got 46 HP, that's 2 bullets to the body. He gets 1, but not the second one. He's down to 7 HP. Martin, he has to do a lot. He pulls out the classic. He knows he can right click him. He does, and there he goes. A second round on the board for Trace. Kind of barely.
Just barely, but you get it across the line, and the big thing is, because of the way that all of your teammates fell, you're able to retrieve that operator for Kai, and that was such a huge factor in this round, right? Being able to pick off Kong Kong early, prevent impact in this round, that's what you need to do. And again, the communication's going over saying, hey, you know what? Last guy only has 7 HP. You should be able to take him out. Just quick little classic 1-2. That's all you need. And Kai talked about the op. Well, here it is. It's going to go hunting over towards A, but again, EDG back towards B. It has to be this double sentinel hold again.
And look at Kai all push out all the way towards A. One of the tripwires gets shot, but not the second one. As Kai holds that A angle. Back at it again on the Y op. I mean, they're coming back into him. He might be able to get more than one here, but he has to play his cards perfectly. Can't be whiffing again.
No. That just would not do. Pichu again still finding value and presence in mid, but 4 players over here towards A. Kai, this shot means everything, and it's the drone. Snips him out. And that's an overdrive being used immediately. Kong runs in. But it's a trap. Luo King and Bianc, they just completely dominate, and now it's all left to Chichu. This was the opportunity for EDG to break the defense. And Trace, it seems they finally figured it out.
EDG dive into the barrel as a team and get shot like fish. I mean, they don't know Chichu's here though, so he might be able to get one from the back here as Fong is clearing out A main, oblivious to the fact that he's walked right past Chichu, but soon enough they should be realizing it. Chichu just holds no time remaining to do anything.
So Chichu has to hold on to that rifle, keep things in decent standing for EDG coming into this, because, you know, after losing 3 rounds in a row, your economy, it hasn't been looking the best. There was a couple forces in there to try and make this round work. Did have a couple hero rifles here and there, but still, any rifle you have will help. And this is now that EDG timeout, because when you have a 4-0 lead, equalizing things at 4-4 is not what you want to have happen. Surprise, surprise.
Well, certainly not.
Nope.
And with Kai still most likely holding on to that op, I think the biggest discussion here has to be how they're going to be able to push him off in a way that keeps him off an angle. Because they keep pushing him off angles, and then he just keeps repeating them. Because they don't actually have a way to keep him off the angle for a long time. They can just push him off temporarily.
This is where things start to get scary if you're EDG, right? This is a timeout that you take because you need to get some sort of discussion going. Because even if this doesn't go 4-4 and EDG is able to pick up this next round, it's still being way too close. And remember that this is tournament life on the line. This is your hopes to make it to champs on the line. If Trace can bring this across, EDG's knocked out of contention. And for a team that won kickoff, a team that did so well in Masters Bangkok, to now be sitting in a realm where they don't go to champions in the same year. And mind you, EDG won kickoff.
From winning champs to not...
Yeah. Being in champs the next year.
I mean, to go from not winning champs to not being in champs is a nightmare for any team, especially a team, like you said, as storied and as successful as EDG has been in the past. And
yeah,
and they're poking and prodding. They don't want to give up too much here. They know that there could be an op anywhere in any of these angles. They don't know which one, so they're a little bit cautious while walking through any of these smokes, except for Kai. Another not quite hit shot for Kai.
They barely missed, but Bianc takes the timing in mid.
Let's get a kill onto mid.
Chichu's still there though.
Look at EDG.
In immediate rotate, they flood over towards mid. And Bianc has to give up the space. His market, it's to be taken.
They're walking into Fang. They might catch one here. Bianc gets a kill through the smokes. These guys are so aware all the time. And as Kong jumps up, Bianc gets a clean shot on to the head. Smoggy takes out Martin, but he's the only one left against 3 people, and Kai is waiting for him. and an anteater waiting for the ant to come out of the hill.
They crawl out of the anthill in a single file line just to get mowed down by Trace. And this is Bianc. This is the big brains behind the operation in the server for Trace. Showing his value, and Trace now in a position to vanquish their demons from kickoff. To get that win. To extend their life just a bit further. We saw them in a similar position in Stage 1. This was the game they were able to win in the playoffs as well. That first lower round. But to do it against EDG.
Oh, he's getting so much better at it. He doesn't quite hit the second shot. I'm sorry for cursing you, Kai. I did not mean to jinx you like that, but as EDG push their way through spawn, look at Bianc, look at Laoking. They're ready. They're ready for this aggression. They're not giving them an inch in fear of them taking a mile. And, I mean, EDG are desperate for any distance they can get at this point.
You have to hope that maybe Smoggy finds something.
Okay.
That little pixel angle onto Kai. It's an opportunity, but with 50 seconds left, no weaponry. You have to hope Chichu's magical Vandal makes an impact, or Smoggy just continues to find more and more value. But a 1v3 for Chichu. You can't even get the kill onto Bianc. Trace, they take the lead. Now 5-4. This is where things start to get scary.
Very reminiscent of the last map, just in reverse, where Trace started out in an early lead and then EDG brought it back to win the half. But now it's the other way around. EDG had such a strong early lead of 0-4, and now Trace have won 5 in a row. If you can win 4 in a row, we can win 5, and maybe even 6. Look at Kai. Oh, he's
maybe 13.
He's so good.
Okay. That peak from Kai was a little ambitious.
Okay.
And
it's
that was also maybe a little ambitious from Lil King. Good spam from Smoggy. Gets enough done. Forces a 5v3, and now Kong Kong has an op and is ready to swing right into Bianc's head. It's an interesting trade, 1-for-1 onto Martin, but Fong Fong, that might have been a little too crazy. So EDG, it took them 5 rounds, but they finally got their 5th.
Kai, he does this a lot. He gets very confident, and then he goes with these very aggressive off peaks, and he doesn't quite make them work as well as you would hope him that he would. Unfortunately, though, that does result in another lost round for Trace that evens it out a little bit. 5-5 on the server here. This could be a very, very close half. I mean, it already is. It could be 6-6. What? What's the TP for?
It's to get out of there, you know, to reposition.
He was already there.
Repositioned 1 foot to the left of you. So you can see
Fung to be here now.
Oh yeah, Fung Fung alone on this site. We've seen him do it before, but again, has to ask for it again, this time with ultimates barreling down.
Manages to keep himself safe by using his own cage to prevent vision of his position here in backside. But as the spike comes down, he's gonna move into this smoke, and he might not expect someone watching it. With the arrow though, that does reveal a lot of people. No, he can't see. He blocks himself off, but it's Martin, it's Bianc, it's Kai. Hang on a minute. Laoking gets one as well. All of a sudden, Jin is all alone. He gets a headshot with the off, but that's all he can do. Just as fast as EDG took control of the round, Trace rip it right back from them.
And now EDG, this is so much scarier than you could have ever imagined. Minimum, it's a 6-6 half. Minimum, you have Trace moving into their attack side, which we know to be brutal, regardless of the map. The wall is closing in.
They certainly are, and if Trace get themselves up to 7, ooh, I would be letting my nerves get the best of me if I were EDG, but I know that these players are not me because they've won champs. I know that nerves are not a factor for these guys. Unfortunately, Lauking is a factor for Trace. He gets 3. Kai gets 1 of his own, and Lauking goes for a 40. He can't quite get it, but Chichu is taken out by Kai, and that is a 7th round on the board for Trace. They have won this half, and they're looking to win this map.
Even if EDG somehow find their way back, Trace has done enough. This was a last round of the half that Trace just dominated EDG. That round was over in 20 seconds less.
Yeah, incredibly fast round, and now in the halftime they're gonna be switching sides, and I'm scared for EDG, but I am also kind of scared for Trace because, you know, these EDG players, they can turn on a dime. They can be having a rough game in one half and an incredible one in the other half. And is that Gecko? I think that's Gecko.
Yeah, we have the woman version of Gecko.
Yeah, I guess they will still be called Gecko. It's not a. That's a pretty.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a pretty universal name.
Yeah, I was gonna say gender neutral name.
Yeah,
it's not
gender
like
neutral. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think overall, when we're talking about EDG, like, yeah, you have to just give credit to Kong Kong, right? Because he's trying, and he's been doing really good work. I mean, you even throw a flashback to Lotus, like what they're talking about in the interview with the 3K on the Marshall from Kong Kong. But I want to talk about Bianc, because Bianc right now making money moves as an IGL.
I mean, almost 200 damage per round is so silly for an IGL to have.
And you know, this was a...
I mean, come on.
Yeah. And this was a guy who, you know, we saw reach the heights at the end of 2023 with Billy, then have to come onto this Trace team and rebuild from scratch in the middle of last year. Made it to Bangkok. It was this very huge thing for him to make it back to the international stage. Well, now he has a chance 2 years later to make it back to Champions.
Nobody. He's ready for that flank, for that slide. He does manage to get the first one. The trade not so good for Nobody, but unfortunately he's taken out here. Kong Kong wants to get a lot of damage done with that stun. He's not going to be given the opportunity as Lauking. Look at him. He's coming from the other side. He's jumping in. He gets the kill. Bianc gets another kill to his name. Chichu and Kong Kong tries to stabilize this. Kong Kong gets headshotted, but it's too late. It's too bad. Bianc gets taken out, and it's another pistol run for EDG. That's 3-1.
It is, and that was the first time this series that the defenders won a pistol round. So EDG proving their pistol mastery here in the second half of Sunset. Remember, this is their pick, and they're down a map. If they lose this, they're done here for the year in VCT. And then there's a lot of things to talk about EDG and how far they've fallen. But still, high vibes for the team.
It should be a fairly simple round for EDG to pick up. And again, I mean, this is still pretty much a mirror of Lotus, where if they win this, it's going to end up at 7-7 in the second half. And that's exactly how Lotus panned out as well. Kai getting the first kill. He gets another kill, and that's a Bulldog picked up. As good as a rifle. Almost as good as a rifle.
There's also this like really big important thing called the sight. Completely open. So another opportunity for Trace to steal away around. Sure, nobody gets that kill. It is a 3-on-3, but still have Kai with this Bulldog here. Oh.
VALORANT actually who gets the kill. Chichu does manage to trade him out, and Kai wants to just back off. He wants to play with his teammate. It's a 2v2. He doesn't want to be giving up the only gun that they have when it's so winnable, when the round is so within their grasp. He's just walked into him. Chichu gets a kill. Wait, can he pick the Bulldog up? He does manage to do it. Chichu doesn't quite know that he's here, and it's Martin that gets the kill. Trace win the eco round at a 7-7. He's prevented.
That, it's not called a thrifty, which makes me mad, because that is the thrifty of all thrifties right there.
How is that not a thrifty?
Nothing but classics. Trace get to sneak this round away in the final moments. It's because there was no Phantoms or Vandals.
Let's go!
There wasn't enough spending from the side of EDG for it to be counted as a thrifty, but it should have been. It should have been. And here we are.
Absolutely.
Trace back to a 2-round lead. EDG economy flipped on its head. Sheriffs across the board, unless you're Nobody or Smoggy. So some things to be concerned about. I guess the Chichu Sheriff is still alive and well.
The Chichu Sheriff alive, well, and absolutely terrifying because we've seen him. I think I've never seen him hold the Sheriff and not get at least one this game. He's gotten one at the very least every time he's had a Sheriff against a buy. So it's very scary, but unfortunately for them, Trace are heading into the side with nobody on it. That's tough. No, they're coming back. No, go back.
Oh no, nobody. Kai's here, waiting. This is an A stack though. It's all for the bait.
4 people. The entire EDG roster, save for one, he's here at A. And Jenny gets the first kill. Martin does trade out, at least in terms of numbers, by getting a kill on the Kong. And Trace, they're thinking of going back. They know this side is stacked, absolutely stacked. And there's absolutely no reason for them to force the issue. And there's the Chichu Sheriff.
Trying to hold
there he is.
off.
He's so good with it. He gets a second one before he's taken out.
That's a second kill. It goes their way. Well, Luo King is able to trade the spike. It hasn't reached the site just yet. Feng relieves some of the pressure, but Luo King has to stick, and Nobody sends in the shock dart to try and buy a little bit of time. It doesn't work. Luo King back of the site now. Has to make things work in the 2-on-2. Feng here. Luo King as well.
Smoggy gets a kill through the smoke.
And Feng gets it across in the final moments. No! Nobody was still alive, lurking around!
Incredible from Nobody, and more than that, incredible from
Chichu. Can finally get it across the line, and this time it's a thrifty.
My eyes are better than yours.
Incredible! I mean, 2 quick kills from Chichu through that mid with that Sheriff. He's always been so good, and he remains incredible with that gun.
Another play. Immediately. Running through. Fight taken.
I mean, it's incredible. The side is fully on the side of Trace here. Look at Biang. He has the up in hand. He gets the first kill. He's gonna peek. He wants more. He's smoked off here. He doesn't have a nice angle to hold anymore. The spike is down. Fang alone on side with just 10 HP. He's taken out, but look at Biang. He's repositioned already. But it's Jenny. He's ready for it. A headshot coming through in perfect time to win the round, and it's even. It's 8-8.
EDG in the final moments as we are approaching the end of sunset, able to just barely convert things over. And despite the impressive heroics from Feng with nothing but a ghost, it's still EDG with this op to bring things across.
Let's go!
I mean, look at the excitement in their voices. They know that they're still in it. It's 8-8. It's not done yet. Far from it. It is a buy round though for both sides here as Trace look to fight towards this B side. But look at Kangkang. He has the op. We know how good he is with his gun. Kangkang with an op is such a scary adversary to go up against. Thankfully though, Trace don't wanna overstay their welcome here.
Trace, they back off, and this is the opportunity for them to kind of recollect, figure out where they want to go. They still have a lot to work with. They're just waiting for some of the refreshable utility to cycle its way through. They have a lot of presence in mid. Can flush out Kong here in market. Oh, Kong just dodges it around the ticket.
Not spotted, but he is killed though by a sliding Kai, and Chichu stays in the stun. Look at nobody. He's pushed out. He's traded out though, and Chichu, he's ready. It's 1-for-1 all around. Kai picks up the spike. He's able to get himself back on the side. It's a 2v2 now. Both members of EDG in market. Kai's got the kill through the smoke. These guys know the awareness of these players is ridiculous. But it doesn't matter because Jenny gets a kill. A flash. 5 bullets. The spike ticks away. Martin has to play this smart. He has to play this well. Because Jenny will kill him if he gets the chance, because you know he's capable of it. The stun does come through, the net comes through as well. He's running out of time.
Martin can just play the time. Knows that Jenny has to unstick from the net.
Hate the perfection.
It's just a beautifully played masterclass from Martin. It forces Trace up to 9. And it's these small moments, these little 1v1s, where Trace has consistently been performing better.
They are... I mean, that was as perfect as you can get for a post-plant 1v1 there from Martin. Played perfectly, and that's 9 rounds. A 9th round on the board for Trace. They've reclaimed their lead, but can they hold on to it?
The chance. Run away from a Hunter's Fury. Luo King gets Kong immediately in mid.
That's a nice and snappy shot from Lao King there. Kong exploring a little too far for his own good. Slow down the round quite a bit. Trace now moving slowly towards A. Unfortunately for them, that is the site that is somewhat more stacked, actually a lot more stacked now with Kong's death as well. A flash comes through, a slide comes through, Kai's hunting, he gets the kill. A return flash. He doesn't quite manage to get Kai, who makes it over the edge just about in time, and now they're heading towards B. Chichu all alone with the sheriff in hand. A scary thought, yes, but numbers may prove to be uncounterable for him here. It's not even the numbers, it's a sliding neon with the overdrive in hand. What are you supposed to do against that? This is not Apex Legends, this is Valorant.
And when it's a 5v2, EDG backs against the wall. Sure, you could hope for something from the Gianni Stinger, which we've seen go clutch before. It's just not in these moments. So for Trace, it's double digits. It's an opportunity to fell their demons from kickoff. The team that was able to win that trophy, lift the kickoff trophy at the start of the year. Now going down 8-10. Down a map. Jenny. A good eco. Good couple of kills. But Trace, they're in full control right now.
There's nobody to blame but the whole team. It just seems like none of these players are struggling. It just seems like as a team, Trace are just on a different level right now. The way that they not only play together, but they play off the information that they each gather as well has been so incredible to witness here. As EDG take a timeout, I believe their last one. They really want to bring this back now.
This is the opportunity for them to push things over the edge. If you're Trace, you're looking at this timeout as a golden opportunity as well, right? Because if you can win this next round, EDG mentally are done. You can see the pressure starting to mount. And like we've mentioned, because EDG is such a prestigious organization, they have so much history in Valorant. Not making champions the year after you win it with functionally the same team, replacing one player.
Faster, yeah. I mean, this is a tough, but it's not over yet. Look, it's 2 rounds. It's definitely far from insurmountable. 2 rounds is just, I mean, it's a round and then another round. That's not a difficult task for EDG to accomplish. I mean, it's a difficult task against a team as good as Trace, but it's certainly not a task that seems impossible or even improbable for a team as good as EDG are. But it's gonna start here, because if they lose this, it's another save. They're slowly heading towards B here.
Trace, they're waiting for some sort of a push from EDG, but EDG has been playing this defense super passive, especially towards B. Been a much more mid and A focused defense.
Mid, I mean, they're taking a lot of control in mid here. Trace and EDG are just giving it up instead of opting. Look at that A main. He's watched. There's 2 different Hawks there, ready for anybody with the audacity to push them. As Trace instead opt to take mid here. They are spotted out though. Oh my goodness, is this Hunter's Fury gonna get a kill? It doesn't quite manage to. A little bit of chip damage done onto Smoggy, but that's about all that he can ask for. Laukin does not get the kill onto nobody, and Chichu gets a kill onto Kai as well. EDG might just be making their stand here. Martin?
1.
Quite a few more to go. And Chichu is just so ready. He's gotten 3. He's going for a 4th, and he gets the 4th just as well. They're still so in this. This is still such a close game.
You know, we talked about Chichu going relatively quiet throughout stage 2. Well, now he's heating up, and he's doing it at the crucial time when they need him, when they're down 8 to 10, down a map in the series, and they need someone to step up. That's when he does it.
And now it's Trace's turn to take a timeout, to figure out what they can do to bring this over the finish line. They're so close. If they go on to lose this map and then lose the series in the 3rd map, this is the moment, this is the timeout that they're going to be talking about and thinking, man, what could have been. If they make it work here, this is the start of an incredible run for Trace to make it all the way into champs.
It would be one crazy run, but keep in mind, they wouldn't just need to win this game, they would still need to win the round after it, which is no easy feat. Remember that EDG is only one team here, and you could argue they're not top 3 at this point. I would be fine making that argument.
Me too, unfortunately.
But it's still such a close game. 1 round the difference in map 2. Bolts online, nobody in Kong Kong, Overdrive and Hunter's Fury available.
Kong the first to pop the overdrive here. He doesn't get as much space, I think, as he would like, but with that, he does. He does quite get there. Fang gets a kill, but it doesn't matter. Kong gets a second one. Nobody gets one as well. Bianc, the last one left. He gets the first kill on the Kong, but there's another person here. It's Jenny, who's been so good, but Bianc's been better. Hang on a minute, it's 1v2. This is incredibly winnable. But not if nobody gets involved. It's 10-10. They've evened it out. They've caught up. The timeout didn't quite work for Trace, just as it did for EDG.
It's true, but that being said, this was kind of a weird half-buy round for Trace. Trying to catch EDG off guard, maybe with a pocket strat they just weren't expecting. Kong run it down special with the overdrive. So rifles now back in the hands of Trace. Kong does have that op, which will be noted throughout this round.
Once again, EDG have taken so much space towards A main, and that might be the difference maker here in this half for Trace. At least in the last few rounds, that's really been where they've been struggling to take any space at all. Giving up mid has been working out well for EDG.
Because they have so much space towards A, they can feel free to stack the deck on the other side of the map, right? Throw a bunch of players over towards B, over towards Market. Make it that much harder for Trace to enter through.
He gets one early kill just holding an angle. Bianc taken out, and Kong, oh, he just misses the timing. He doesn't quite spot him. But the angle is still so good for him. Doesn't matter if he crosses or whichever direction he comes from. If he comes forward, Kong takes him out.
And still, Jenny, look at this alert from Mule King.
Fully aware. There's nothing that'll get past Jenny right now. He knows exactly where they're coming from, and with 2 people down on the side of Trace and no damage done whatsoever except for a tiny little bit of damage onto nobody as an auxiliary consolation prize. Gotta be a save.
Out of all the rounds, the way that could have went, this might be the worst possible scenario for Trace. They give up 11. They're not really going to have the money to hold 5 rifles for round 22. Meaning EDG are going to have such a huge advantage looking at match point to take us to map 3.
Go from 10-8 on a map that could have netted you the victory to be down 10-11. And then if they lose this, I think that might be a save for the side. No, not quite.
You can't
it'll
save.
Be a very disjointed buy. Yeah, certainly not. But it'll still be a very disjointed buy. So they have to win this. They have to make this 11-11. They have to be much, much closer to winning than they are. But the trip from Chichu gets rid of Kai. Kong holding on side alone, trying to dance around that drone to not get spotted, just like he did in that market area in a previous round. He wants to do it again on this A side, and he's still holding the angle. They're not pushing into him. A smart decision.
Yeah, they do take elbow, and they try and spot that out, but look at where the spike's headed. It's right into Jenny and Market.
Spotted out, and the aftershock doesn't quite connect as Fang walks right past it, using the timing to get that angle. Covered Chichu. He's having to fight mid here. But there's really not much space taken by Trace. 50 seconds left. It seems like wherever they've tried to go, they're met with enough resistance that they just give up on it.
Don't have a neon to work with, and no way to really dive into a site. Just have to hope that shots will miss.
They won't if you're Kong, and if you're holding an op and your name is Kong, that's a shot that's almost always guaranteed. And as he continues to hold this angle, I think Trace are just gonna save again.
Yeah, it has to be. There's no time. 15 seconds. Even if you get this kill onto Kong, there's no way you get the spike to the site in time. You have to keep these weapons alive. You still have at least 3 quote-unquote rifles to work with. Sure, one of them will be a Guardian. Well, it's one for Bianc. A consolation frag at best.
2 rounds lost in the ether of Valorant, just saved twice in a row. That is extremely uncommon, and that's gonna put EDG at map point. The only good thing for Trace is that they do have the guns to fight still in this potentially final round.
You'll have two guns
Something.
is what you'll work with, you know. Oh, okay, no, never mind. They're able to piece together something. A couple
Just
Guardians
about.
here and there, but... And this is the first time that Kong Kong's been over towards B with the op.
That does allow Kai and Fang Fang to take a lot of space towards A here. As you can see, they've pushed up. This time EDG not really taking that control. Instead opting for B control with that op. Unfortunately though, they've given a mid as well, and this B and mid hole is not working out just as well. Unless, of course, Trace rotate back into B, which they are doing.
They love to do this mid to market. Ultimate's going in. That's the annihilation. Kai soon to follow. Hold on, Trace. This is a new
no way to
chance.
save him.
5v3.
The site is theirs. The plant does come down. It's a post plant. If they get into good positions, this op is gonna go from a great tool to a burden on Kong Kong. As Jenny does manage to bring kill 1 though. That does bring them a little bit closer to winning this round as Chichu gets another one. It's getting easier and easier. You cannot be whiffing that, Fang Fang. You cannot be giving Chichu that. And he gets a 3rd one, and it's a 4th one on the board. He has the op out. He's gonna get the kill. He does, and it's done. EDG have won in a round that shouldn't have been winnable.
They do it in a 3 versus 5 in a retake. EDG have clutched their way to a map 3. Just barely a dominant showing despite what the scoreline says. So many flawlesses, so many 4 alives. This was EDG resurrecting to their former selves. Chichu having a monster game.
An incredible last round to just cap off what was already an incredible game from Chichu.
And despite the performances from Martin, from Kai, it was just those small mistakes that caught up to them in the end. And EDG have brought us here. They've gotten us across the line on Sunset, their pick, and they're going to take us to Ascent, map number 3 in this series, where we'll really get to see the clash of styles take place.
Yeah, as we head into, I believe, Ascent, it's gonna be, I mean, both of these teams are gonna be trying out of their minds, because again, it's an elimination game. Losing this not just eliminates you from VCT China Stage 2, it eliminates you from ever going to champions. And both of these teams have worked so hard throughout the year to make it into that specific tournament. And they're gonna be, and this next map, Ascent, that's where we decide which of these two teams still has a chance and which of these two teams will no longer have a chance.
And this is just one of those games where you're really going to start to see the pressure. You already saw it here on Sunset, but the fact that it continues to be this close, we've got comms from EDG to talk about too.
还是控给中间。站到 A 包点里去，别出来。我一会儿在前面死了，然后连烟都没给。我就说我自己在前面玩，我死了，你们去堵 A， 你们就堵在包点里行吗？要把一口绝兵。
那我就暂时先。
B 还没人没做，他 B 都没做，然后中路 timing。没事没事，你们就在包点等就行了。B 洞里边。中路封烟，中路封烟。他封到这个台上，你们那边的烟。嗯。他这个一点会回来碰一下的感觉。B 洞还是没线啊。中路张俊泰，你帮他们，我帮去包点。说话在进 B 洞道具，就一个声音。来，我去给 B 洞一个单向烟。Cyber 也在。 给不到兄弟，那边没人。Cyber 跟他说我压了，我在超市了，超市接了，没提，他们没提出。堵好 A 包点，堵好这，来，堵。
我贴这了，你就躲着点吧。
很多回来了，很多回来了，回签了。待会儿我给 Apple 烟啊。1红，飞机了，开飞机了这边。
左边来了。 我给正，我给正，我正了，
别正了，保爆点不用去了，20秒，我平台补不了枪。不是要转啊，兄弟，他知道我们人多了，还在 A 的，告诉我，别急，中路，红川来了，红川还有，中路还给我们，中路贴黑了，打对了，还有后面打50，我们要踢一个进场，没事，左边捡枪，去打宝点，贼去，他缠的，他有剑，还有剑，右手欧门，超子可以给烟，然后你平台先掰，我开飞机，
点你一个，
我方还剩1人，
点你，
先里，拉了，
他没
左边 ，nice，
Who else but Chichu to win the MVP in this game? I mean, 275 ACS, you're talking about a KD of 2.3.
Yeah, and 87% KAST. I mean, this guy was everywhere. It's again almost 90% KAST means you genuinely, legitimately have to be almost everywhere there's a fight. In every round, he has been there supporting or killing or doing something. And I mean, I couldn't think of a more deserved MVP. At least I couldn't think of an MVP that has been so visually obvious the impact that he has made in a map. So going into Ascent, I mean, I don't know. I don't know which way this is gonna shake out.
I mean, the big thing that we'll have to talk about when it comes to Ascent is what the comps are and what these playstyles are. I mentioned it a little bit. It's gonna be a clash of playstyles. Typically, you see two very different worlds in terms of comps, but let's talk about it for Trace, because everyone on this team had moments. It's just they couldn't get it across the line, right? No one on this team except for Bianc. Bianc went positive by 1 kill. Everyone else was in the negatives. It was just the Chichu show from start to finish. 23 kills in 23 rounds. You know, regardless what you say about Chichu, he got his. And so as we talk about this, right? 12 first bloods going the way of EDG, just barely winning out. That stat still seems to be deciding who wins out these games. Post plants favoring EDG a little bit.
Yeah, there were a few of those rounds. Yeah, there were a few of those rounds, especially those post plants where, you know, like you said, they went 3 and 6, and I think Trace are going to be kicking themselves a little bit about those because they felt like they were really winnable rounds, especially that round where they got eco'd as well. And that very last round where they were up 5v3 and still lost because Chichu got a 4K. I mean, those are the kinds of rounds that they're going to be thinking about if they end up losing this series. But we'll have to see if that ends up happening when we go into our final map of Ascent after a quick little break. Welcome back. We've had an incredible map 1, an incredible map 2, and now we're heading into map 3 to figure out which of Trace or EDG are going home and which are going to continue their dreams of making champs yet again. What are we feeling, Angel? How are we feeling? We're going into Ascent.
I mean, listen, Ascent is... I feel like calling it a mystery bag is an understatement with how these two teams play. I'm expecting the double sentinel out from Trace. You'd expect EDG to stick with something that's slightly more traditional in theory. Obviously in practice, EDG have loved to mix things up over the past couple months in an attempt to try and bring a sense of life back into this team, right? You'll see them run the Waylay sometimes. Other times they'll run the Jet. It's really just kind of an identity crisis when it comes to this team. But they do love that double initiator, right? They love that KO Sova kind of 1-2 punch going on. And you can see it. It's that double sentinel with the Kai on Yoru for Trace and EDG running what is the standard comp if you just sub out Chichu onto the Cypher, which, let's be real, do we want Chichu on Cypher or do we want him on Killjoy?
No, we want Chichu on whatever he's most comfortable with, and that's Cypher. That's always going to be Cypher. I mean, give him Cypher, give him a couple of trips and give him a Sheriff, and he'll just win any game. So,
yeah,
keep him on that Cypher. But yeah, you're right. It's a pretty much standard comp, and both of these teams with these comps have 100% win rate on this map. So you said it. It's a mystery bag. It's a loot box where it's gacha. We have no idea how this is gonna shake out. I'm a bit more of a believer on the EDG comp, to be honest, just because I think Kangkang's Jet is a bit better than Kai's Yoru. Am I a hater?
I think you might be a little bit of a Yoru hater. I'm not gonna lie. I have to stick with the Trace comp. I know what Martin can do on this deadlock, and I know the power that it brings to this team. You're putting Kai in a position where he's on a more comfortable agent. We've seen what he can do on this Yoru. This is an opportunity for Trace to pull off an upset. Even if it isn't that by stats, it's that by name.
It certainly is. As EDG now head towards mid, they're gonna try and go towards A through this catwalk area, and it's Lao King. He hasn't been spotted out. There's a person after you. Martin gets the kill. Bian gets a kill. Bian gets another one. Kai gets one as well, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Smog is the last one left, and Trace want to equalize in terms of pistol wins. It's 3-1 so far.
You can get it 3-3 in a map like this. That would be perfect. Trace pick up that pistol, and when we talk about map 3s, the last time that Trace lost a map 3 was back in stage 1 in the group stage against Shilai when they lost Pearl 11-13. Ever since, it's been nothing but wins when it goes the distance. And now we're here.
The mental on these guys is just incredible. They're so ready to fight to the bitter end. And now EDG with a much weaker buy head towards B and get immediately lambasted by a shock dart. A second shock dart is coming through, and that does a little bit of chip damage, but quite a lot.
Yeah, the one shock dart that did over 150 damage is the big... That's the big killer right there. But it does mean that everyone's softened up. Now that Marshall from Kai has, a lot more strength. It can one-shot anybody on the side of EDG. So Luo King as well with a Stinger should be able to farm up some kills, assuming that Jenny doesn't get an opportunity.
He's not quite given the opportunity, rather, because, well, they have so little HP, really. The three of them down to about half, like you said. And they're going back to that B area, and look at Trace. So confident and so capable of just staying put, not over-rotating, not giving up any space for no reason, knowing that they have the advantage to just sit on these rounds. Kangkang gets picked out of the sky mid-dash by Fong Fong. And he's looking for more. He might be given the opportunity to get another one, but it's going through the smoke. just awareness again and again and again. He knows that the other person is near switch here. He jumps out. He has the sheriff in hand. He doesn't get it, but it's Fang who cleans it up.
I was just going for the aura kills at that point. Just why not? Why not just jump through the smoke with a sheriff and see what happens? Because that was a round that was just beautifully played by Trace, and you have to give credit to that shock dart at the very start of the round. It weakens everyone up. A couple well-placed shots through the smoke as well. I mean, Kai and Bianc just absolutely dominate in that round, and you can see what it's rewarded them with. Bianc gets to go to a judge and still is going to have so much left in the bank.
That outlaw on the hands of Kai can actually one-shot 2 people on the side of EDG. 2 very important people, the smokes and the entry. That could be a bit of a disaster for EDG if they let that happen. Fortunately for them, though, doesn't seem to be the case.
Been mostly about this A site at the start of the round. Now EDG starts to take a look towards mid. The Kai outlaw will be a bit of a non-factor as the call's being made to go towards tree, and unfortunately that's not where Kai's set up. Ooh, Smoggy sits here, cut off by the barrier mesh, and Chichu got a kill onto Kai at the same time.
Hong Kong being a little bold with that peek does get taken out by Laukin, but unfortunately for Trace, Jenny is not only here and ready to trade, but he's ready to get one of his own, and Chichu is waiting for Bianc. He's not ready for the Y-swing. A bit of a disgusting spray from Chichu, resulting in his untimely death in the hands of Bianc. It's a 2v2, and guns have been picked up by Trace. It's a 2v3.
Light numbers to EDG, but the big thing is that it's the post plant, right? You have this high-low between Smoggy and Jenny, and then nobody just gets to sit in hell and wait this entire time. That's what makes this post plant so difficult.
But ultimately, not a lot done, as EDG have just the most perfect positions, like you said, a high-low and a crossfire. And I mean, that's a good way to not lose that bonus. An important round for them to win and keep themselves afloat. Now we're heading into a full buy from both sides, though. What a shot.
Chichu's just so good. And just absolutely on one today. And, you know, great little shot from Bianc. Yeah, he was at 10 HP. You know, he got the hard kill onto Kai, and that's what was important. But now we're sitting here in round 4, and look at it. Kai op immediately on the board and out towards B main. Talked about that head-to-head of Kai versus Kong Kong to start off the day. Never thought they'd be meeting like this in map 3.
Certainly not, and Kai's op has been a bit more inconsistent than Kong Kong's, which is probably one of the most consistent ops in all of VCT. But when it matters, he has hit some incredible shots, and he's gonna have to hit some nice ones here. Unfortunately, though, he probably will be pushed off by this house drone. Spots him out, he gets blinded, and he does have that teleport, the gate crash, to get out of there without taking any damage.
Flashes go which way.
Nobody gets a kill. Martin gets one as well. This person in logs, he knows that he's there, right? Surely, yes, Bianc. He's fully aware. He jumps down, he gets a kill, and there's no trade. Smoggy gets 2 before he's taken out. Jenny gets one as well. It's a 1v2 Martin. The only one left on the side of Trace. He sends out the net, the gravity net. He does manage to get a hit onto Jenny, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's here to back him up. It's equalized. It's 2-2. The big buy round. EDG come out on top.
That's now when things start to get scary for Trace. Right? We talk about how close this game has been. Now Trace forced down to eco for the first time in this map. It's EDG, just the sheer firepower on these executes that's getting them across the line in these last 2 rounds.
This is a very early timeout, Angel.
But you need to take it with how confident that EDG have been taking these sites, with how it's kind of just Trace picking up the pieces at the end. Sure, you can say, oh, there's only 2 alive, there's only 3 alive. But when you're consistently working from numbers down in a retake, you're eventually going to end up in a position where you're not going to be converting these rounds. And in a defense half, that's very crucial because this is a Sent defense side and you're playing a double Sentinel comp. You need as many rounds as you can get in this half. So take the timeout, try and reconvene, figure out what your approach is going to be to either hold on to some mid control, maybe just to play back a bit more. Whatever the approach is, you need to figure it out now because time is running out and you're down to another eco. So presumably you're going to give up a third. But then, you know, how far are you willing to let EDG snowball? Is it going to be a 2-5 before you finally figure things out, or is it after this round?
Certainly has to be. The sooner the better, really. As for Trace, they are now stuck in a bit of a low buy limbo. This shot that doesn't get as much value as it did before, though it does a little bit of damage on the Kangkang, who is dodging bullets by floating. Oh no, FPX! He doesn't quite get the shot. He does a little bit more damage though. Nobody down to 1 HP, but Kangkang sprays through. Kai walks through and gets a kill. Has an awesome miss with the op. Fongfa gets another double kill. It's Kai with 2 more. Hang on a minute, Jenny's the only one left.
Oh,
he's got the kill. He's got another one. It's 4. Shots missed, opportunities lost, and it's a round scraped by EDG Jenny 7.
I can't believe it. A round where Kai makes the most heroic plays you've ever seen, walking through a smoke on his own to get 3. It's EDG and Jenny with 4 kills, a missed shot from Feng that will haunt him.
After an incredible kill onto Chichu with just a classic in hand, beating out that op, and then making the same crucial, critical error as Chichu to lose the round. Oh. Do want to go back towards B here, EDG. This time though, they do have the weaponry to back themselves up. Hold this side a little bit more securely, not have to rely on heroics to win, but they still have to rely on good gameplay. BX starts it off with a quick kill. Jenny does manage to get one. Fong picks him up, but he's still in that ult. He can be brought back, and Smoggy does exactly that as Kangkang gets another kill. It's a 3v4. Trace are lost.
They have to save. You have an op in the hands of Kai. You don't have the money to really reinvest anything. You have to give this round over. And again, EDG are starting to snowball and pull away with this game. Now up 4-2. Despite Trace's success in map 3s, there's a level of experience, there's a level of pedigree to this EDG team.
It cannot be kept down, not for long at the very least.
I has the opportunity to pick off Hong Kong last moment. A good consolation kill. Puts the dimensional drift into play.
That's a devastating round to lose right after a round where you almost won. And now Trace, Thrifty, and now Trace find themselves back in another save round, another potential opportunity to get a Thrifty, but one that nonetheless is very unlikely against a team as good as EDG.
Look at it. It's Sherrix, Yonk, Martin, Hong Kong.
It's a funny buy.
All they have to work with. Yeah. And that's a Blade Storm from Hong Kong. The money continues to grow for EDG.
Rolls and it flows as they head towards A here, a side that is a little bit less stalwartly defended by Trace Esports here. Only 2 people, but now as they falter a little bit, as they start to throw some self-doubt into themselves, they might get caught out by Loking here, who only manages to get 1 before Kangkang peeks from top mid and takes him out with that Blade Storm. And they're back to A. This time, there's even fewer people. There were 2 before, there's nobody now.
And Luo King had one of your few rifles. So now in a position where the only thing you have to work with is Kai's op, a couple sheriffs. Good shot from Kai.
Good start.
You need more than just a good start. There needs to be some kills. There needs to be something done.
Okay.
Kai's down. Martin next. It's all up to Bianc. 1v3.
The damage has been done. There's 2 people left. There's Fang Fang as well. And Nobody and Smoggy down to just 1 HP. This could actually work out. Bianc gets one. Fang Fang gets one. And Fang Fang gets another one as well. They won it. They've still somehow won it. It's perfect from both of them. Going one after the other. Getting the exact kills they needed in the exact order that they needed them. Didn't see that one coming.
No, I did not. But here we are. Especially after the last round. That was a bit of an eco. Trace wasn't able to convert, but this time, heroics from Feng Feng. Great shots from Bianc.
Oh, he's not even, he can't see them.
He pulls it across. And for Trace...
You won! Does he know that they won?
He pulls it across. I don't know.
They won
Might
an
have just been when
impossible
Kai
round.
died.
I suppose, well... Kai is now trapped a little bit, but he does have that gate crash to get out of there. Without giving too much of himself up.
Now holds the cross for market. So, waiting for a potential smoke. There it is. Kong Kong will be able to cross now, but into the fire of Feng Feng and Bianc.
Chose not to. He chooses instead to retreat and regroup with his team so they can actually start pushing towards A. Unfortunately for them, they are walking into a myriad of Sentinel utility and a Luo King that doesn't want to be giving to this side. Kai has the opportunity to use the time that this wall affords him to get into a position with that AWP, with a Sheriff possibly as well. And Lao King gets the first kill. He has a blind, he sends it out. Kong Kong's already dashed past him. He might not know, but it doesn't matter. Kai's come through from heaven. He gets the kill onto Kong Kong. Nobody in generator spots him out, but it doesn't matter. Lao King, he's so ready. The smoke, the blind fades just in time, and Bianc taken down. It's a 2v4. Chichu down to half HP. Stuck in this mid position as the spike goes down in time towards B side.
我的半线被发现了。
One bullet from a Vandal. That'll do him in. Just tucked in position. There goes Chichu. Now it's just Smoggy. A 1v4.
Now he wins. This is gonna be incredible, but he doesn't. Trace even out 4 for 4 of an incredible performance from Lao King on that A side. He defended that with his life. Incredible.
What a flick from Kai. But this is a Trace that they still have some sort of a fight. They just need to keep things close. Kai at 12-5 in 8 rounds. Trying to do the most for this team right now. A little bit of a tech pause going on. Or is this a timeout?
This might be a timeout as they are speaking, I think.
Yeah,
EDG. It's a timeout from EDG. They wanna bring this back. They've given up too many rounds in a row to Trace, and we got a timeout from Trace at 2-2, and we get one from EDG at 4-4. By 8-8, I think we'll be out of timeouts, right?
You know, you'd think that. I think actually what we're gonna end up seeing is that no one's gonna take a timeout at 6-6 because that's when the sides swap. So it's actually gonna be 10-10 when we see the last timeout. Yeah.
Of course.
So, but you do make a great point.
It's as close as it can be. It seems like every time one of these teams gets a minor leg up, the other is just capable of bringing it right back. And I don't even know. what they could be talking about right now.
I think what they're talking about is how can we hold our translator BDOS hostage for even longer. And
it's a conspiracy. They're both in on it, I'm telling you.
Yep. So we now approach round 9. EDG off of a timeout. All they have is a couple stingers to their name. A sheriff in there for good measure, and Chichu. Always got to have that Chichu sheriff.
Martin gets spotted out by the arrow in main. Maybe a blunder, maybe not. Not at all, because Martin is so ready for Kong Kong's dive. And Lao King, he's gotten 2 through smokes. It's headshots too. Every time I see these players get these kills through smokes, I'm dumbfounded, but it happens so often that at this point it's not luck. It's just somehow a sixth sense. Chichu does manage to get 1 kill. But okay, Kai, you can't be whiffing that. And Chichu, you cannot be hitting that. How are you capable of the impossible with a sheriff in your hand?
2 kills with the sheriff for Chichu, as the B site being completely vacated by Trace. It does mean that if nobody reads it, it does seem that he does. Goes over to B, gets that plant. Eimer against Trace is they don't want to give up a gun. They don't want to put themselves in a position where it's even numbers. They'd rather just play the retake out 3-on-3. 3-on-2, rather.
Especially good for Trace, because they know that if they go B, they just have no opportunities to pick up any gun upgrades as well, because both members of Trace who had a rifle died on A site. And as the clock winds down, they will get the plant down. But it's going to be a very difficult post-plant to hold.
Yeah, 2v3. You have to hope that nobody's Stinger, or maybe Chichu Sheriff, will pull it across the line. Trace fully ready for this retake. Main cleared. They know that both of these players have to be on the site. Chichu will be the first contact in lane.
The risk of them jumping down seems to have Chichu on edge, and he doesn't know quite where to look. Bianc manages to get rid of Chichu, and nobody's left with 16 HP. He sends out an arrow. He still spots 2 people, but he's out of bullets. He picks up a gun that doesn't have bullets.
Out of bullets, out of time. Trace bring across a 5th. And for the first time since round 3, they maintain a lead. It's just 1 round, but it's just enough to put them back in contention for this map, to bring them back. And Luo King, a huge 2 kills. You could argue Chichu the same with that sheriff. But Trace bringing these rounds across in the perfect moments. Chance for a 6th.
The unfortunate thing for both of these teams is that so far, the team that wins the first half ends up losing the map. We've seen that on Lotus, we've seen that on Sunset. So perhaps we'll see it again. But to even get there, we still have a couple more rounds to go. And as Fang Fang holds his early angle, EDG opt instead to rotate.
Opening shot for Kai. Will force gate crash eventually to get right on out of there.
Kai shooting the first bullet in the human-robot war as he takes down the drone with that operator and holding mid. Oh, he gives it up. Hang on a minute. That gives Kong Kong so much space to push up.
First, but his trap wire there gonna have to be broken. But still, the B site looking to be split upon. Hunter's Fury out. Nobody trying to get a kill. Doesn't go through. Instead, it's just a tag onto Bianc.
Bianc has to be holding this site with white-knuckled rage. He has to get at least 1 here. He might even be able to get more than that. And look at Fang Fang. He's so ready. He gets the 2 as Kai gets 1 and nobody gets 2 of his own. 8 seconds left. He wishes it was 8 minutes. Chichu holding this market area. It's 3v2. Nobody's down to half HP. If they don't expect Chichu here, it could be devastating. But the smoke might be even more devastating.
They don't know.
Nobody. The first one. They don't know Chichu's here. They won't turn. Kai does turn! Nobody goes down and Kai is so ready for stairs, noting there's one more person alive. He has to come from stairs. And he does. Right to his death in the hands of Kai. 6-4.
And Trace, a huge opportunity. Reminder that so far, both maps in this series have ended 7-5 at the half. This is the first time you could see an 8-4 coming into the last 2 rounds of the half.
Who wins if it's an 8-4? If it's 7-5, the team that's 5 wins. I don't know who wins if it's an 8-4.
We haven't gotten to that part of the script yet.
Oh my goodness. I thought they were supposed to send it to us in advance. I guess not. Kai gets a shot off on to another electronic item instead of a person before dashing or great crashing away. But he does have the opportunity to get another one here, and Chichu is his victim. What? Nobody manages to get 2 of his own. Hang on a minute, Smoggy's got another one as well. It's a 3v3 into a 3v2 in favor of EDG. All of a sudden, Trace find themselves on the back foot. Kai has just walked out. He still manages to get out as Fong gets a kill. Fong gets another one and a 3rd one. This guy comes in through catwalk and kills every member of EDG.
I can't believe it. Kai just toying with EDG as Fung lurks up catwalk and strikes like a tiger. Despite all of the heroics from nobody, from Smoggy to bring them onto the site, they lose it in the final moments. And it's the 7th round secured for Trace. And they have ultimates to still back them up. There's more to work with. Just one off of annihilation for Martin. EDG, what can you do with this Hunter's Fury?
Destroyer joining the ranks of coaches that are disappointed no matter what their players do. Kai doesn't quite get the shot. He does do a little bit of damage, which Biang follows up on with a clean headshot to take out Kong Kong. And that's the tip of your spear. Dulled, broken, chipped, and damaged. Leaving the rest of your team to have to do this without a sufficiently strong entry. Thankfully for them though, Trace have left his site relatively open, but not for long as Fong pushes through the smoke and gets a kill on the Chuchu. Person in main, a person on site. EG are disjointed, they're lost, they're separated, they're not together anymore. Yenny. The last chance they have to prevent this 8-4.
You asked me, Kets, what happens when it's 8-4 at the half. We're about to find out. Trace just toying with Gianni at this point. Any kill is all but consolation, and you can't even get that. Trace have found their way to an 8-4 half.
The only consolation for EDG, if any, is that this is a relatively, well, quite defender-sided map. So heading into their attack half, heading into their defense half now, they could hope to get 8 of their own. Unfortunately though, even on an attacker side, defender-sided map, 4 is a difficult score to justify.
Especially because of one major thing, and that's going to be this deadlock from Martin. The key that you're going to want to look at throughout the rest of this game, and in this second half in particular, is how many times Martin is alive in the post plant. Because that deadlock utility is so powerful. We saw it on Sunset, how powerful it was in those post plants, stalling out retakes. The problem for Trace was that he wasn't alive in the post plants enough or long enough for that utility to make any sort of effect. But in this case, where you have Kai on a Yoru that feels much more comfortable than the Neon, and you have Fung who's still in a wonderful form, it puts a lot more freedom on Martin to play his own game. And look at Kai's ACS right now.
280 and 229 average damage per round. I mean, look, I wasn't a Kai Yoru believer, but I certainly am now, because these are kind of numbers that you can't argue against.
No, I knew about the Kai Yoru coming into this game. I wasn't expecting it on Ascent, admittedly. I was expecting to see it on Lotus. But nonetheless, we're here. And we're watching him battle against one of arguably the most prestigious Chinese player of all time in Hong Kong. And right now, he's winning.
I mean, he's winning incredibly comfortably here as we head into the second half. The sides have swapped, and EDG are gonna at least try to emulate the success that Trace had on the defense half and bring this at the very least into overtime. That's with the pistol though. If Trace managed to get this, they're even on pistols. If EDG managed to get this, they will be up 4 and 2 in terms of pistols.
History is all in the past for both of these teams. What matters right now is the 12 rounds ahead of them, because that's what separates their chance at champions this year and a season filled with regret. A lackluster stage 1 for both of them. No! Missed dash, but Chichu's there. Holds Kong by the back of his neck.
I'm sure Kong was in a state of absolute panic, but the rest of EDG are certainly not, as they take their turns getting killed, and Kong pulls himself together, composes himself just in time to get 2 clean headshots with that Sheriff in hand. And it's another pistol round 1 for EDG, bringing us up to 4 and 2 in favor of EDG, but they're still behind. It's still only 8-5.
And this, for EDG, is really, really important. You don't want to go down 10-4, or not right now. The big thing is that last final round that Trace were able to take away in that first half. What it gives them is just a little bit longer of a buffer, because we know that EDG are going to start off this half strong, especially after that pistol. Hong Kong with this Marshall, still pushed off. Force.
I mean, he just can't be pushed off. Flash him. Shock dart him. Do whatever you want. He's gonna take that angle again, because he's just so confident that he's gonna hit that shot. And he almost always does. So it's very deserved confidence. As Smoggy now uses his own smoke to create a one-way for himself to play around.
They do get Smoggy, they force him to teleport away. That's a swing in. Smoggy still gets one before they trade it out. Jenny, though, it's another only 1-for-1. There's a world where Kai can bring this across.
Damage done, and the Bulldog in the hand of Kai, who does have all the HP in the world, at least in terms of normal HP and no shields. Unfortunately though, he is spotted by Chichu, who comes in from heaven, and Kong from main. It's a perfect pincer. 8-6. Still behind, but catching up very rapidly.
The big thing for Trace in that round was getting that spike down, right? Being able to get some extra money in this, now what is supposed to be a bonus round for EDG, a round where they're still going to have 3 Bulldogs to the better. Keeping as much money for yourselves as possible, it's going to be huge. And you can see, right, EDG, despite everyone being Chinese, EDG is still the hometown favorites. So up 8-6.
Is this timeout from EDG?
I think it's a tech pause. This is a tech pause
it's
from
tech
EDG.
Pause.
Yeah.
Well, I hope nobody got too frustrated and kicked anything, but
someone spilled Red Bull all over their keyboard.
Oh no. That was me, guys.
I actually have no clue. It was you. You spilled Red Bull.
I did. I spilled Red Bull over all of their keyboards.
Okay. This might be some collusion. But
it might be. Look, I have my prediction sent in for Trace. I need my points, man. Come on.
All right.
Look, I mean, we're heading into our first proper buy round. If EDG managed to win this, it's another save round for Trace, and they're up 8. They could be, at the very least, up 8-8, save for an incredible eco from Trace. They could be up 8-8. And then, I mean, it's just like Sunset again, wasn't it? Wasn't Sunset 7-5, and then we ended up somewhere at 8-8 as well? So,
yeah.
2 rounds still means this game is completely undecided. This game is not even close to being decided with just 2 rounds at 8-6. Maybe it was like 12-10, but not 8-6.
I think the most important thing for Trace is what these next couple rounds look like, even if you don't win them, right? Even if we do end up at 8-8, is it close, or is EDG just stomping you out? Because if EDG is just stomping you out and they're able to build that economy, it's going to be so hard to string rounds together and find a way back into this. But even if these rounds are close, even if EDG is going to be kept on the back foot for the rest of this, right? Even if they're still winning rounds, you're still giving yourself so much of a better opportunity to find your way back in, even if it's just by sheer luck in one round, and then all of a sudden you start to have momentum. That's so much easier to do when your opponent doesn't have 9,000 credits plus an op in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You do not, I mean, especially with a team that you know is so mechanically insane like EDG, and especially with players like Kangkang, you don't want to be giving them confidence. You don't want to be giving them momentum to be carrying over round after round. And, you know, once Kangkang gets confident, he's going to be taking insane peaks with that op and probably hitting them. And you don't want to give Kangkang that kind of confidence. Instead, you want your own people to build up confidence, and that comes from winning these rounds. And I think this next round is going to be the most, might just be the most important round. If EDG win it, it might be the most important round. If Trace win it, it's kind of business as usual because it is a bonus round for EDG. But if EDG manage to convert this bonus, it might be the most important round of the series.
Still in a little bit of a tech pause, trying to figure out what's wrong. There's some frame issues being had, waiting on a PC to restart, some headsets to reconnect.
You know, they're just hanging out. Just I mean, we saw everybody and it looked like they were about ready, and they are, as we head now back into the game. As you can see, Trace won 6 in a row, and now EDG have won 2 in a row. It is their bonus now though, so Trace have to win this round.
Or EDG wins 6 in a row.
Or that. Or terrifyingly that for Trace at the very least. Great for EDG. Some early utility usage, not really anything much gained off of any of it really in mid here. No space really gained for either side either, as Kangkang on the other hand. This is the confidence I was talking about. You don't want to be having this guy doing these sorts of things. Shouldn't be confident enough to do those things, but then if he whips, that is a free kill for you. Unfortunately, he does take out Lauking before Kai takes him out. As Kai takes out nobody as well in mid.
Huge gap.
That's 2 people killed for the side of EDG. Unfortunately for Trace, so they don't have a smokes player anymore.
The other thing as well is that EDG now have to play from the disadvantage, from the 3v4. They have to swing and find something, but the only thing they find is Byonk's bullets to the head.
You don't need a smoke. Just kill him.
Nope. What's that? What's a smoke? Just fight. Just shoot and win. So, Chichu 1v4 with the Bulldog. Thoughts?
If he had a sheriff, he wins this.
Okay.
I mean,
you think the Bulldog's just a bit too much?
Nah, Bulldog's too bad of a gun. He needs his best gun, which is his sheriff.
Okay. I don't know. I think a Chichu op 1v4.
Chichu op? That could be. I mean, could be. We've seen him win a few times.
No, but at this point, Chichu just playing for exits, right? Trying to do as much damage as possible. Block off the main passageway out of the site for Trace, which is going to be a main. And unfortunately, Feng will be able to bring him down. And so it's still the lead being extended by Trace back to 3 rounds. But there will be full rifles on both sides, right? It's gonna be this EDG full buy about to come out. But the fact that Trace could come out of that tech pause that was, you know, EDG's own tech pause and bring themselves around.
EDG's tech pause?
Yeah, so it was a player on EDG that had a tech issue. So.
EDG's tech pause. That's quite funny, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's a full buy round. This is the time for EDG to make their stand, because if they let Trace go up to 10, 11 is most likely due to an upcoming save caused by losing that round. So risky from Gianni. He's taking a fight that he could very well lose. Unfortunately for Kai, though, he teleports almost into the path of a Hunter's Fury. It is his own teammate, so he won't take too much damage for it. I mean, not a lot of space taken after all of that commotion.
Nope. It was fishing for a kill, and unfortunately the rod has come up empty. So for Trace, it has to be a new look in the last half of this round, and it's just going to be to go hit the B site and see how much you can find. Only player there will be Kong Kong. Chichu would be the next in line to help out. You do have utility to help you. Dimensional Drift from Kai does go through. Tries to take as much space as possible, get as much info over. But Kong Kong, you still have a world of hurt coming your way.
They don't check backside for him. Kai, you can't not be checking backside. Kai, you're using your dimensional drift to clear side. You have to check backside. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't check whatsoever, and it's Kong Kong and then nobody with 3 kills back to back to back, make it a 4th. A massive blunder from Trace. Absolutely a blunder.
And this is, you know, the Kai effect. How strong he is as a player, but when he goes down early, there's so much of a void that Trace need to fill when Kai is taking over. You look at the KD right now. Kai is 20, I think it's 22-9. Ridiculous. The next closest player to him is nobody. The top fragger for EDG at 14.
It's a rare day when you see Kong Kong get so thoroughly outdone as a duelist. Unfortunately, though, that round was the Kai effect, like you said. I mean, Kai effect in the sense that, you know, he died, but then he also kind of gave that up.
Oh!
Again, the Kai does not quite make it work despite his incredible stats. Getting taken out by Gianni, who has been so good against ops just in general. But look at Martin. Hang on a minute. Look at Martin. He's gotten 2, 3, make it 4. He's on for an ace. He doesn't get it. Smoggy takes him out, but Bianc has a spike. He's at B.
Young, a plant for the open. So much utility to work with. Smoggy nowhere near the site. Has such a huge amount of time to reposition. Get into a better opportunity. Here's Smoggy out towards defender spawn now. Just gets to play around the boxes.
So careful. Walking. He spotted out Bianc. The angle is perfect. He uses the boxes as cover. And it's 10-7. The 3-round lead maintained off the back of a nail-biting clutch from Bianc. And 4K from Martin, let's not forget.
No, not at all. Martin, the savior of this round for Trace. A huge moment, a huge 4K. And sure, Smoggy does take him out, but it gives Bianc a huge opportunity at the end. And this is what you needed. When Kai goes down, someone else takes the mantle. When Martin steps up like that, when Martin's having rounds like that, it's hard to argue against this Trace team. Hong Kong has an op now.
Bianc using that all drone in simultaneously. The nobody meeting in the middle saying hello to each other. Kai wants to take a bit of a fight as soon, presumably, as this one-way ends, as Martin is now ready to go with his friend. Does seem like it's going to end up at an A.
where things are leaning. The problem is EDG 3 stacked here, one of them being the Kong Kong op over towards this side of the map. But it's also tasked with holding down mid, making sure that space doesn't get taken too easily for Trace. As the execute goes in, Smoggy, under pressure, has to teleport out to Jenny.
Ult is out, but it's not really being sent out just quite yet. Kong Kong gets a kill. Smoggy gets 2. Fongfa, the only one, manages to get a kill before he's taken out as well. EDG are far from out of it.
Bit of an undercooked round compared to what we normally expect out of Trace, right? A team that loves to explore the entire map. That was just a round where they took one quick fight, opted for A, said we're gonna hit A, and unfortunately EDG had the read. 4 players all stacked over towards this side of the map, and before Feng could even get active, the rest of the team was already down, and you can see what that round meant to EDG. Such a huge round, and this is a timeout from Trace. They don't want to let this get ahead of them. They have this lead and they need to protect it at all costs. They are 3 rounds away from eliminating EDG from playoffs.
Yeah, not quite the 8-8 timeout we were expecting, but 10-8 nonetheless is still a good time to be bringing this out, talking to your players, trying to figure out what you can do to pull yourselves across the finish line. It seems like every time Trace have a brilliant round, EDG are ready to answer right back and vice versa. I still have no idea where this is gonna go. It's only 2 rounds. EDG just have to win. It was 10-8 on Sunset before EDG won 5 in a row.
Yeah. That's one of those moments where you can't just count out this EDG team at all. They can still very easily come back into this game. We know that Kong Kong's op is a force to be reckoned with. And for Trace, with not a whole lot of money left in the bank, no ults to work with, there can't really be a heavy investment in this round. You have 1 stinger in the hands of Kai, and other than that, you hope that the bodies in mid will be able to take care of it.
An unbelievably rare miss for Kong Kong on essentially 5 players. He was spoiled for choice, and doesn't matter. Jenny and nobody are there to clean up. Bianc does manage to get one with his classic in hand. Okay, has someone gotten another one too? How has this happened? That's guns to be picked up. Hunter's Fury coming through from nobody. A bit of desperation. It does work out for him. He gets 2. He manages to pick up 2, and Kong Kong this time he will not whiff twice. Not with an op in hand. A dangerous round cleaned up in the end by EDG. They're within 1 round now.
Yeah, but it was expensive for a round where the only investment was 1 stinger in the hands of Kai. You force out 2 guns and a Hunter's Fury. If I'm Trace, I'm okay with that round. I'm not upset that we lost that round at all. In fact, it gives you a really good opportunity to come into this round and kind of limit the options of EDG. Reminder, you still have the lead. It's still 9-10 in your favor. So only real point of contention is going to be that null command that Jenny could pop on a retake if he is available.
You should be as Kong Kong, using nobody's old drone to get a bit more space towards B main, and once he gets installed into this position, he can essentially just sit here, sit pretty prim and proper, waiting for prey to walk into his predatory grasp. Yes, look at Tracy. They pushed up mid. They're gonna try and flood through mid and avoid Kong Kong's off by doing that. But if he actually just turns around and holds market, it's still an incredible position for him. They would have to pincer him, but they don't even check the corner. Nobody gets a kill. Kai does manage to trade him out. Nobody gets another one. He gets a 3rd before he's taken out. Unfortunately, though, it is still 2v2. Smoggy manages to ult into the back of sight, and they know exactly where he is, but he knows where Fong is as well, because he's got a 6th sense. He's killed another one through the smoke.
Smoggy is a magician. 2 kills through the smoke off of no info. Just sheer instinct. A demon in the back of the site sits there And off of nothing but primal instinct gets those two and ties us up at 10-all. Both teams hit double digits in the third map of this series.
These players are not ready to call it a day just yet. Every single member of EDG is showing up exactly when it matters most. They are not laying down. They are not going without a fight. They will take this to the absolute brink before giving up. And as Trace now do a bit of a faster push through mid, nobody is ready yet again for a clean headshot off of a pixel angle. And look at Chichu, look at Kangkang, they're all so ready. Kangkang's not hitting the shots that he needs to be hitting. Usually so good for it. This time though, he does manage to clean up. Chichu gets a kill as well, and Trace, with no guns to their names, get no kills either. EDG have taken the lead. It's 10-11. It's Sunset all over again.
Trace, after such a strong start to this series, a good first half on Sunset and a good first half here on Ascent, it just feels like it's slipping through their fingertips yet again. And by heroics from nobody to claw this team back into the game. 23-12 for the IGL of EDG.
Nobody wants to take so much space in the starts of these rounds. He doesn't want to give an inch to the players of Trace. Unfortunately, he is pushed out by Trace. He's supposed to using that owl drone to get a lot of information as Kai uses the conventional trick. Get just as much space. He's taken out yet again by Jenny. He has not had much success as Yoru in this half, and this continues to be a problem for the side of Trace as their entry has now just been taken on as nobody explores towards mid with that owl drone. He spots out Fang Fang as well. Kill found. Trace. They're forced to come into this B side. Martin does manage to get the kill though, and the side is theirs. There is gonna have to be a sort of a retake, and Fang Fang with a sixth sense of his own, killing out nobody. Can he get a second one? Yes, he can. Chichu taken out as well. Fang Fang, are you good for another? He's not. The flash does come through. He can't see anything. Not even his own death. Kangkang takes him out. There's still 3 players left on side from the side of Trace. The spike is down. The bomb is ticking away. EDG running out of options, running out of manpower, running out of time. Are they just gonna save? Certainly not. They might have no options. Kangkang manages to get the first kill. He sets down the cloudburst. He wants to use it to get something done, but the reveal comes through in perfect time, and it's Martin who finished it off in a very crazy close end of the round.
Just barely. Trace are able to piece that together, and it comes off of Fang Fang. A huge 2K in market. Playing to live for so long, the dimensional drift from Kai does not get the value he wanted. But that from Fang Fang was beautiful. To piece them together, and after that, it was just about trading. Smoggy tried to get the spray transfer, but it just didn't work out. And we sit here 11-11 EDG. We talked about when this timeout would be. We were technically one pair, 2 rounds off of when it took place. We thought 10-10. It's here at 11-11, and EDG backs against the wall here. Trace, they've got that full buy lock and key. Question is, do EDG piece together enough to try and guarantee match point?
EDG are gonna have to make this work. Both of these teams are so close to continuing on, and I think, honestly, Angel, I think we might be going into overtime here. I think overtime is not just likely, I think it might be inevitable. These teams are so evenly matched.
Tale as old as time. These two teams going at each other throughout the entire year.
Gonna come down to this round, I think, at least for the side of EDG, because if Trace lose this, they're looking at a save. So if EDG manage to win this round and get themselves up to map point, series point, game point, everything point, this could be the end.
Annihilation that misses. Martin can't find an opening, despite what the spam from the Nobody Odin was doing.
They do manage to get a good amount of space here towards market though, as Kai pushes up, doesn't find a tripwire or any sort of information providing utility. As Jenny sends out the suppress, it doesn't catch anybody. They don't know that they're here, but as they flood in, they will know. The flash goes through. Jenny goes through as well. He pulls out the shorty, but Kais is faster. There's a person back aside. It's Chichu. Kangkang's in front of side too. Chichu gets the first kill. Kangkang and Chichu are both killed at the same time, a simultaneous death, leaving just Smoggy and nobody alive. They get a kill of their own each. It's 2v2.
Spike yet to be planted. They're trying to bait this out, but nobody spams with the Odin!
How?
Luking's down! Spike is dropped, it's all up to Bianc. The IGL for Trace at just 24 HP. No Spike in hand. High-low being held between Nobody and Smoggy. Bianc, it's all been confirmed. EDG are at series point.
How on earth did nobody spam there? That is an incredible angle to be spamming for as long as you do. The awareness, the read, the brain at work is incredible. I mean, look at this. He spams it for so long.
And it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Trace to lose in a round like that. Now you have to play for overtime. You have to hope that the Soul Vandal of Kai will be enough to bring you across.
It's the only thing they have. They have to make it worthwhile. At the very least, have him die in a place where the Vandal can get picked up so he can get recycled within the team, because if they lose it, they will lose the round most likely. The trip here will notify EDG that Trace are pushing on mid. With nowhere left to go. They have... You can see. I'm heading towards A now. But it's the wrong decision. There's 3 people here. They're walking into a trap. They're walking into their own demise. Look at Smoggy. He's up at a high perch. The predator, the bird of prey, ready for his victim to fall into his lap. He spots out a second person. He spots out a third person. That's the Vandal God. He gets a 4th one. The ace is on the line for Smoggy, but it's Kangkang that ends it. And EDG have beaten Trace in a nail-biting, incredibly close game to advance in the lower bracket of the playoffs.
And EDG, a monstrous victory here. It took all 3 maps, all 24 rounds, but they get it done. They continue their legacy. They continue for a chance to make it to champs. The defending title holders will continue their run through VCT China in an attempt to make it to Paris. But for Trace, despite the success they had early on in the year, despite their showing at Bangkok, it just wasn't enough to bring them across the line to champions this year. And for a team that's been waiting in the wings, that didn't make it to playoffs, Wolves, there is still hope for them to make it to champions this year.
An incredibly close game. Both of these teams pushed to the very brink, pushed to their very limits, and it's EDG with their years of experience, with their wealth of experience, that come out on top. Their mental as strong as ever, and they still remain a dangerous, dangerous foe to face in VCT China.
Yeah, and this is an EDG that you can start to look at as a threat again. There was a brief moment throughout the group stage.
Smoggy.
Yeah. Just go ahead. Go ahead, pop off. Flawless way to end it. And this is an EDG that you can look at as a threat again. There was talk in the group stage of this team not being there. You know, we mentioned, are they still top 3 in China? You know, that's a question that's still to be answered throughout the rest of playoffs. But at the very least, you can put them in the conversation again. You can confidently say they're up there. It brings them across the line in this game. It was impressive heroics from Smoggy, from Nobody, from players that we didn't really talk about throughout the first 2 maps of this series that come in clutch. And despite what you were able to see from Kai as a player, the strength that he had, despite the moments of brilliance from Luo King, from Feng, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
And I mean, we're gonna be hearing some team comms in just a second, but you're right. This is a step in the right direction for EDG, and I think we'll be able to hear what it sounds like when they were making that first step. In just a second, I can never time the team comms thing, right?
It's right about now.
Right about in a bit.
Well, here we go. EDG 3, 2, 1, yada yada yada. We're waiting for the spam to end because this was still a really impressive round. But now we've got team comms from EDG.
There we go.
冰洞里面就一个 cyber，
没啥也没来，
我来帮 B 了。哪儿？中了，没捆到我，兄弟。B 洞没人，下把人多都做中路的。好，没事。中路开飞机，在后点踢过来了。拿一大吗？什么意思？可以，拿一大吧。夜路 TP 了。B 洞来不了。张玉太去。他中路给线了。近点没有。中路给。让我拿死。A 小我来看。中路封烟了。我想去酒窖，兄弟。听到了吗？不知道了。不知道。贴着 B 2了，超射。炸了吗？炸 B 了。给个烟给我混出去行吗？给了。烟里一个。推不了黑。烟里推黑。被捆了，兄弟。有大。别急。王旭有大，别急。有给个烟，先算人。都见过吗？我帮你开金流，别急。剩余30秒。8点，还在8点。不用，还有20秒。有剑，等剑吧。站着蹲着。不行，别跑了，去传仓。没事。
And who else but Nobody?
So good. I mean, I'm still in shock of that one round where he spammed, that one that you just watched where he spammed through from CT and B. I mean, that's not even a normal angle to spam.
Nope. He has the vision in his head, and we talked about it coming into today. You know, the sacrificial lamb on the Yoru. Well, now he's stepping up on the Sova, the MVP for this team, to bring them across the line. Had so many clutch moments. We talked about multi-kills. This dude had 8 multi-kills throughout this game, and they were all so important. These sight holds when he was on the defense, it just has been crucial every step of the way for this team. And when you talk about EDG being one of those founding members alongside Kong Kong and Chichu, the fact that he's able to bring it across for them and keep this legacy of EDG alive, still give them a chance to make it to Paris, that's what is so important for Nobody here.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he must love French food because he popped off like nothing, especially in the second half of that final map. That 309 ACS, a 2.0 KD. I mean, it is truly an incredible performance from a Sova of all players. I mean, and beating out a Kai that was on fire in the first half of that game. And again, look, the first kills reflect the scores pretty closely yet again. This time though, EDG had a much harder time holding on to these post plants.
Oh yeah, no, that was all Trace all day in those retakes. And so we talk about, you know, some of the other players as well, including Smoggy on that second map, or that third map, stepped up massively for this team. And I mean, in terms of playoff series, this might be as close as we're going to get until we get to like that 4th place decider match, like the lower semis. This might be as close as we get for a very long time. 3 maps, all 24 on map 3. We got to, I think, 23 maps or 23 rounds in map 2. Like, it took us a while, but we got there, and EDG will continue their tournament life. What else is there to say other than the fact that we're wrong and EDG have proved us wrong yet again?
Yeah, we both had Trace winning this one. I think. I mean, look, it was close enough that I don't feel too bad about it. But yeah, as we look at the predictions, our producer has predicted correctly both. And let's kick it to a quick interview with the winner.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再次恭喜 EDG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了球球选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 球球。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的球球。
欢迎，也恭喜你们赢下了这场生死战。对于两支队伍来说，真的都是非常非常关键的一场比赛。那能不能也跟我们分享一下这次的心情呢？
我觉得我们就是在也不是我们吧，就可能在赎罪吧。我可能在赎罪。
Yeah, it's like we're like kind of redeeming ourselves.
就该赢，就该有这么好的表现。
Trying to like pay back what happened yesterday.
无疑是今天比赛的关键先生，在日落之城几波残局给我们都看惊了，确实也。
And how much you use Costream on Sunset?
那你对于今天自己的
Are you satisfied with performance today?
我觉得这才应该是我吧，然后也不能说因为担任那些责任。
Yeah, it's like I shouldn't like let those like IGL duties like affect my performance that much.
说到责任，其实我们也知道，在这段时间，球球一直在担任一个指挥的位置，其实也一定是不小的压力的。做队里的。
And how does it feel being IGL?
从好的来讲，自己死了过后没有人说，然后从坏的来讲，可能就是自己得控制住自己的一些的情绪。
Yeah, it's like I guess like people like flame him less when he like maybe dies early in the round, but then like he has to like still control his own emotions and what the team is doing.
今天你无论是指挥还是枪法都是非常一流的，这段时间是不是也做了很多的平衡呢？
我觉得就是一直在看录像吧，然后最近就是跟以前看录像不太一样吧，就是现在可能会更多的去看。这个队有10个人的那种。
Yeah, and he's like the way he's like watching VODs has changed. It's more of like now like watching multiple perspectives.
那种很细微的局内操作，可能还得王胜旭帮忙抠，我觉得。
And it's like nobody still like helps him with a lot of the duties.
默契的。那球球作为成都人，对重庆会比较了解吗？
还行。
还行。那这回出发去重庆之前，现在心情
How does it feel going to 重庆？
挺好的，换个环境，然后又能去住酒店了。
哦，那也想问一下你有没有什么
？And what do you want to recommend to everyone?
郭东他妈家的小面。
He's like some sort of like 重庆 noodles.
到时候我想所有观众也都会去试一试的。那今天结束了最后一场比赛，其实也是今年可能常规赛在上海的最后一场比赛。回望过去这一整年。
And how's like what are your thoughts on like the whole entire year?
就今天开打的时候，我就一直跟他们说，今天的主题就是珍惜嘛，然后可能就是珍惜自己的每一场比赛，可能每一场比赛，都希望打得更精彩一点嘛，然后就。
He's like I guess like the theme for like this year, this match is like treasuring like opportunities and like treasuring every like opportunity to get on the stage.
再次感谢球球接受我们的采访。
Yeah, and that's it for the interview.
感谢球球。那我们今天的赛后采。
Thank you so much, BDOS, for that lovely interview with Chichu, the co-IGL of EDG. And Kets, we've had a very long day of playoffs behind us. Remember that we started off the day with a best of 3 between FPX and All Gamers that also went to map number 3, and it was All Gamers who was able to continue their tournament life here in VCT China Stage 2 playoffs. And then we just finished another best of 3. All 3 maps, EDG versus Trace. EDG continuing their run, a chance to make it back to champions, this time in Paris instead of Seoul. So much to do.
Yeah, so much to do and a lot to do still for both of those teams, AG and EDG, who will be facing the losers of Bilibili versus Tyloo and Shilai Gaming versus DRG. I mean, these are tough matchups still yet to come. Though I think EDG are gonna be breathing a sigh of relief, having beaten Trace, a team that historically has been pretty good against them. So hopefully this has built up some confidence for them, and they can make themselves back into champs, and who knows, maybe we'll get another run.
You never know. But until next time, I've been Ancient Angel. With me has been Kets. We want to give a huge... Wait a minute. I'm getting some words. We're going to be able to quickly show the next games, so we're going to be able to talk about those for a little bit. You mentioned it, right, already. DRG versus Shilai into the future,
right.
as well as Billy versus Tyloo, and that Shilai game versus Billy, or that Shilai game versus DRG is really interesting to me, only because, keep in mind, the winner of that game guaranteed gets to go to champs, and not only that, both of those are Ascension teams, meaning if you don't make it to champs, you have to go play Ascension. So that's going to be a super fun game to watch. On the other side of things, Bilibili versus Tyloo. I think the Tyloo glow up that we've seen throughout this second stage has been something worth watching and something worth kind of praising Tyloo for. On the other side of things, there's an argument to be made that Bilibili's the best team in China.
I think there's an argument to be made, and I don't think you'll be wrong to make it. But as you can see, the total points, EDG are still #1. So I think at this point, save for a monumental disaster going forward, like they lose their next game, even if they lose it, I think they still pretty much will be going to champs. So I think they're going to be celebrating quite a bit tonight and hoping that the worst case scenario does not come to pass. And like you said, if Wolves still got a chance.
Yeah. Right, if EDG, Shilai, and Bilibili all are the top 3 teams out of this playoff bracket, Wolves will be at champs. There's still a chance. So if you're a Wolves fan, you better start rooting for EDG, because in that lower bracket, that's where things get a little scary. Let's talk about some of these, ACSs, KDAs, right? Spitfires on All Gamers still putting up monumental performances. Shrimp as well having moments of brilliance. You have Life and Chichu. I mean, unfortunately for Life and Kai, both of them are out of the tournament at this point. But Chichu has still been also, a force to be reckoned with so far throughout these first 2 matches. There we go.
We're back. We're starting another best of 3.
Yeah, we got another one. Let's go. But I mean, what a phenomenal day. And now we move forward, and the rest of the playoffs, I believe, are going to be in Chongqing, China. So that's going to be super exciting that VCT gets to go on the road, and you get a little bit of a road show, and it's going to be a new crowd coming into the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming up next, like mentioned before, next week you'll have the upper bracket games as well, so make sure you guys tune into that. And of course, make sure you guys share the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. Your support is the reason that we're doing all of this. Thank you for watching. I've been Kets. With me has been Ancient Angel. Today has been an amazing day. We'll see you guys next time.